Yo guys, what's going on? Welcome back. We're a little zoomed in here. Let's move this back just a touch. It's better. Vinny, how's it going? Rocket, how's it going, man? Welcome on in. I'm hoping you're all doing well. We're well past pumped in now. Means I can have a beer. All right, we're gonna have a little beer. We're gonna enjoy ourselves. Cheers. Welcome. If anyone is joining on YouTube, guys, I hope you're doing well too. We are on both platforms, as you guys probably know if you've been here before, and we're gonna kind of go with some building today, doing a couple different things. So I did set up, I think, some alerts. So if we get follows, and if we get any like donations, whatever, which we won't probably get, but any follows, I think we should get a notification for those. I did set them up. I just don't know if they're working. I didn't know how to test them. There wasn't a thing. They've changed the interface for stream elements. So, we'll see how it goes. Vinny, I am good. So, just so you know, Vinny, today I am going to be building in a solo world. I am working on a project that I did previously. Well, you guys know it's top secret for other people. For the people in the know, it's for our Skyblock mod that we've been working on. I haven't worked on it in a while, so I need to get back to that and make some pretty detailed islands. It's gonna be pretty interesting. So it is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah, otherwise, I gotta say this week has been going by pretty fast. Scary fast, actually. So yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I like that the weekend's approaching, you know, like anybody. But I gotta say, I have a lot of stuff I gotta do, and I have no time to do it. And then this weekend, I'm gonna want to do those things, but then I'm also gonna, like, you know, watch football games and just chill. So here we are. Anyways, that's how it is. We have no options here. All right, so I think what we're gonna do is probably just really just hop into this nonsense and just get going here. Let's see if I can find this thing. Let me know, guys, if anything sounds off to you. I know I ask this like every stream, but I'm always convinced that, like, you know, if I move my microphone even like an inch, it's gonna sound like shit. Now, I may be wrong. I may not be wrong. I don't know, but it matters. So let me hop into the ye old game here. See if you guys can see this. Now, I don't know if you guys are familiar with this world or not. You might not be. Actually, speaking of that, let's move this over. That should work, right? I think. Yes. Maybe not. Ooh, yeah, okay. Yeah, it looks better. I can't tell. Oh, anyways. So yeah, this world, guys, if you haven't seen this world, these are all the custom islands I've been working on for first time catching a stream. Oh, no way, Rocket. Well, welcome, dude. Good to see you. Well, listen, not everyone's going to catch a stream, you know. It's pretty hard to find me. I'm not really that popular, so, and I do Terraria building. So, you know, one of the things that's reality is, you know how Twitch is. It's like, Twitch is like, you just kind of scroll through and then hopefully, you know, people find you. The reality is it's like, we actually had this discussion not too long ago, more with YouTube. It was like, finding people on YouTube, I think, is really hard. I think you can find people on Twitch, but like, it depends on the niche, right? So it's like, if you're in Terraria, like, it's not super saturated. Like, you can kind of scroll down pretty quickly and find someone that's interesting. I do find there's a lot of like VTubers now, which, to me at least, if someone's VTubing, even if they're like entertaining, I have a really hard time watching a VTuber. It's weird for me. It's not something I would personally watch. I like to like feel like I'm interacting with the person, I guess, but I don't know. It's just different. No, Vinny, that project you guys have not seen. I have recorded those sessions, but I haven't done those publicly yet. This is for the Skyblock mod. So, yeah. Twitch is harder because, so Rocket, the thing is, when you stream, so I am currently streaming here on Twitch, but also simultaneously I'm on YouTube, right? So like, if you were coming from YouTube, you would find me. The problem is, I think, with Twitch is, yes, time zones, of course, because we actually get a lot of people from Europe, which I don't know why that is. Maybe only the Europeans care about Terraria building, which, by the way, Rocket, if you haven't been here before, that's what I do. I build media. Okay, I build better than mediocre, but I'm like an above average builder in Terraria, and we build a bunch of stuff. So one of the things that we're building, of course, is going to be these Skyblock islands, and none of these are really impressive. These are just meant to be placed in a world. down the road. I have to work on, these aren't mine, someone else built those, but I have to work on more of these. I only have 2 of these hallowed ones. It really bothers me, but I'm going to work on some desert stuff today. So these are going to be sky islands that are going to go in a skyblock mod. It's going to be pretty cool. I'm not making the mod. I really do like how these ice ones came out. They're pretty detailed, so like it's kind of cool to see. I think it'll be really fun to go through a world and, you know, kind of go through there. So yeah, Rocket, if you haven't seen any of my builds before and you like builds in any of this stuff, oh crap, I'm not even typing. Sorry, I'm trying to type this for you. If I hit exclamation YouTube, or if you hit exclamation YouTube like that, you'll be able to actually go in and see all the stuff. I have a YouTube channel. We're almost at 10,000 subscribers, which is pretty cool. We're slowly approaching 10,000 subscribers, but all our builds are there. These aren't there yet. So like one of the benefits of coming to a stream is that reality is like, if you see me make a build like today, that thing won't hit the channel for, oh God, like many weeks. So this project, I haven't done a single video on YouTube yet. This I'm gonna probably condense into one video and be like, you know, I spent 200 days building, you know, something like this. And then that'll be a really cool way to like have people find the project, but also find the mod, which I think is part of the fun. Also, I'll probably get us to play Skyblock mod fully as a community. I think that'd be really fun. So, you know, we'll see what happens. But for now, oh yeah, sorry. And then there's this one. I actually really like the way this turned out. So these are fine. These are cool little islands. But the jungle one turned out great, right? And so these will be used as different pieces. So you can, like, the thing is, like, the person that's making the actual mod is gonna, I told him, like, listen, I'll make a bunch of islands, but you need to, like, cut them up. So, like, you know, you could cut this bridge off, remove these blocks, and then combine and smush these two together, because that saves me from making, like, 100 different islands, you know? So, but there's, like, this cave area takes you to Plantera. That's sort of the idea. I just try to make stuff that looks different. That was sort of the idea. Yeah, exactly. This is the jungle one. So this one turned out really good. I really like the way this turned out. And yes, the trees do look pretty good, but that's the whole point. We're trying to make it feel more ambient and interesting. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and go off to the left here. And I think just for contrast, I'm going to build beside the snow biome. I do like the hell ones as well. I think these are going to be really cool because they're quite different. And they have the right kind of feel, like from a biome perspective. And again, like, the reason I'm not making like 100 different islands is, you know, my job is to make the originals, and then he's gonna, like, you know, he might combine these two together, he might combine 3 of these together and like slice them and dice them and stuff, because he does T-edit stuff. I don't use T-edit, so I figured let him do that, and I'll you know, I'll do the main building, and he can figure out the rest of it. So I think over here is probably good enough. So to do the thing with doing, I have to do palm trees here too. So this is gonna be interesting, because this is gonna be a challenge, because I don't like building in the desert. I really don't. It's not my favorite. So to do sand, the problem in doing sand is I probably need sandstone. I'm gonna try hardened sandstone, but the big thing is I'm gonna need this, and that has to be painted. So that may not look the best. So we're going to play around with this stuff a bit. Hardened sand wall. I never use some of these things. So we'll try different, we'll just try different blocks. Now, I think painting it yellow is probably the way to go. The problem is you can't just throw sand down. You actually have to have like a solid block. So this is where this one's gonna be a little tricky. I'm trying not to use stone if I can avoid it. I probably can't, so I'll probably have to throw it in, but we're gonna see what we do. But Rocket, do you do any building at all? Are you into building in Terraria, or is this like all new to you? Let's see, first island can be small. We'll start small. We're gonna start with a small island just to figure out how we want to create this, because so one of the problems, as you can see, is this doesn't connect, and that's fine here. Where I'm a little concerned is with this stuff, right? Because this doesn't look bad, but I don't want to keep the color difference. The problem is if I paint it yellow, I don't know if it's going to look very good. And I'm pretty sure this sits... You know, I could just go with hardened sand, actually. Let's see what... you know what? Let's just test this out. Sometimes trying to get better. Well, so Rocket, listen, you're in the right place. Okay, so if you have any questions about building, by all means, please ask away. I've been building for a while now, and if you check out the YouTube channel, you'll see I have some I'm not I'm not the best builder out there, but I know enough about it to I can answer any questions. I can help you out. There's also a tutorial. Well, there's a couple of tutorials on the channel for stairs and trees, and I have a top tips for building thing. I have a couple other tutorials coming out, but the main goal of the channel is to get people inspired to do a little bit more building. So if you do find it and you find it interesting, subscribe to that channel, but you don't have to. Just check it out if you ever want to do something like that, because that is really essentially 99% of what I do. So, and eat chips and drink beer. Yeah. Vinny, tell me, what do you got? What you got in mind, man? What you got in mind, man? What do you got for me? Let's just test this. I don't know what this is going to look like. Too yellow. See, I think this is always my problem with this. Is this... that's pretty noticeable, right? I think I might just keep it the natural colors. I kind of like that it has a darkened effect to it. It's kind of layered, actually. I don't hate this. I think this could work, actually. I think maybe I'm overthinking this. And we could add what I want to know is, does Hellstone look good like this? Or is this these are probably too bright? Mudstone, maybe? Let's just see. Not my favorite. That doesn't even take the color. That could work. It kind of stands out. What about you? That's unfortunate. That's way too dark. Oh man, that is so lame. I kind of like how that's an off yellow. I know it's dark, but it's I need some texture in this, so I think I might. It could work, right? Like I said, I'm not a huge fan. No, the other problem I got to fear is the walls. Because I don't know if I want... Yeah, this is going to be tricky. Because if I don't paint these, right, they're going to look kind of strange. This not painted is such an odd color. I feel like that's the more natural look, but I think we'll have to mix it, because here I do a lot of different textures, and I'm not going to be able to do that here. So we can try different things. You could do different decorations for different build styles. So Vinny, I am planning on doing a decorations video. I think it'll be more general, but I could do, yeah, you're right. I could do something that's themed decorations. Because you could do one for medieval, Japanese. You could do one for I don't know, modern. You could do, you know what I mean? I think that though is just that stuff feels really subjective to me, because it's what I do is not it's not the right answer. It's just an option, right? In my mind. But I mean, it's not a bad idea. But again, sometimes I struggle with those ones, because I feel I'm just saying you need to do this. It's or you're stupid. It's nah. People have different opinions. If it's not painted, you can't even tell the difference. Yeah, so this doesn't take paint. That is really frustrating. I was really hoping I could have that as a background wall. I don't think this is gonna work though, because well, I just feel it looks weird, you know, this unpainted looks fine, but this doesn't look good. So I don't want to paint that, but I think this is okay. But then it's very blocky, which I don't like. Right? So I can find ways to make this work by adding layers and stuff, but I feel we're gonna need a little bit of stone and stuff in here. This is gonna be a bit tricky for me. I'm not gonna lie. I can tell. Just because I really don't love using the desert stuff for the most part, and I'm not gonna be able to do what I want to do, which is like deeper cuts into this with some oh, that's so bright. Wait a minute. Oh, right, no, I'm not supposed to use the blocks, I'm supposed to use the walls. Dummy. Sorry, it's my bad. There we go. So the yellow, okay, so let's get rid of that, because that's going to throw me off. I think this painted yellow isn't terrible. Can you paint dirt wall? You can, but it's the problem with the dirt wall is it's a little bit more about the texture. There's also multiple dirt walls, right? So I could do like this, but like that to me is, it's okay. You know, it's like, I guess I could add a few for texture, but it's gonna, the problem I'm gonna run into is it's gonna conflict a lot with the wall choice that I'm using. And that's where I gotta be a little more cautious. So it's like, because if I start like throwing this in, like this is fine, it kind of gives us some body, but I need to have something for this stuff to attach to, you know? And like none of this stuff connects and it starts to look weird. And the only way this connects is with sand and... Hey! It's working! Ah! Does it say who followed? Oh crap, I didn't see it on the screen. Rock, thanks for the follow, man. Okay, at least we have the notifications working. That's good. I don't know if your name popped up on the screen. It should. You know what? And also, while we're here, let's make that bigger. You should unfollow and then refollow so we can see it. That's what I suggest. Oh. That's about right. It did pop up. So your name popped up? Awesome. I wasn't sure if they were going to work because I wasn't able to test them. As per usual. I can never get I can't ever get anything to just work. It's always a thing. So okay, the yellow painted mudstone and the yellow painted hellstone I like. For the most part. Now, I don't know how big some of these islands actually need to be, so I'm not going to go too crazy on this one. This is me just figuring out the textures and then the colors, obviously. And I think we can probably do something like this and just kind of have like a different sort of look to it. Again, I like the idea of some of these, but it really is going to come down to what the hell this thing actually looks like when we're done. And obviously some of this is going to look very stupid, which is unfortunate, but what can you do? And I don't know, mudstone or something. Again, what we're really just trying to do is just figure this out. So Rocket, I have a question then. Like, so you do a little bit of building. Like, what do you like to build? Like, what's your style? What stands out to you? Like, you know, obviously something like this is maybe a little bit weird, because let's be honest, kind of is. This is not what I would typically say. Hey, go build this, you know. But I think that said, you can kind of do some pretty cool stuff if you put your mind to it. I kind of am liking these little bits of stone sticking out, I guess. I'd like to hide them a little bit more. I don't know if I'll be able to do that or not. Because, like, normally I would, like, you know, I'd do something here. I guess I can just add little bits. This is also very strange. I need to... The hard part with this is making everything kind of fit and feel seamless. That's where this design type is always really tricky for me. Because, yeah, we got stone, but we also got sand and some other stuff, and I'm just like, I just don't know if I like the way some of this stuff looks. Right, like this needs to be filled in somehow, and I'm like, well, do I do like this, like stone? If I do that, do I destroy the rest of the design? I'm like, maybe? Because this doesn't look all that interesting. It's got some decent texture, I guess, but I feel like something's missing. No sound particular, just building whatever I think would fit where the house is. I mean, but that's fine though. Like the thing is, like, I'm more mean, do you like building like medieval stuff, or do you do like, I don't know, do you do like Japanese style? Do you do like futuristic? Some people do like steampunk or cyberpunk. Like those are pretty cool, in my opinion. Okay, not everyone's gonna do all the same stuff, but So the trick here, I think, is we'll probably need another layer of sand. This just feels like a little bit missing. And I think we can... Yeah. Then here's a little tricky, because I think I'm going to stick with this. And we got to break this up. This is all too the same. And maybe I can... Again, this is a game of, can we fit texture in here that doesn't look ridiculous? Because again, to do sand, unless I do echo painted stuff, like the sand just falls, right? So it's like really annoying sometimes. I think I'll just do a single piece there. And then it seems very flat here, so... I think maybe that'll probably do it. And then we just need the right wall. Okay, so that looks like crap. Ooh, I do like this painted yellow. This actually kind of is different. I still like some of that gray in there. I'm not gonna lie, it's a little bit different. Yeah, I prefer this. Okay, so I like this wall. I like this wall. Cracked dirt, what does that look like? That's not bad either. I'm using wavy. I don't think I'm gonna use smooth sandstone. I like this, I like that. It's always tricky to know what you're gonna use. This is fine. These are all fine. It just needs a little bit of tweaking, you know? Oh, you like medieval. Okay, perfect. So medieval's great because medieval, like, there's so many examples of it and like all the blocks feel like they're pretty conducive to it, you know? In my opinion. And that's not to say that, you know, you have to build a certain style, but, you know. If you do have builds, by the way, if you hit exclamation mark Discord, it'll bring up the Discord and you can actually just throw your builds in there if you're wanting to. Just a thought. Okay. Okay, I like this. Now this feels... Oh, well, that's unfortunate. This actually gives me a chance to look at some of these. So again, like, I don't want the islands to feel too big. Like, this one's deep and has trees and some other stuff. These will be a little bit the same, I think, as this biome. But we need to have that texturing and this other stuff, right? So I think this is pretty good. I think all we need here is... Let's get our acorn. I'm sure I'm about to be interrupted here. I'm almost positive. Like that. That, and like that, maybe? I think, right? Get some fertilizer. And I mean, in theory, right? Like that's okay. I'd like to make a custom tree, maybe. I don't know if it's oh my god, I need to stop doing that. Ugh, okay. Anyways, other than teleporting myself home 16 times, I think, yeah, we definitely want to make a little bit of... I can either do... Yeah, exactly, a cactus. I was about to say, I was like, cactus is definitely going to be needed in this. But... I can either make my own cactus, right? Or I can... Let's actually chop this down. I can either make my own cactus, or I can use the, no, actually, I don't know what this needs, though. Does this need... Where's the rubble maker? Okay, so this doesn't use cactus. I forget, isn't there a way to put down the cactus stuff? What do you need for the cactus stuff? Is it seed? I don't know which one it is. I thought there was something. I mean, I can always put these little plants. Oh yeah, that's right. Right. And this is to give it a little bit more something. I guess I gotta build my own cactus, don't I? Hey, Goose, what's going on, dude? That seems a little boring. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I think about it, I've never really built a cactus. I mean, there's cactus wall. I just don't know if I want to add this. Right? Like, because people make cactuses like this. I just think, like, the wall doesn't look as good as the block. So we're gonna stick without the wall, I think. I guess that's okay. Well, the problem is this won't be an official desert biome is the problem, right? Because in Skyblock, it'll be hard to make the biomes themselves, I think. Like, sorry, in the mod they'll be like that. In here they won't. But I think this is the right texturing. What do you guys think of this as just like a starting point? I think it's not bad, right? It's got like the right feel, you know? Let's do another one. Except this one's gonna be, let's make a bigger one. Make it feel like an actual desert. I usually like to start with, the reason I start with a small island, guys, is literally just to get a feel for like the textures I'm gonna use. And I just kind of go from there. So I think here we can kind of just do whatever and kind of pull this back. Do some, yeah, let's do some hardened sand because we're gonna put some actual sand under this. That's fine if this is kind of like that. And again, I'm gonna replace and remove things as needed, but the idea is kind of something like this, right? Where we kind of I don't know. I'd like to have... This may actually be a good one to have a little bit of water, maybe? This could actually be a bit bigger. Problem when you make one like this, it's like, I don't know if I want this huge, massive island with like a huge base to it, but I think I might have to do this in this case. Because as you can see, this is gonna get kind of out of hand. So I think what we'll do is I'm just gonna kind of scoop this one down. Make like pretty big pillars here. Go to like there. This will give us kind of an outline. And I don't like it to be even, I like it to be pretty kind of asymmetrical because I just think it looks better. But something like that. And just kind of ride this down to the base here. Right? And this will obviously just, this won't be all the way to here, but you kind of get the idea. So this will sort of be what we're working with, I think. Now the challenge here is I can't really put water on these ones because, well, I mean I can, but I need the water here first. Which kind of ruins the whole design, so I think what we'll do is we're gonna get some hardened sand, just trying to drop into this. Just gonna mess around with all the different textures, I think. Because generally I like to kind of cut into these a bit and sort of see what we're working with. But I don't want to go too crazy because I think the main thing we need is sand. And having a couple pockets where like light comes in is also nice. It's something I forget to do it. I kind of just don't really do it. Because the sand has a certain kind of textural look to it that I do like. The challenge with it though is like obviously as we change what's underneath it, this thing, it just falls. So you can't actually have, you know, nothing underneath the sand. You always have to have something under it, which sort of is annoying. But this is how we'll make some texture. Like I'll put some stone and some other stuff. I'm gonna keep it just sand on top. Another thing I don't super love about it is I actually can't get that much additional texturing into the design. And we'll see if we... Yeah, see, like, I guess I could do that, actually. That does work pretty well. I thought of that as well. I'm an idiot. What if I do this? That kind of stands out a bit more than I'd like. That's fine. But you can see, so the second we do this, it all separates and moves away from it and looks kind of silly. So to me, it's like the textural stuff is really just about having like an idea of what you're going to put. So Vinny, you're right. There are some challenges with the builds versus what's going to be in the server. There'll be some troubleshooting for sure once the Skyblock mod is up and running. But I think the idea is to have something that's like the problem with Skyblock mod is that usually it's a single block and you just do it and it's like that's it. And like the rest of the game is really hard to progress. Whereas this is like, we're gonna have, like, this will help you accelerate the game, but also like it gives you interesting things to explore in the world. So we'll see how it goes. Like it's not gonna be perfect, but I was like, kind of thought it was a really cool project to get involved in because, you know, it's not every day you got to do like a funky, just a funky project, I guess. Which to me is like half the battle. It's like, I like to do things that are interesting. Or fun, or both, you know? I don't know if I like... Let's try it. Yeah, not my favorite. You can, just not in this world, unfortunately. I turned this one single player for a reason. I mean, listen, if you come up with a cool design, you're welcome to share it. I know it sucks. You've been building with us the last few days, so I do feel a little bit bad to go back to a single player, but I realized I hadn't been touching this project in a while, and I kind of needed to. So I'm back at it. It happens sometimes, right? It's just I get back in the groove of it. Did I get rid of my... Oh no, it's up here. You kind of get back in the groove of it and start, you know, re-going through everything. So if I'm going to do that, this has to be opened up, I guess. One sec, guys. Going to get stuff. I'll be the first one to... I mean, man, you might be. Well, no. Right. Technically, the guy making it's going to be the first. I'll probably be second because I'll be the one finishing up the islands, although that may not even be the case. But yeah, you could. I mean, listen, you very well could be one of the first people to actually play the damn thing. Because I don't know if... Does anyone know? Is SkyMod even popular? Do like people even like play it? That's one thing I wasn't sure about. I was like, I didn't really... I wasn't aware if this was like something people were like really desperate to play. I just thought it was kind of cool. Like, I've never played a SkyMod block for Terraria. Ever. So, my assumption is that it's maybe, well, not popular maybe is the right word, but it's like, I'm sure there's a market for it, let's put it that way. I just don't know how big it is. But so Rocket, for Terraria, because I know Minecraft is where I first heard about Skyblock. The concept is great. I think it's a cool, like, it's a very cool concept. It's just, how do you, how you make it interesting is where I think the challenge kind of comes in a little bit. So this to me is feeling very boring. I think it's because all this, like, I like the way some of this stuff looks, so we're gonna start mixing and matching the blocks a bit more. And this is where I gotta take my time and just pick and choose a few spots to like throw stuff in. And just sort of make this feel more like sand than anything else. Because if not, it just starts to, so like this is okay, but this looks kind of dumb. I need different walls here, I think, too. I do like this block here, so maybe let's get rid of this. Like, you see how this has a little bit more texture and a little bit more interest? I think it's because I need to start throwing mudstone and other stuff, and I think we'll eventually get there. So it's always a bit tricky when I do it this way, because you end up with these like really big chunks of just like things that aren't, it's not that they're not cohesive, they feel like they're not in the right spot, I guess, is the way I'd put it. And I didn't do any like real angling work on this, so like technically I should have done a little bit of this and added some movement on these, but that's fine. You get the idea. It's one of those things that most people know what a skyblock. But Vinny, that's my thing though, right? If people know what it is, it's just more about like, are people going to be keen to play it? Because to me, one of the things with doing all this work is like, you know, I can make a video on it and like it'd be different than my normal stuff, and that's like fine for me. But I think like doing all this work, like half the fun is seeing people be like, oh, I really love the world, and like, because the guy making the thing is also putting a ton of work into it, right? So Moo is the guy who's doing all this stuff, and it's like, you know, I don't know. I just feel like his effort's being rewarded by people really enjoying it. It's like part of the fun of creating stuff is like, do people enjoy the thing you've made, and like, are they having fun exploring the world? And I don't know, maybe that's just me. I think it's like part of the enjoyment of it. I'm not looking to be like the world's best Skyblock mod ever, you know. It's like yeah, it was fun, you know, it was fun to put together. People are enjoying it, and you know, I don't know, putting a few hours into the thing that you made, like that's a nice feeling. So that's the hope anyways. I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. I think part of my problem here is this is all very thin, but I really gotta stop losing track of this thing. So this is like okay, but I think this could be a little bit longer. And then I think we just got to keep adding like texture and layers here. So this can be a little bit more robust. I don't know why it's so thin. And that leaves us some room to like kind of fiddle with this. Again, I do need to be a little selective with what blocks I decide to put in here, because not everything works. And as much as I want texture, a lot of this really should just be sand. So it's like, you got to be kind of like aware of what you're putting in, but I think we can allow some light to come through in some of these spots maybe. And we'll see what that looks like, because that tends to look decent in my opinion. It's not like perfect or anything, but you know, we can fill this in a bit more. Oh, maybe not so much. What can we put in here? Maybe, well, let's just stick with sand. Sand does have a different look to it, and I do like the way it looks for the most part, but it just sometimes, you know. I think it probably depends on how you end up marketing. Well, so Vinny, the thing is, like, I think me telling people about it probably isn't going to make it popular. Like, one thing I can tell you is I do know the creators of Terraria were in 1.4.5 were planning on doing something related to Skyblock. So I was like, and I messaged them, I was like, hey, like, I'm actually doing a build that's related to this for a mod that's being released. So part of me would be like, well, it'd be kind of cool if this stuff released as 1.4.5 and the Skyblock stuff came out, because people would already be looking for it a little bit more. I wouldn't have to, like, you know, like, how else would I advertise it? Like, I'm not like some big ass like YouTuber or something like that yet. I say as if that's gonna happen, but you know what I mean. Like, you need a little bit of like, Terraria is already a pretty small game, you know. So it's like for people to find it in the first place is gonna be pretty tricky, I think. But I could be wrong. You know, who knows? Okay, so I like the idea of, let's fill some of this in. Let's maybe, I think maybe a little bit of this makes sense here. Feels a little bit more like put together. And we're just kind of working our way up a bit, I guess. Like, each section needs to feel like detailed enough, you know, where it's like, okay, like this is like connected to the design. But I like the idea of having some gaps and some other stuff in here just to kind of make it look a little different. I think we could also use some unpainted stuff here just to keep the colors in the background. Because this looks good yellow as well, but I like that more for like sandy areas. And I think overall this is fine. Like, it doesn't need to be insane. It's just more, keep some texture in, make it look kind of interesting. Keep throwing it around, you know, make it work. Just make it work, boys. That's what we're doing. That here does not work for me though. It's okay. Again, I just need to have like little bits of texture. Oh, Vinny, I know, man. I know. I want to get the office set up. I bought a stupid cat tree instead, and then that didn't do shit. So I gotta get a. I do have to get like See, what we can't decide is if a couch is gonna come up here, or if I'm gonna just put like a I don't know. Like, I am probably gonna put like a big what's it called, bookshelf type thing, and just put stuff there. I think it would be pretty cool. I mean, I could just stick them on the wall, I guess, but I don't want to do that. I want it to be better, you know? We demand higher quality here. That's what I'm known for, is my quality, apparently. Okay. I mean, this feels like it could use... Yeah, just a little bit of fill in here is probably going to be pretty helpful. I like the idea of a gap here still. I just don't know how I'm going to do it. Like, this being open like this is kind of cool. Like, this could be a lot thinner. But we'll have to figure out, again, we have to figure out, like, so like this part is fine with this stuff hanging down. I just got to figure out little sections. I don't know. Yeah, I'm thinking of doing a teeny tiny like oasis thingy here. If I do that, I'm going to have to dig it out, but it'll have to be pretty small. And that can have trees on either side. And then maybe I'll do a little like decrepit building of some kind here. Like I don't know. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell. There's a ton of options. Obviously, like, I can do whatever I want, but I have to keep remembering in the back of my head that the Skyblock mod is not about necessarily being on this kind of an island. It's more like that you would find this and there's something there for you that's useful, be it the materials that you can dig or whatever, right? So that's how I'm looking at it. Like, in my head, I'm just thinking, oh, let's make it look pretty. But if I put like, you know, objects that aren't related, then I'm like, it's a pain in the ass, because then like when we go to play the game, you're like, oh, I can just pick up this thing here really quickly and like advance the game like astronomically quick, like fast. It's like, well, that's sort of lame, you know? Well, not lame, but yeah, you know what I'm saying. It just makes the game a little bit too easy. Okay, so I think we're gonna go with this on this side. Let's actually keep a gap in here, maybe. That could be kind of interesting. We'll like kind of make like a big hole here of some sort. And then we can kind of, because I definitely need some texture and stuff here. I was like doing this kind of thing. This is just a really easy way to add a little bit of texture to the build without me doing too much. I don't know why I'm hammering anything. This is pointless. We're literally going to move away from that in like 2 seconds. I can fill this with sand. And then, so that's looking okay. There's a lot of stuff we got to fix here, but like, it just, we're just trying to get our sort of, I won't say our bearings, but we got to kind of get this to, you know, start to feel filled. I think I can probably fill this for now, and then I can just replace some of the blocks or dig them out. I just think like this will just help me kind of visualize, because I still want some shadows in here. Right, so like you can see like this has no texture, so it's really easy to just, I don't know, rip and replace some stuff. You won't see them, but it's just a quick, like this is gonna have to be pretty sturdy, obviously, if this is like hanging on to nothing. Meaning this will have to all be mostly connected, which, you know, maybe not my favorite, but it's what we're gonna do. Daniel, damn it, don't peek. What'd I just say? God, it's in the title, man. It is a project a lot of people don't know about. We are, if you want to know what it is, Daniel, it's our we're working on a Skyblock mod. So I am the hired builder, although I'm not getting paid. I am the designated builder for this. I offered to build for it, and it's been a lot of fun. It's just I haven't worked on it in a while, so we're back. Vinny, I'm not putting any ores. That's something I have to figure out later with the guy who's making it, what he wants. But ores are very easy, right? You just put a deposit. I don't know how he plans on generating those otherwise, but yes. That is something that's definitely on the radar, as it were. Because you gotta have that shit figured out. You can't not. Yeah, this has to all be connected. I can't have that, like, multiple gaps here. Okay, so if we... Yeah, I don't love that. What if we try something different? Let's do, like... Nah, that's kind of lame. Well, hold on, what if we... Because we were looking just for texture. So this is a pretty good way to get it. Without being, I think, too disruptive. Maybe? This cragginess is by design. We're trying to make it look connected, but it's got gaps, it's got issues, it's a bit cracked up, you know, it's beat up. And then as we start to kind of hopefully fill, it'll... Yeah, that has to be darkened out. I think this will work. This is obviously still too thin. Like, this wouldn't work. Like, this would just collapse, right? So, like, I don't hate this, but I do think maybe we can just do, like, a column in the background. Or maybe we could put like let's put a structural thing here that's holding this. I was originally like, this is where like the sandstone is kind of like, this is like our more like engineered stuff, but it can't be this. I think maybe like, I don't know if we do like copper plating or something. That could be kind of nice to add that, and we can paint that. I mean, this we could paint gray or brown. Let's try brown. Rocket, I am getting paid exactly $0. The only people... Okay, listen, the only way I get paid for building something is literally if someone, like, were to, like, commission me, which I don't even know what I would do with that, because I just, you know... I don't think I would even accept, to be honest. Or if people watch my YouTube videos. That is it. So, go watch a YouTube video. You know what? I kind of like this. I have an idea. I don't know if this is going to work, but... It's okay. I like the idea of it, I think. I guess it's not so bad. And this just needs a little bit more. This is too, a little light here is what's happening. So we're just gonna... Alright, we're gonna kind of make it look like this all belongs here. Why does that keep going up there? Let's get rid of that. So if I kind of do that, add that texture back in. You know, it's starting to sort of look right. I think we can... Again, I don't love that color, but again, the goal is texture. It's really just to kind of make this thing stand out a bit. I think we can kind of accomplish that, and this will give us the fill that we're looking for. I know it looks a little bit weird right now, but I think this is mostly working. Although I could be wrong. I don't know. I think it's okay. You know, it's like having a gap here. The thing is, having two gaps side by side doesn't make the most sense. So I think maybe we got to fill this a little bit more, and I think we'll stick with just our basic. Right, and we'll kind of... Yeah, let's actually get rid of that, and let's make this kind of slope like that, and then we need to use a yellow wall here because it looks stupid if not. I think this works. Sort of. It's a little weird that there's such a big gap here. I'm not gonna lie. I don't feel like this would work. So maybe we can kind of connect this. I know we lose some of that texture, which is unfortunate, but we can gain that back pretty quickly. And that just kind of, that's all you need. Okay, sorry. Yes, I got, so this is the thing, I'm debating on using the, like, not boulders or something, but like using the, what's it called? Rubble maker. Right, you meant, oh, sorry, what do you mean, Daniel? What was the goal of yours? I think I missed that. Hey, Nate, what's going on, man? Oh, a sky desert island, indeed. To go along with our other islands that we have. Like this winter one. Or this lava one. Or this two hallowed ones. Or these forest ones. Or... not, ignore these ones, I didn't make those ones. Or this jungle one. So you're here at a good time. We're working on a top secret project that no one's allowed. If you are here, okay, the rule is, if you talk to anyone, if you tell anyone that you've seen this, I will find you. No, basically, this is for a skyblock mod that I am doing all the builds for, and these islands will slowly be like chopped up and used in different ways by the guy who's actually like programming that thing. And yeah, I'm just the guy building stuff. Nate, how's it going though, man? You're amazed? Well, I appreciate that, dude. I'm glad you like it. Not everyone is into building in Terraria, which I am, I totally understand. But I think not enough people build. I think building is awesome in this game, and I wish more people got into it. And so I build, and I hope to inspire. I may not, but we try. God damn it, we're gonna try. And a lot of this is just, I need to fill texture here, because holy crap. This don't look right, does it? Yeah. Yeah, I think we're gonna go ahead. Actually, I kinda like that. I don't know if I don't need a gap there. I think we can probably just fill this. There we go. Good, just gone off. T-boy? M? I don't know what that means. A desert pyramid? So, Vinny, yes, it's tempting to do a pyramid. The problem is a pyramid would have to be pretty big. Right? It's like, if I'm gonna do a pyramid, I do it like this. Like, does that really make sense for this, you know? Oh, yes. I've heard that game. Okay, I've seen that game. I've never played it, but I've heard really good things. That game and Hollow Knight are two games that like have that similar style that look like I've heard good things about. And Super Meat Boy. That's another one that comes to mind. And Cuphead. There's a few games like that that are like, you know? Like, I get it. It's different. So Nate, are you a big like a Terraria guy at all, or are you what do you play? Okay, what brings you here? You know, because not a lot of people are into building. That much I can guarantee, because I know that for a fact. Building is not a thing a lot of people like engage in, at least not very often. It'd be kind of cool to have another pillar thing here. Let's go ahead and do that. You know, and we'll just kind of... Let's maybe hammer there and there. This works relatively well. I don't know why, I just kind of like that. It has a different look to it that I kind of like. You know, I appreciate, I should say. Hey, Tool Shop, what's going on, man? Hey, Tommy, if you can shout out my son, yeah. He's watching on our tablet, and I'm watching him. Oh, no way. Hey, Rex, what's going on, man? Welcome to the channel. Hope you're enjoying the Terraria builds. Apologize for all the potential cursing, though. Tool Shop guy. Hi, Rex. Please enjoy. Hopefully this inspires you to build something awesome, because that's kind of what the whole point of this is. And if you guys are wondering, okay, again, I know people are coming from different places. We have people on YouTube, guys. I know people here in Twitch can't understand that I'm multi-streaming, but I am talking to two chats at once. So anyways, hey, Orange, what's going on, man? How you doing? Sorry, I missed that. Isaac and Meatboy are made, wait, Isaac and Meatboy are made by the same thing? Oh, who just followed? I don't know who just followed. Someone followed. Orange, was that you? Did you follow? Thank you for the follow. Like building is something I'm bad at, but I like to look at it. Oh, I get you. No, I totally get you, Nape. Like, I think the thing with building is, one of the things I find really interesting is people that don't build a lot. Oh gosh, another follow. Nape, thanks for the follow. Guys, thank you for the follows. I appreciate it. Hey, Woody plays Pokemon. Oh, well, I wonder what Woody does. What's the secret project? Nothing. It's nothing. Shut up. Gah. Am I allowed to? Yeah, you're allowed to ask. I'm speaking a dick. Woody, so the project is one that the reason I say it's secret is because if you've been on my YouTube channel, I've never made a video about it. And you've been on stream, you might have seen it. But basically, what we're working on is working with someone to do a project for a Skyblock mod, and so I'm building all the islands for that mod. So each island is custom, as you can see, and then the guy is going to use T-Edit to like kind of slice and dice them and make his own versions of customized versions of them. So I don't have to make like 1,000 different islands. I only got to make like 4 or 5 for each biome, and then he'll like kind of slice and dice them, which is really fun. The Skyblock mod isn't ready yet, so it's me that's kind of holding up the process as always, and we're just trying to get these things kind of up and running and working. So, hey, Tool Shop guy, no worries, man. Happy to shout out anyone who's watching, if especially kids, you know. This is a kid's game after all. I'm an old man, and I will, you know, I'll help the children enjoy whatever I'm making. Hopefully it inspires them to try it out though. Practice building and you'll eventually get it. That's true, Vinny. That's true. The game is like dungeon time game. Yes, okay, so you're talking about the Binding of Isaac. Yeah. Not part of the game, but it's trying to win on unlock new. Oof. Some of those games are crazy though, man. It's all about unlocks. All about unlocks. Good, how are you? I did. Oh, thanks, Orange. Orange, I'm good. We're just, like I said, working on this project. It's been a while since I've gotten back into it. Now, granted, I was on holiday and I just kind of got away from it. But I talked to the guy who was creating it. And I was like, you know what? I need to get back to this. So here we are. Yeah. There's no mods here, Orange. This is all. I don't use mods to build. It's all vanilla Terraria. I am in journey mode, which is what this power menu is, but otherwise this is all just you can do this in base Terraria. Isaac is a roguelike game where you play as a little baby. There's more than 600 items. Jesus. I would play more Terraria if I didn't take up all my time. Calamity is great. The thing is, it's like, yeah, my thing is that, it's like, my thing with this game is I really enjoy it. I do find, because I build, it can be very time consuming, and I'm not always feeling super creative. So sometimes coming back to a project like this can be really good, because I don't have to think about what I'm building. I'm just like, oh yes, Sky Island. That's pretty easy, you know? That can be nice. It can be nice. Sometimes it gets a little bit, gets a little painful to build the same stuff all the time. And that's, well, it's not the same stuff, but you know what I mean. It just gets tricky. Sorry, Orange, I'm misunderstanding. Sorry, yes. The Skyblock game playthrough will be a mod. Apologies, yes, you're correct. My building is not modded. So yes, it will be put into a mod that'll be released at some unknown date, and then you guys will be able to, I assume, download it like normal, I hope, and just play it. Now the problem is, I think there's other Skyblock mods out there, so I don't actually know what ours is going to be called. I should really ask I should really. That seems like a basic question to ask, and I haven't done that. But yeah, that's what we're gonna do eventually, and then I will let you guys know what the mod's actually called, and then you'll be able to play it. Hopefully, you know, that's sort of the goal. Yeah, no, yeah, and I get what you're saying, Orange. So, guys, by the way, I know we have people on Twitch and we have people on YouTube. If you haven't checked out the YouTube channel, please hit exclamation YouTube in chat if you're in Twitch. Go check out the channel. I was actually supposed to post a video this week. I have not gotten around to it. There is one ready for next week already, but I need to do some more editing. I'd like to release that sooner than later. But the point is, we have videos basically every week, give or take, and you can find build ideas, you can find tutorials, that kind of stuff. So check it out. We're trying to get to 10K subs. We're at like 9.6, I think, which is pretty good. Yeah, once we hit 10K, I am planning on releasing like one of my builds or a map or something just to kind of celebrate. You know, one thing I've been talking about or like thinking about is how I would, you know, as the channel grows, I think it's nice to have like it's nice to be able to like give people that are like subscribing to the channel or like, you know, becoming members of the channel or subscribing on Twitch or whatever, like access to like stuff. I think some of that stuff would be like doing builds. So if I made like, I don't know, if I said, hey, I'll make a world and I'll make this one build and I'll be like, hey, you can download this. You know, like I think that'd be kind of nice, but then I also feel like I would be gating a lot of like I don't know. I very much debate on this, but I feel like I'd be gating like some of the like fun designs and stuff that I work on, and I don't know if I really want to do that. So we'll see. I think that looks okay. What did I do here that felt different? Nothing. I just think it's just because it's so much bigger, I think, so this kind of gets clogged up. Is there a reason for you not streaming more? So Vinny, yeah, it's a good question. Part of it is just like, you have to understand, right? Like I don't do this full time, so yes, a lot of it's like work. Like my work day is depending on the day, but like generally it's like 8:30 to like 6ish. Sometimes I do a little bit of work on weekends, but for the most part, it's like if let's say I'm done work, let's say I do 9 to 5, right? 9 to 5, 8 hours, whatever. I work from home, so it's not a big deal. The problem is like I got to do things around the house. You know, I have to go get groceries, make dinner. Like I generally like to try to go to the gym. I may have other things like I have to do. Sometimes I also just like, you know, don't want to do anything. I just want to relax and chill. So there's a lot of that stuff. And then other times I should be editing, right? So it's like 2 days a week. If I did this full time, I probably still wouldn't do it 5 days a week, I don't think, right? And that's the thing that's tricky. It's like streaming in a way you can argue is a waste of your time, because what you should be doing realistically, it's nice to build a community. It's lovely to chat to people, right? Like, but at the end of the day, like what I end up having to do is like, you know, there's no permanence of Twitch stuff. So once you stream, Twitch like only holds your video for a few days. Now you can stream on YouTube and people can find your like stuff later, but generally speaking, it's kind of like the time I spend on it, I don't think is actually as worthwhile as maybe some other stuff. So, you know, for me, like yeah, if I had like a clone and I said, hey, you can stream for 5 hours or 6 hours a day, I would say go for it, right? Like, but the reality is no, it's a priority thing. It's like, I don't think, you know, I enjoy this, but I don't want to burn out on this. And it is like, if I was a successful streamer, it'd be a lot easier to come back to it, because I'd be like, okay, if I put 5 hours in, I make a couple $100, you know, I can pay my bills, whatever. But I don't, and most people don't, right? And the joy of it isn't, the joy of streaming for me is the interaction with you guys and like the build process and going through like the challenges of it, right? Like that to me is more fun. But if you look at it as like a time to effort value, it's not a good trade-off. Let's put it that way. So I don't know. It's a good question though. Like I wish I could do a little bit more, but then I'm always like, if I'm streaming, like, shouldn't I be editing stuff? Like I should probably be editing stuff. Like realistically I should be editing, and I don't like really want to edit, and then my videos don't come out. Like this week, like I was busy, so I didn't have time to do some of the editing. But then when I did, I was like, you know what? I just feel like sitting down, playing some games. I want to watch a football game on the weekend. Like, this is kind of nice. I haven't done that in a while, you know? But I can't do that every week. Oh, no, your internet died. No, Orange, no, I won't make it big, man. No. And like, here's the thing. Like, what is, okay, here's a question for you, Orange. What would you define, and this is actually for anyone in chat, okay? What would you define as successful, like, or making it big, I should say, on YouTube or Twitch? Like, what would you classify that looking like? Yeah, making it big. What does that look like to you, right? Well, Vinny, yeah, maybe if Terraria was a bigger game, maybe, but then there'd be more people doing it, and so like arguably that would make it harder for people to find me, right? So it does kind of goes both ways on that one. So Goose, it is a big game. It's a very popular game, but it's not like a Minecraft. Like, there are far more viewed games. So like Call of Duty is far more popular. It may not be a bigger game because there's so many versions, but Terraria is a one game that's been around for 15 years. So like, if you take it into context, like, it's got a very good community around it, but it's not a, I wouldn't call this a like super popular game. Yes, but that's not the same thing though. A highly purchased game does not mean it's a highly viewed game, right? So like, I don't know, take like a Super Mario game. Like, Super Mario is a really popular game, and the franchise is popular, but as a viewership base goes, it's not that popular. Being able to freely stream and do what, yeah, no, but Orange, but that's my point. But don't forget, like, streaming is work, right? And so like, it's easy work for the most part, but some people stream like 10 hours a day, and they do, like, if I was streaming 10 hours a day to make $50,000 a year, or whatever, like, you know, a good like annual average salary is, like, I'd be like, dude, that's not worth it to me. Because you're not developing much of another skill set. Now, obviously, like, it's easy to be like, oh, it'd be better than, you know, I don't know, some other job. But usually other jobs have more potential for progression, which, you know, I don't know. Maybe it's a good debate to have, maybe. But to me, I just, like, I don't know, man. Like, if my Terraria channel tomorrow had 1 million subscribers and I was making $10,000 a video, I'm like, I don't think I would leave my job, right? Like, I can't imagine a world where I'm like removed from that stuff, if that makes sense. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just old like that, you know? Like, I just old-fashioned. Because to me, it's weird to kind of go down that route, I guess. You know, there's something about like the consistency of it that's not easy to replicate. Ah, Moo! Wait, is that Moo from Moo, like the one that we're working on this with, right? Or is this another Moo? That would be very weird. Yeah, exactly. It's lost relevancy. That's right, Gooseman. In general, I think it's just living comfortably, but in like streaming gaming, then maybe like having it blow up, or at least, oh yeah, maybe Nate. I don't know, man. Like I said, my thing with it is like, I don't expect, like, listen, I picked a game that's like 15 years old. Okay, within the game, you know what's popular? If you go and look up Terraria, what is popular on YouTube is like challenge runs and playthroughs. I could do that. I'm not very good at it, but I could like practice enough and do it. I like building, so I was like, the hell with that. I'm gonna do what I like to do. And if people don't like that and it's not popular, then that's on me a bit, because I can clearly see what the popular things are. If I choose not to pursue that because I want to do something else, then, you know, I have no one to blame but myself ultimately. You know, but I don't know. It just like I said, all this stuff just really just depends. Depends on the person, depends what they like, you know. Tis me. Okay, so guys, Moo is in Twitch chat. So Moo is the guy that is actually coding out and doing like everything to make this actually work. I'm just doing the islands. Okay, so he's actually doing all the work to, like, the actual work of putting the game together. Yeah, Moo, you know what I realized is I don't know what date or how people are going to play this. Do they have to go to, like, it's on the Tmod loader, it would be? And what's this going to be called? Because isn't there another Skyblock? Hey, Rocket, no worries, man. No worries, dude. We'll catch you later. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. Enjoy the okay. No, I read that. Oh, I think smaller streams are better because the huge full-time streams get greedy. So Vinny, you know what the problem is I think you see this a lot on platforms and YouTube and other stuff. And I think it's actually a really fascinating topic. It's like, so when you're doing this and you're like, it's a hobby and you enjoy it and you do it on your own schedule and there's no real pressure. But once you start getting like bigger, you can't make like on YouTube, it's like a channel that goes from having like one guy behind a camera like me to like, oh, well, now I got a guy who's editing for me. Oh, and then I got a guy holding the camera. Well, I got to pay those people. So now like the views and the revenue matter, right? Because the quality of the content I have and the speed at which I can generate the content is at a certain rate, right? And so when you lose that, you lose those people, the quality goes down, and then your channel becomes irrelevant. It's kind of like you get on this weird treadmill with it. And, you know, I don't know. I think people... Yeah, it really depends, but I do think sometimes people underestimate like the pain that is, you know. Orange, I can't build, so you can definitely build Orange. You can absolutely build. It just takes a little bit of practice. And also, Moo, how you doing, man? It's gonna be called Moomoo's Ultimate Skyblock. Fair enough. How about this? Tommy's Ultimate Skyblock. No, you're doing all the coding. Like I'm just removed fully from the name, you know? But yeah, so long as people can find it, I think that's the important thing. Well, it's very easy to go down a bad hole when you're popular. I think you're right. Okay, so I do think people, you know what it is though? I think it's people that get really popular that are like really young and haven't done other things tend to go down that route. It's like because they think like they're the center of the universe, and maybe that's part of it, you know. But I think to me, in general, I mean, you're not wrong. I just think like, I don't know. I think sometimes it happens, I guess. Yeah, like people kind of just go down this fucking rabbit hole of just everything's about them, you know? And they spend all their money and they buy dumb stuff. And then, you know, a few years later, they're out of money and they're irrelevant and they're depressed. And I'm like, you know, if you have everything, it's worth figuring out how to hold on to it. Just a tip, you know? If you're lucky enough to make it, I think you gotta take care of your money and yourself and your life, and you'll eventually kind of figure things out. But a lot of people don't really like doing the boring, responsible stuff, which, you know, that's on them. Wait, who immediately gets respect? Anyone who can build anything? All right, I'll take it. I'll take all the respect I can get. Steam Workshop. Oh, I got you. It's going to be on my last mod ever, so... Oh, really, Moo? How many mods have you made, man? Moomoo's Special Skyblock? Quitting Tubon to pursue online programming games and all. See, this is a great point. Sorry, I know I'm behind on chat, guys, but see, this is what I'm saying. Moomoo does this because he enjoys it, but once you have to actually earn money to pay for shit, like once you have to actually pay for shit, it's a whole different ballgame, right? Like you're no longer like, oh, I'm gonna, like you have to actually spend hours of your time like figuring out how you're gonna make something like work, like make it viable, right? And I think that's the difference. A lot of times it's like, it's very easy to just be like, well, like, yeah, I just do this thing and I don't worry about it. I'm like, yeah, that's cool, like if you can do it, but most people can't. Most people can't make that work. That's not an option for them, you know? This is kind of weird looking. I think maybe we can... Let's maybe get rid of that. Okay, this is looking okay now. Anyway, we can... See, the problem is this doesn't connect always, which... Or I guess it does. What am I talking about? I thought it didn't connect for some reason. That's okay. Yeah, you gotta work on that mod name, Moo. There's so much YouTubers quitting. So, Nape, yeah, I've noticed that. I've seen a couple of videos about all these YouTubers quitting, and, like, I totally get it. Like, I've only been doing it for a few years. I've never had any... Like, I will give you guys like, a good example. My videos get very few views, but, like, a view count of, like, what I make, like, in a month, I might make, like 50 bucks. Maybe. So it means it takes like a couple months for me to get a payout. So like, and you know, if I was getting like $2,000 a video, that'd be great, right? But I'm like, I don't. So, you know, and I'm not in this weird treadmill state either, but there is something to be said for, you know, not having to deal with that shit. Shark, what's going on, man? Welcome, guys. I'm sorry I'm quite behind on chat. Idea, Moo Man, Epic Skyblock. Oh my god. Let him come up with them. Let him. You made 17 mods? Jesus. That's a lot of mods, man. How long does a mod take you to make, more or less? Because I have no clue. Sorry, most start pretty early and then they just get trapped in. Yeah, I know, Nate, but the thing is, there's a difference between being trapped and making millions of dollars versus being trapped and making like a couple grand, right? That's the thing. People want to do this, but then they don't make money and they're like, oh, it was a failure. I'm like, I think the problem is the stories you hear about when it comes to anything, but especially on YouTube, I find is like, you're not going to hear about, you know, the story you're going to hear about? You're going to hear about the story of the guy who like, yeah, like the Mr. Beast. You're going to hear about the guy who counted to 1 million and then became like a YouTube sensation, right? Like, now they have to continue the success, but it's like, you don't hear about the dude that like does a pretty good job editing, does a pretty good job with videography, does a pretty good job script writing, does a pretty good job with like ideas, and gets, you know, 20,000 views on a video. Which is, by the way, is really fucking good, like, in my opinion. You hear about the guy that's like, oh, like, this guy made like $1 bajillion in 7 seconds. Like, that's the guy you hear about, because you have to sensationalize everything or it's not interesting. But the reality is, and statistically, and this is the same for Twitch, by the way, on Twitch, like, I think it's like, if you had 300 concurrent viewers, you're in like the top 1% of Twitch. So think about people that have like 10,000 viewers, like the magnitude difference. And then the top guys have like 50, 60,000 people watching. Like, so you have these orders of magnitude that people just don't even understand. And I'm always like, you like, people are like, oh, it's not that. I'm like, you don't realize like having 100 viewers to me is like pretty freaking awesome. You know, I have like 4. Like, so I'm pretty happy with 4. Shark, how you doing, man? Daniel, you're getting really close to 10K. I feel like you were at like just... Oh, thanks, Daniel. Well, I mean, so Daniel, I think like there has been a slight uptick. It slowed down again a good bit, because I think part of it's like there haven't been any videos I made that are like super relevant. Like where I saw the most increase was like when I 1.4.4 came out and I did like a shimmer video, and that like gave me like 100,000 views over time, but it was like my best performing video, and that was like pretty good. And after that, it's like haven't had anything anywhere near that, except the Hallowed Islands. I gotta do the Hallowed Islands. I gotta do those. Yes, I agree, Nate. I like the Underworld or the Arctic one as well. The Underworld's okay. Some mods I put in. So some mods I put in about a day or two of work. Wow. Yo-Yo Mod took over a year? Holy crap. Shark's already started. Oh, look at you go. Look at you go, sir. I agree, man. It would depend on the scope and stuff. I got 11 viewers? Well, you know what I mean. I have maybe 10 viewers. Like, talk about 100 would be 10 times. 1,000 would be 100 times, right? Like, and then you get 10,000. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you just... It gets out of hand. Well, listen, and now we also have a few people on YouTube, so I guess technically we have a few more. But you know what I mean? I'm not like coming in like I don't like turn on my screen and like, hey, we have like 600 people here just chilling, right? And if we did, I think the other problem with that, and this is one thing I have talked about before, is like the trick with that would be like, how the hell would I read chat? I struggle with 10 people in here, right? Now, again, one of my favorite parts is the chat. The problem is it's like I suck at reading it. So you know. I worked fast for 2 years before quitting, so now I'm thinking of going into Roblox game development. Sounds good. No, fuck, who cares? Move. If you want to do it and you have the skills and you're like, just do it, right? Like, I worked in restaurants growing up, and then, you know, I've had different kinds of jobs, you know. Jobs are jobs. Everything's a job. Just get paid and have time for your hobbies. That's kind of how I try to treat my jobs, like in work in general. That's the goal. Your builds are insane. Oh, thanks, Shark. This is just a Skyblock island. We're working on this for Moo, who's here in chat. And we're kind of going through. Prepare to scam those children. Oh my god. Is Roblox like full of scammers? I'm not familiar with Roblox. I know the game. I've never played it or like looked at it. I just hear about it a lot. That's crazy but sad as well because it shows how much nobody watches their streams. Oh, well, yeah, but like, you know what? Like, Nape, the thing is, like, I think one of the things that's crazy with streaming in general is I think people have these really odd expectations of how well they do. Now, again, because you will hear about the people that do really well, but I think for the most part, a lot of people don't realize it's just you just kind of grind it out, honestly, and that'll probably give you an idea of it, right? Like, and it's always funny too because a lot of people are like not always, but people will ask me for my like opinion on like streaming. I'm like, guys, I am not a good streamer. Like, by the numbers, like metrics, from a metric standpoint, I'm not a good streamer. Right? I think I can be like engaging and like interesting or whatever. But for the most part, I'm not a big streamer because I'm not. You know, like it's built into the cake. There's no arguing that. Simulated roleplay games are probably your best bet for, you mean for his work? Actually, any assets are similar, especially development area like stuff like Unity. Didn't Unity get shut down? Weren't they like people building on that and they got rid of it or something? Plenty of people that came from Roblox became great game creators. Yeah, I don't think because like look at like if you look at Terraria. Like Terraria on the surface, if you look at it, it's like 2D, graphics are but the game's great. I think you can be a really good developer of a game or have ideas for a game without having to have some sort of tremendous like crazy, like I don't know, man, like again, a topic we've talked about here. How many AAA games have come out that you've been like, this is great? Diablo 4 fucking sucked, right? Warzone, like Call of Duty, the recent one and now number 3, mediocre. All the EA sports games, garbage. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's something like I've been playing like this Valheim, V Rising. I played a bit of BattleBit. Played Grounded. Like Satisfactory. Like these games are like way better. Like I can play them and be like, oh, I just gotta keep playing it. Like I can't help it. Like now maybe the style of game I like has changed, but like I'm not buying any more Blizzard games. Like I vetoed Blizzard. I'm not buying another game from Blizzard until the game like fully comes out. It has a ton of like, I don't say release, but like a lot of like backing to it, and that it's positive. And if it's not, I'm not even gonna look at it. Not even gonna look at it. I don't care. I thought Unity was getting shut down. Shark, I appreciate you think I'm a good streamer. I'm just saying by the numbers, I am not a good streamer. In part, like, listen, this goes back to a question that Vinny asked. It's like, why don't you stream more, right? Because technically, if I stream 4 days a week, would more people find me in the Terraria section? Really? Do we think so? Probably not, right? Like, I don't think more people would find me if I was sitting here in the Terraria section. I could be wrong, right? I could be wrong, but I don't know. Maybe it's a possibility, right? But reality is probably not. I don't like this. I don't hate that though. You know, so like what I'm saying is like there are streamers that come up with these really fun ideas for every stream. They like really plan out their streams and do it. But a lot of times those people are also like, well, I don't know if they're already successful, but like that's what probably makes them a successful streamer. Whereas I'm like, I just don't put the time into it. I acknowledge that. Like I would have to put in a bit more bit of time and develop it a bit more and get like better at it. But you know, like I enjoy it, so there's that. You know. Hey Spice, what's going on? Imagine a party with dresses and cake and singing and dancing and cake. So a party with cake is what you're saying. Yeah, Moo, I've been playing BattleBit. It's good fun. I'm not good at it, but I enjoy it. Actually, Moo, if you ever want to play, just hit me up, man. I'm down. They tried to pull, yes, Unity tried to pull a scummy move where each game made in Unity would owe a lot of, yes, this is what it was. Bullshit. By the way. This dude's a realist. Yeah, I know, Orange. Well, listen, man, like maybe you guys can clip me saying something intelligent and it'll go viral, you know? No! Doomhammer! Shows up after 8 months, disappearing. He's like, hey, he's a real a-hole. Got to keep the ego in check. It's fair. It's fair. That's why. Okay. That's why you support the channel. By the way, have you noticed that your emblem beside you has changed? Because we made some new ones. So people who have been here longer have these different sort of, not emotes. What the fuck are they called? Badges. Badges. You have a different badge. I've been doing some updates, okay, to my life and to my cat's life, who never uses that, by the way, and to the stream. So, you know, we're getting there. That's it. When trying to put any of the graphics, nothing is fun. But see, that's my thing, Nate. Like there are games that I play games my entire life. I'm born, okay? I'm born in an era, okay? I'm born in an era where literally internet was dial-up. Like, the internet was new, okay? So I've been around for like the NES and SNES and everything going up there. Diablo 1, Diablo 2. Those were new releases, okay? Sega Genesis. And now it's just like, everything is a microtransaction. Everything is how can I make some money? Everything is just like this friggin' this is why I think indie games are gonna be like the way to go, because like the people that build out the game have an idea, they have a concept, they have a direction, and they finish. Baldur's Gate is a perfect example. Like, I don't care about Dungeons and Dragons. Never played in my life. I played that game with a buddy for like 3 hours. Just the dialogue alone, I was like, holy crap, like this is crazy. Like we got I got to level like 5 or something, right? Like the world, like everything, like, and people are like, oh well, like you'll never see, like that dev team, was it Lorien? What are they called? I forget that. Anyways, they spent like 7 years building that game, and it's phenomenal, right? So I don't have a problem with AAA titles. I mean, just make it good. Like, just make it good. Like, and like Deep Rock Galactic, Valheim, like I said, Grounded, Satisfactory, fucking V Rising. I just started playing. Like, great games. They're fun. Like, I enjoy them, right? I enjoy them. Like, but my God, man, like I'm not paying $80 for those games either. So like V Rising was $20. I've already put like 30 hours into it or something. It's good fun. It's frustrating, it's challenging, whatever. You don't need these, like Diablo 4 was like $100. And I might have played it for 60 hours, maybe more. Like I maybe paid it 100 hours. Like, so my point is I'm spending $1 per hour. You know what I mean? It's nuts. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Doom. Hey, Michael, what's going on, dude? I'm really behind on chat. Moo, I'm a sniper as well, so we should definitely play. You have to hit me up, man. Nape, you're playing. I think he said he was. Yes. No, I like snipers in that game. It's fun. Yeah, I just played some Vengeance. Oh, it's rough. You're doing death mode? Nah, screw that. I would die too much. Michael, yes, baby steps indeed, my friend. Can you do boss rush with me or help me burn Sienna? I don't remember which one. I don't think I can do it on that one. You want to play Clement, but I don't know how to play it. It's just Terraria. Or you mean you don't know how to download it? Yes, that's true, Nape. If you do play Calamity, it's got so much stuff. I agree. I do actually think you need some other mods along with it, because there's just too much going on. Wait, Doom, which ones? The games I mentioned? Do you have V Rising? I'm just getting through that one. I'm enjoying that one a lot. And we were just talking about Battle Dead as well. I've been playing that. I kind of interchange those two. I love adventure and survival games. I do too, Shark. Yeah, some of these survival games I've been really enjoying. There's a new one coming out. I forget the name of it. Someone will know. It's a new survival game. It looks really pretty nice. I just forget the name, but I'm excited for it if my brain can remember what it is. Monzi would probably want, or Fargo's Mutant, yes. Instant Platfall, I don't know what that is. Alchemist. Alchemist is good. That's required, I think, yes. Subworld Library? Oh, see, I don't think I ever used that. Death mode isn't hard. Well, you know. That's right, dude. Just trying to figure out what to play. Michael, we were just talking about this. Go play an indie game. Go play an indie game. Find an indie game and just play it. You'll be amazed. There's some really fun games that are indie games. I've mentioned a few. Deep Rock Galactic, Valheim, if you like survival games, right? Like Satisfactory, if you like progression, like, well, that one's a tough one, but like, I don't know, you just gotta look at a few games. Like V Rising is a lot of fun. V Rising to me feels like it's a combination of Valheim and a combination of like Diablo. It's fun as shit. It's great. I'm not good at it, but it's fun. I don't like mods like Calamity because I used to play Troy on the 3DS. Oh god. You prefer the original? I think it's fine. Original's fine. Original's fine. Yeah, the new stuff, that's the one thing I will say with Calamity, it's confusing as shit. There is so much stuff. And like, you don't even, like, the boss list is the only way I know what the progression is, but I never know what's better than the other thing. I think you have to play it a lot to know, like, okay, like this armor is like the armor I need for this, you know? Like, you know, if you do like Wall of Flesh when you're in vanilla mode, yeah, you get the meteorite armor, you can shoot the gun a lot. Like, it's, you know, you kind of have things like that. So, Undertale. I've heard Undertale. Heartbound? No. Deltarune, I don't know what that is. Yeah, exactly, Nate. But you have to know, but I'm just saying like progression from an armor and weapon standpoint. Do not like Calamity and often hate when people try to make mods to be like it. I mean, Thorium, Calamity. I don't know. That's a potion that lights up stuff that's good. Oh, Deltarune's. There is a new survival type exploration game that's coming out. I just can't remember the frickin' name. You know what? Let me look at this. Let me look it up. One sec. Someone mentioned in chat the other day. No. Enshrouded. That's what it is. That's the one that I think is gonna be really interesting. Now, I could be wrong. It could suck. It could suck. That's fair. It could be terrible. Okay? Not denying that. Could be the worst game ever, in fact. But it looks pretty cool. There is to get a rabbit hole and become obsessed with the game, mainly the characters. I mean, Undertale to me, like, again, like, that's a game, aren't the graphics kind of in that game, in Undertale? I haven't played it, but again, I've heard really good things. So, like, who cares, right? Like, this goes back to my point. It's like, games today, like, for me, more and more, maybe it's because I just have less time. I have less time for the BS, I guess, but, like, there's something to be said for, like, can we just get a game that's, like, easy to play and like enjoyable? Like, there's a story, there's like a character, there's or a good progression system, or like, you know, I don't know, like, I'm trying to think of games like that, like I played recently, and like I said, I keep mentioning the same ones. It's allows modders to add their own dimension. You were talking about this before, Moon, right? It's just a tool. Yeah, you were using that. It's like pixel art. Yeah, okay, that's it. That's what I'm thinking of, Nape, yeah. But again, like, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Like, this goes back to my point. Like, the graphics inherently don't make the game. And I think that's one of the things, like, back in the day, I think graphics became like, yeah, realism. But then I'm like, but if it's realistic, I feel like I'm buying a game now to pay taxes on it. You know? Like, I don't want to pay for everything. I want to buy the game, right? And I want to own the game after I buy it. And then I never want to talk about it again. Like, you know, like how many games you guys have in your Steam library that you just don't play? But like, you played it. You might have played the game for 80 hours, you beat it, and you said, that was good. I beat it. It's like, as an example, like the Witcher games. Witcher 3 was like, great. I beat it. I think I played it like a different way. Like I tried a different like way of playing it, like where I was like only a sorcerer or something, I can't remember. Totally fine. Skyrim, a great example. Skyrim was like, you would play that as like melee, then you would play it as a rogue, then you would play it as a, like, you know what I mean? Like, and you could just play it over and over and over and over, and there's always something else to discover, always somewhere else to go. Now that's an open world game, right? There's a lot to do in it, but I'm like, fantastic game, right? Fantastic game. But it's like, how many games have come out like that? And not every game is going to be game of the year. Like, I get that, but I'm just saying, like, somewhere along the line, like, you know, there's got to be like something that you're like, oh yeah, this is great. Like, I could play this forever, you know? It doesn't really exist anymore. Just describe Half Moon Tale. At a certain point, realism just feels boring. Exactly. I like games, for example, like BattleBit. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, exactly. Well, I feel like, you know what's funny? I just feel like I'm warmongering in in Minecraft. That's what it feels like. It feels like you're a Minecraft character and you're just put in a war setting. But again, like, I don't worry about that. Like, the realism disappears pretty quickly. Like, the movement and like the gunplay is like pretty good. And it's like, I hop on, I play a couple rounds, I log off, right? And I can do that for a while. I don't need to do, you know, fucking 10 million hours of me, you know, being the best at it. And like, the other thing is like a lot less cheating from what I can tell goes on in that game, which is nice, you know? So there's that. That helps. Never a bad thing. Oh boy, I'm making this worse. No, but Orange, that's another game. I've only heard good things about Lethal Company. It's like really popular right now, right? Which I think is great. I think this island's looking okay. I feel like we're missing some bits and bobs here, but again, I feel like part of this texturing is like going overboard is like kind of part of the fun. So maybe we'll put a little bit more sand up here. And then, okay, so you're here. Do you want like a little pyramid here, or like I was gonna do a little bit of water and like a little rundown like porta potty type thing, and then something similar to this, I think. Now I want to, but I don't. My friend has a plate with. There is single player. Oh. You love Lethal? I mean, I've heard good things. I haven't played. I think I've seen it. It's like kind of 3D, right? It has a bit of a weird look to it, but obviously, if people really enjoy it, there's probably a reason for it, right? Lethal Company is so much fun. I tried Lethal Company in the morning, but I just play solo. Huh? What's it? What do you do in that game? Yeah, I think no. This is like an Oasis type build, I think. This part here is bothering me. I'm gonna fill this in. I don't know why I have this open. This is not needed, so I'm gonna kind of clog this up. This seems not like a requirement right now. Like this needs to be sand or something. Oh god. Oh no. So I'm gonna show this to you guys.
She is. But she got on the road and then she was like, wait a second, I can do this.
I don't know if you guys can see this. It's probably a bit blurry. Hold on.
With her little booties lifted up.
No, I know, but it's the light.
There you go.
There it is. With the little boots. It's like cold, so she doesn't like having her paws in the... She's just like, I don't know about this. So wait, did she walk and she like swim? Or she like...
Well, this is her first putting it on.
And yeah, she tries to get them off.
Wait, just give her a second because she didn't want to move. And then she was like, no, I hate this. And it was like, stop it. And then like one paw up and then was like, like so unamused. And then we took pictures because she was so sad and her go, that's just good.
Oh, okay.
I think she was also like, I want to get these off, but we like had no problem. Yeah, she was doing that a bit.
Yeah.
But she had no problems.
That's good, yeah.
And this is towards the end. She was like, all right, I'm good.
Oh, let's see. Yeah, awesome. So stupid.
Someone across the street was like, I like those boots.
Oh my god. Sorry, guys. Oh,
I'm not hungry by the way, so I'm not
just don't worry about me whenever you decide to... Okay. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I gotta catch up. That was fucking funny though. She's just like, ugh. And then I was looking at videos of her like actually walking, and she's like, so funny. Sorry. Lethal is made by Roblox. Okay, find a scrap metal to sell. You have to reach a quota. Also, there will be many more islands. Sulfurous Sea and maybe dungeon. Also, will there be any more islands like one from the ocean? No, so this is not going to be Calamity. This is going to be like vanilla style. There won't be like other biomes. I don't have time for that shit. It'd be kind of nice though. Okay, so you go into facilities, collect scrap, and sell for money, but the main fun is avoiding very dangerous enemies. Oh. So basically, okay, fair enough. I feel like there was another game like that. That's a cute dog. Well, she's pretty cute. Oh, it's so sorry. The breed is we don't know. It's a mix, but she's a rescue. But it's American Dingo. It's called. She's basically just like a dingo. Beach dog. Dog shoes are hilarious, especially in the snow. But she's been walking in the snow, and she would like walk a bit, and then she would just like keep a paw up, and you're like, okay. And then she didn't want to move. I was like, okay, well, we got to figure out how to do this because you got to go for a walk. So I'm waiting for the Horizon Forbidden West to come out. Oh, Horizon Forbidden West. Didn't that come out already? Isn't it? Well, it's not, that's the mech hunting game, right? That game looked kind of cool. I would probably play that game. I think it would be a little bit repetitive, but it could be fun. Yes, Orange. That is the missus. Although she hasn't proposed to me yet. I'm still waiting. You know. That enchanted sword. Nice. That's actually hard to find. Yeah. All about vanilla, baby. Pop off queen, slay. Pyramid? Who? Wait. What? Spice? What are you talking about? Yeah, Doomhammer's response. Yes. Oh, okay, Michael. The PC didn't version come out. Okay, because I was like, isn't that a thing? Yeah, Horizon Zero Dawn's the first one, right? I think. That one was a game I thought I would play. When building response, do you have to account for hard mode biomes automatically spawning? I don't know, Daniel. That's a good question for Moo. Moo is the technical genius. I'm just building stuff. I make it look pretty. He makes it work. It's, yeah. It's the way this is going. I think this is looking a little bit better. I just feel like we need, I don't know. I just feel like, you know what? Maybe we need, just like sand coming through here. I just feel like this could be, like I said, a little bit darker. That looks a little better. Now I also need to actually like hammer some of these into place. So the problem now is this feels a little thin, like it doesn't have a lot of holding it up. So maybe we will, and then that doesn't feel like it's got a core going through it. So this is always a challenge. I mean, this is okay. It's okay. Just use every white girl saying one message. Moo, someone was someone asked. Daniel asked this in YouTube. Sorry, that's why you didn't see it. Apologies. Daniel asked, when building for this mod, do you have to account for hard mode biomes automatically spawning in the V shape like in vanilla? I don't even know what that is. And then also, yeah, Vinny's asking, how are you gonna do the ore generation? Am I gonna add secret things like sword friends? So Daniel, this is a good question. So I know you're not in the Twitch chat, but Moo is in our Twitch chat. He's actually the guy who's gonna be doing all the like smart things in the background, I'll call it. He's gonna do the engineering of this. Okay, so I'm asking him. He'll let me know. But he might just, I am guessing some stuff he might just disable entirely from happening, or he might find a way to make it happen as normal. I'm not really sure. We're gonna have to do a lot of testing once we get everything up and running. I know he's probably testing stuff as he goes, but I think as I have these islands, they might have impact in some way. I don't know how. So we might have to deal with that as well. But good questions. I want to fight Supreme Calamitous. You're gonna die. I hope you cry. Your tears sustain me. I just did. Oh, you just disabled it from happening. Okay, well, there's your answer, Daniel. Yeah. I didn't know you stream on. Oh, so Moo, I multi-stream. So when I stream here, I'm also simultaneously streaming on YouTube. It just makes it easier. Not that many people on YouTube watch, which is funny because I have like almost 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. You think I'd have some level of audience, but it's fine. Any plans to do really? So Daniel's asking this from YouTube. Any plans to do really huge islands, or is this about? So Daniel, this is probably about as big as it's going to be because it is going to be a Skyblock mod. But we do have some bigger islands, like this one. But it's super secret, and I can't show you. No, it's a lie. I'll show you. I'm a nice guy. So we have like other islands for each biome, right? forest, this, you know, little small ones. So the idea, Daniel, is I'm going to make a bunch of islands, like 4 or 5 per biome. And then what Moo is going to do is he's going to take these islands and like he might mush this one into this island. He might remove the house from this one and like chop this in half. Like, so the idea is like I give him like a bit of a template that he can work with. Moo, you've been doing this, right? Oh, Moo's there now. Okay, well, okay, he's right there. Anyways, so what he's going to be doing is that he's going to kind of chop and slice it. These are not mine, by the way. I have to redo these. But like this jungle one, as an example, this is technically all one island with the bridge, but he could easily have a bridge that's like, he could like chop this up, keep this side the same, remove this entire section, break this up, right? And then this could be an island even further away. Or he could take this island and take these 2 small ones and like put these 2 small ones on the side. Or you know what I mean? Like he can splice these however he wants. This one's obviously a bit bigger, but like the idea is like what I was trying to do is put a lot of detail into the designs, because the cool thing with it is once I build them, he can kind of customize what makes sense based on what he sort of needs, right? So some of these are probably too big, and some of them have details that you could repeat in certain things, because like the idea is like these are adding to the world. Like one of the problems with mods and some of this stuff is like you open a mod and it's like, yeah, you get a bunch of cool items, but like the world generation is just like the same as normal, and a skyblock mod's fine, but it's really just a block in the sky. And I'm like, well, you know what he's doing when he mentioned he was gonna do islands, I was like, well, I can make some islands. Like it'd be kind of cool to have these. Now you may have 1 of these, you may have 10 of these, I don't know, but the point is it's like you can kind of make it your own. And by the way, Moo, another thing you can do with these, I thought of this the other day, is you can just take a Clentaminator and just Clentaminate the hell out of it, and then that would give you potentially some different looks for islands as well. But yeah, so like the biggest islands are probably this one and that jungle one. They're not going to be huge. Like this is probably as big as it's going to be, because the map's only so big, so you can't have like, you can't be in Skyblock and it's like there's an island that takes up like half the sky, you know? It just wouldn't work. I gotta cut to the chat again. Maybe make a drama mass. Once the world gen is done, all the islands, I'm going to do multiple playthroughs, probably with some other people. Yeah, like me, because I'm making it. You gotta stop excluding me from your vocabulary, Moo. All right, you're gonna work with me, and you're gonna like it. Orange, I hope you lose. Yes, that's right. Oh, right, that's right. That does lead to Plantera, which is where the sub-world library comes in. Oh, I still like my geode idea for Jungle Island. Wait, what was that one, Vinny? Yeah, Daniel, no problem. So, Daniel, the cool thing is, okay, is that this whole thing, Moo is going to use these islands to make, like, these are going to be in the Skyblock mod. So, I'm going to be making a video, like, probably something to the effect of, like, oh, I spent 200 days building this, like, stuff, right? I don't know, I'll title it something like that, right? And the idea will be that will be a video that'll highlight what I'm making, and then I'll explain like what these are for and where it's like from, whatever, and then hopefully the mod will also be up by then. I can point people to it, right? Because I don't have a huge community, but I was like, you know, fuck man, like it'll be fun, and maybe we'll play it on stream with people in chat can join us, and we'll just jump into it and see how it goes. We may not play it all the time, but it'll be fun. You died? Yes. Yes. I love it. Yeah, awesome. So Daniel, the idea behind it is just like, I think it's kind of cool to have an area that just has more interesting islands, I guess. I need the damn earth. I know you can't make red roofs for shit. Oh my god. I can't make red roofs for shit. I'm a good friend. You are such a good friend, Spice. Such a good friend. Wait, what was your idea? Wait, get him to show up. What? I don't know what your idea was. So if there's the jungle islands generating. Yeah, come on, Moo, get on that, man. I also made a custom block for fog. So you don't have to worry about fog. Oh, okay, gotcha. That's actually smart. It's used to being a solo dev. Not anymore. Now we're a team. I don't know how it happened, but here we are. You already lost? I know, but I'm behind on chat, Orange. I'm just happy you died. It's all good, you know, it's uplifting for me. Tell me on the bottom right with the Master Jungle Island. Oh, yes. Yeah. I remember that. Yeah, let me remind myself. Sorry, I do recall. Yeah, you had mentioned this, making like a geode, and I was like, you know what? That's a really good idea. And we did crystal. Right, we put the crystal blocks and did it green to make it look like a geode. Yeah, I did like that. It was a cool concept because I was like, you know what? It was. I kept saying, I was like, it just looks all the same. So having this down here kind of added something. You can kind of make it out. We put some gems and some other crystals and stuff. Now, the problem with this is that, as you know, gems don't actually spawn until you have hallowed. So technically, you shouldn't have access to these. But you know what? If someone wants to go and get them, who am I to stop them? You know? It's about. This is not. I do form over function. Function's not my issue. Function's Moo's issue. Timon recently added stuff which lets me add notifications when people join the role. Oh, okay. Oh, that's okay. Well, Moo, I'm just listen. All I'm saying, Moo, is if you whatever the thing is, like however people join, like if there's put a sign, you can just say I don't know. It'd be kind of cool, like because I've never done anything for mod, so I think it'd be need to have my name tied to it. Be like, you know, you'd be like Moo, like you know, mod is made by you, no question. If you just say, but in game it says islands built by Tommy, I think it'd be kind of neat. You know, it'd be kind of neat. I hope your builds get corrupted. I can corrupt them. I can do it. No idea what I'm gonna do with the biome test. It will instead be placed for. Well, we have to talk about the dungeon again. I can build one, but I think we'll have to maybe get in a game together and actually problem solve, because my problem is I don't know what all the issues are. So, Dusty, what's going on, man? Good to see you. The issue with the crystals is that I have to make them unbreakable. Oh, you can make phase sabers. Oh, that's true. That's true. Oh, file corrupted. Well, you know, that could happen. How else would you kill skeletons? Anyways, point is, we have a lot to do. So here's what I'm thinking. Do you guys think this should be a little oasis thing? And we'll put some trees here. And like, what can I put here? Some sort of little build? I could put like a little tent. I do want to do a custom tree. The problem is I have to probably do like a palm tree. It's kind of annoying. I don't really want to do a palm tree. Yes, life crystals are their own problem. You know what I think? The reality is the life crystals you should be able to find or spawn in like somehow, like almost timed or something, but then it's like as you beat bosses you progress and you get like there's a chest that like appears or something, and then or you get access to, and then that gives you a couple of heart things. I feel like Spice is having a seizure and just typing at the same time. That's just me. Whatever Moo wants, huh? Well, I think we could put the sand up a bit higher, and then we could probably do this. This could work. Okay, so this will be, yeah, we're gonna dig this out now. And the reason I do this is it's more of a visual thing for me. I just like to see like make it feel like it's dented in. Won't be a lot of water because it can't be. But if we got a bucket, we'll throw some water down. The problem with the custom trees is like doing a palm tree here feels like not pointless, but like it's not going to add a bunch, right? And then I'd probably still need some stone in here. And we can give it a little bit of life. I think that's the one thing we're missing here is I need a little bit of texture. I know that's bound to happen here, but again, like we're not too worried about this. What we're really just trying to do is just throw in little pieces that kind of oh, well, that's unfortunate. Well, that's gonna have to go. We'll take this, we'll do that, there we go. Okay, so something like that. Okay. Also, I doxed you? Wait, who? It feels like I'm lame. Like, I want something interesting that will stand out. Wait, what feels lame? You want something that stands out here? Desert Temp. So I was thinking like a old beat up thing, but the problem is like I don't want to make this too big. Heart crystals from fishing. That is true, actually. Oh, dude, that would be a pain in the ass, though. Oh, you know what I could do? I have an idea. I think this is what I need. Oh. This would actually, see, this works, but I think instead of that, let's grab, let's do this. Yeah. Is what I want. Not that. Not that. This is probably the best one, and these have blood on them, so I don't want those. There we go. I could do a sandcastle. I just don't know if that's the right approach for this. Now, these should be yellow, but if they're not the right yellow... that's too yellow. Ooh, I hate that. Ugh. And brown's not going to work, because that's going to be way too brown, I think. Oh, no, actually that works better. Okay, that works. So here this is more lively for whatever reason. This is more desert, although this should actually have more green than it does. We'll put a couple of, you know, we'll do a couple of trees, obviously. A bit more spaced out. I'd like to do a custom tree, I'm hesitant to do it. So Moo, what else could go here? Like what like, or I guess chat generally, what could go here? Like, should we put a little like abandoned house or something, or like a little, like the problem is I don't want to make anything too big because this is meant to be, it has to be pretty compact, whatever I do make, to make it work. So yeah, and then probably we'll go back, and I also need to get strange plants. I keep forgetting about that. Oops. I could do that. All right, let's just do the seeds then. I was gonna do that, but I think maybe just general plant life. That one? I don't know if I love the color of that, but... You think you could fit in a special structure or scene on the island? Like this one? Yeah, absolutely. This island, because it seems like it's going to be the biggest... Yeah, I can totally do that. Yeah, I can do a little structure. Now, again, it's tempting to do a little pyramid where you climb up and have a little chest. I think that's doable. But if I do that, I gotta get rid of some stuff, I think. I think mini, like, Aztec pyramid is what I'm thinking. So... has to be pretty small. The color is gonna have to... Yeah, it sucks. I'm gonna have to use, this color. It's gonna be... I feel like it's gonna be a little bit boring. Yeah, like this is the thing, is this gonna get really kind of oversized really quickly if I do it the way I need to, but I'm trying to see if I can... I don't don't want to have to do it this way. I don't really have a choice though. I'm just gonna make a big block to start. I just find that can be easier sometimes. Because I don't, well, the thing is, I don't want to use blocks because the blocks then get in the way and I have to actuate them. It's a whole thing. I'd like to just figure out how I can get to a certain height. Again, this can't be super big, but I think something pretty straightforward like this might make sense. So the problem is I don't know how big this needs to be. Sorry, I'm totally missing chat, guys. Apologies. Yeah, internet's dying again. Oh, stream stuck loading. Sorry to hear that, Nate. I feel like you should do custom tree because of how big the island is. Big. It's a big bowl, a bit bold, but what? A crash plane. See, I don't want to do anything futuristic because everything I have is like pretty medieval, rundown. Like thematically throughout this, like it's all like old school stuff. So I mean, you definitely could. Now the other thing I could do is, oh, actually, you know what? I have an idea. I know what I'm gonna do here. So I do this. I can then figure out what the sizing is gonna be like from here. Because I don't actually need this to be totally even. I don't think. Oh, I fucked up. Boo. Alright. And then we'll do one more. Okay. So the thinking here is... There's a couple ways we can do this. What I was thinking is we'll do like a section up here. But see, this is the issue. The color is so shit. This is what I hate about this. There's no matching like between the wall and the front part. So what I get stuck with is like, I either actuate it or I gotta find the right platform. Which, it's not my favorite. Yeah, exactly, Moo, because I think when I think Skyblock, I'm like, you're on your own and you have one block and you gotta create it. So like, these would be islands that people came before you and failed. Like, you know, they never got far enough. Heart crystals from fishing is insanely rare, by the way. Yes, that is. Also, fishing sucks, which is the more important. Fishing in Terraria is my least favorite thing ever. It's not even kidding. What about you added Walter White's RV? Oh my god. Just a meth lab on top of a pyramid. Playing would be on, yes. No, listen, I appreciate ideas. Listen, most people who give me ideas, like, I may find a reason not to do it, but it doesn't mean it's not like worth having, right? Oops. I want to see, would this work if I just did this? Or does this look weird? I'm trying to do something that looks a little bit different. Oops. It kind of works, right? We do the same. And then here we could do, I mean, I can still do steps and stuff, but I like the idea of it's like, that looks like steps that you can't actually go up. I don't know. Yellow painted sandstone. So the yellow painted sandstone, like I think I have to paint the background wall yellow for this to match, right? But it doesn't take the paint, so then you have to go deep yellow. And the problem when you do deep yellow is it's very yellow. Like it's very yellow, but it might match, right? But it still doesn't match. Like it's a weird color, right? So I'd rather keep it that raw stone color and just say, you know, the hell with it. Again, my opinion. Obviously, you guys could do whatever you want, but, you know, you're not building this. I am. So here we are. When you just do, like, pillars, cracked pillars. you could, but the problem is we need chests on certain islands. So I think like this is a pretty good spot to do this. And like what I'm gonna do here is like, I don't know what fence I want. I don't necessarily know if mahogany fence is gonna look the best if I paint it, but we're gonna give it a shot. And this can be really simple, right? Something like this, except that I think this needs to be stone. And not painted yellow. Something like this. Now this is probably too big still, so maybe we can take a layer off. And we'll do one more, like there. Wait, what? What is that? Why is that? Okay. Not painted. And this gives you a little bit of a, like, just a tiny little design. Damn it. Why must you do this to me? Oh, right, no, that won't work, because this is gonna be, it only is on the edges. Okay. What can we put here? I don't hate the idea of adding something, but I want this to feel a little bit more interesting. Idea when you add, you and Moo do the dungeon, maybe you guys should do it with a huge Crimson Crucian. Oh man, that would be tough. That's a lot of work, Nape. You like fishing? Get out of here. Get the hell out of here. Fishing in Terraria is the worst. The worst. I hate it. What can I put up? I feel like this just needs like a design. But I don't want to put anything that like, cause I, you know, like adamantite forge, you know, like we can't put certain things up there. So I also wish you could spin this around. It'd be really nice. I mean, I guess I could just put a statue. Maybe one that doesn't really do anything. We could do these, but these don't take the color though. Wait, will these take any color? Oh, I mean, kind of works. Hey, Shifty, what's going on? Campfire, we're gonna put a chest here. So, I just wanted something simple, right? Like, I don't need a crazy design. It can't be too big either, because it just, this island's not big enough. But, I'm just trying to think, like, I want something up here, so I could do, like, I could do something simple, like a, like, shelf or whatever, and paint this, but the problem is it just, I don't know. It's okay. That looks a little bit more interesting, right? And then here's gonna go a little chest. So the problem is we need a chest. I mean, I kind of like an old wooden chest like this. Now, I know Moo's gonna replace a bunch of these so he can do whatever he wants, but I actually think if we do something like this. Ooh, hold on. Oh no, you're right. You can't. I hate that you can't put a chest on a table. That is actually one thing I find very stupid. And then let me guess, this isn't going to be the nicest looking. I think like something like this where we get like a shelf. Now this needs to be higher if I'm going to do this, but you get the idea. So we'll just raise this up. Because I do like this. I think this is the right height. This just needs to be up one. Right, so we'll just kind of go like this. We'll delete that. We'll do... Where's the fence that I don't have, I guess? I don't... Oh, no, it's right there. Do you guys ever find when you're building, you literally have like a material in front of you and you can't see it? Or is it just me? Am I the dumb one, you know? Dungeon doesn't need to be anything big. It might have to be. I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't tested it. I feel like the runes of Karnak are kind of... Wait. I don't know what that is. Runes of Karnak? I'm not sure. I will include the unsafe version of the wall so that people can farm dungeons. Oh, that's actually smart, Moo. Yeah, that's actually a good workaround. Also, Shifty, how you doing, man? Vinny, I've seen someone else do that, and I don't understand how people do a fishing-only playthrough. That would drive me bananas. Like, I can't imagine. Okay, so that's looking good. Right. Now, the only thing here is I want something, like... I don't know if this is gonna work, but... Damn it. Should this be a different color, do you think? Yeah, let's make this gray. That might just work better. It's a little bit darker. That's not very interesting, though. I feel like we could do a little bit better. So what if I do this? Not quite. There's potential here. I just gotta figure out the right blend. If we don't connect that and we go outwards. No. No. It's okay. Really wish I could get... I mean, the alternative is just to do, like, the fence in the middle, but I feel like the rune wall is kind of cool. Right? And then here, we'll finish this off with... I think we're gonna do... Just needs, like, another little layer, I think. Although that's kind of... Yeah, it's sort of the problem, is this looks sort of weird. That's okay, I guess. Like a desert shrine. I mean, what is a desert shrine exactly? I don't know the runes of... No, I don't. I don't know. Should I know them? You do kind of like... Oh my god, Daniel, get out of here. No one likes fishing. I go to cell phone pre-hard mode. Oh my god. I don't even know if I completed the fishing quest like unlock. I have like 2,600 hours in Terraria. I don't think I even have that one. I'm missing a few achievements. Never fished a day in my life. I've gone to high pixel fishing, not doing that shit. Oh my god. Trick is not to start fishing until you get lucky with traveling merchant and buy a good rod. Yeah, like the sitting duck one or whatever it's called. God, Ursus, oh my god, don't die. I keep all my materials. I do that too. I'm very big on keeping all the stuff sort of ordered. Dusty, I think I'm going to do one more island today, at least, because they don't need to be too big. Why? Why do you ask? I love Terraria fishing. What is wrong with you people? Are you all brain damaged? Listen, fishing in Terraria is terrible, okay? It is terrible. Unquestionably terrible. That's kind of fun. I'm trying to make this look a little bit more shrine-like. Moo, what do you think of this? Do you hate it? What's your over-under on this? I don't know why I said over-under, but you know what I mean. I've got to put some more plant life and stuff here, but... Do the swirly wallpaper. No, I like the rune one. I like the fact that it like feels like alive, you know? Dusty has, I think, seen the other one's name. Yeah, Dusty is a veteran of this channel. He's been around for a while. Also, by the way, guys, if you don't know, we do have, if you guys like follow, donate, tip, whatever it is, sub, we do have notification sounds and things that pop up on the screen finally. So you guys haven't seen it. A couple people followed today, but it is there. I got it working. I know I didn't have it last time and I did it today. So that's why it took a little while to get on the stream. You should know the runes of Karnak. That's like saying you should know what this thing is by repeating the name of it. That doesn't work. I guess it's trying to put desertified. So maybe like old. Oh, I see what you're saying. A little bit like more beat up. Well, here, this is going to get changed, right? So here is where I start adding, like I got to add texture. The problem with the texture is like, I don't think I can find something that matches this color very well, right? Because this is where I was like, oh, if I add like this, right? Like this doesn't look great. So I don't know if I want the wall structure like this to be beat up or not. But I'll probably do something like this and just like play around with it, and then find another block I like, and then, you know, I don't know, add that in. But I can't because that doesn't take color because it's a piece of shit. And I can't do that because then it's too yellow. What? Wait, does Desert Fossil work? Almost works. I love Hypixel Skyblock. I don't know. I've never played that. I don't know. It's just, yeah, so Destiny, well, like, I'm going to do Desert Islands. The thing is, yes, I don't know what each one's going to look like. They're all going to have that same feel. I think, when I think of Desert, I think there should be one that just has, like, I have an idea for one. Like, it's going to be a little nomad encampment, but I'm not sure how it's going to look. Oh, you're doing Duolingo? Wait, is that that's a language thing, right? What language are you learning? If it is a language thing. What's the thing on the top of the pyramid? Well, this is where your chest goes. It's a little. This is a little altar, I guess. And then this is just like a fancy thing on top of it. I don't know. It's just I have no clue. I like fishing games because it's iconic. I love to do iconic shit. Well, you know what? You're just an iconic kind of guy, man. That's how it is, Orange. You're just an iconic kind of guy. So don't worry about using exotic blocks. I have many work on. No, it's not about it. Well, no, the exotic blocks is more about the making it look nice. Wait, does gray stucco not take paint? Are you friggin' kidding me? What if I do yellow stucco? Will you look yellow? Okay, see, this works pretty nicely actually, because it gives you a little bit of like a color to it without ruining the pattern. So the reason I'm not like fully connecting this, there's a couple reasons, but it makes it feel a little bit more kind of beat up. I don't know if, well, actually. Again, this is really just a texture thing. But I'm hoping I can find another block that makes sense here. I mean, technically, some of these, if I can paint them, may not look bad. Yeah, these could actually look okay because they are like a brick, a proper brick. Again, they give us some texture. And the problem is these become kind of irrelevant having these plants here. But I still want to keep a little detail, a little texture, and a little bit of stuff going here because if not, it looks kind of silly, so. And I know these aren't actually steps. I'm doing that on purpose to make it kind of annoying to get up here. Because I don't want, you know, it's going to be beat up and falling apart. So there's no point making someone's life too easy here. We want to challenge them just a bit. Yeah, I think that's good. Again, it's just more like, it's one of those things where it's like when you get to this, you're like, it looks interesting. It's not meant to be like perfect or anything. I do think these kind of don't make a ton of sense, but I'm going to keep them. I just think I need a little bit of light. So we're going to add that, and we're going to get some echo paint, I think. And also what I'm going to do here is, I always forget to do this, but I do like to keep the materials going so I know what I'm using. Oops. Because this way, when I actually go back and I'm like, oh, if I want to like replicate something in the island or whatever, it makes life a little bit easier. It's not perfect. Ah, chesty. I'm feeling a little chesty today. There we go. Okay. Wait, what's that chest? This chest is Dynasty, I think. Dynasty chest. Wait. Hypixel is a server of Java Minecraft, if you know what that is. No. It's wait, Norwegian? Yeah, it is a dynasty chest. Is there a way to place urns? Yes, there is. But if I do, right? So I was thinking of putting these vases here, for instance. But I gotta paint them. And then it's like, well, what color, right? I think brown probably makes the most sense. Keep a little bit of the pink on them. And then it just kind of gives you that kind of old, dusty feel to it. That's kind of the idea. Now, the thing is, again, I'm like trying not to use things that I probably shouldn't be using. So we didn't use deep yellow. We used yellow. Obviously use this, we use this. Didn't use cactus wall, which is surprising. Oh, that's what I'm missing on that, by the way. I gotta put some goddamn cactuses down. Desert fossil. Technically, we did use some of that, I think. Maybe? I don't know. Anyways, let's just keep putting stuff down. And again, the reason I'm doing this, guys, is like I said, I will eventually come back to this and look at it and kind of change things and add things and whatever. So, you know, part of this is me just like kind of not experimenting, but like making sure if I do want to come back and like move anything around, or like I'm like, hey, I actually need another island. Like I actually know what I used. So it's a good way to just kind of keep track of stuff, which, yeah. When you build like I do and don't have a plan, it is a great idea. Keep track of stuff. That has to go in there. I think that's pretty much it. If I miss one thing, it's not the end of the world. I think that's, now go ahead and add that. We did use mudstone, but it's already there, and that's, I didn't put that in for some reason. There we go. Okay, cool. Sorry, the rubble on the right of the island kind of looks like two baby heads. Yeah, I think it's meant to be like a termite thingy of some kind. I could be wrong. Now, one thing I am missing is strange plants. I do like to add these in. Why did I grab one only? What was wrong with me? Yeah, I think we can get rid of that and get rid of that. So I like the idea of these. Now, the thing with these, if I paint them green, they look weird. If I paint them brown, they look dead, right? So if I do brown as an example, I don't think this looks bad. The problem is like, should this all be dead on this side and maybe more vibrant on that side? Maybe, right? Like we could argue. But like I said, a lot of this comes down to this, like some simple touches. So I could leave the green to be like this stuff, and then any plant life is kind of, that's messed up is that. I also need to, I need to get echo paint as well, right? Echo paint, just to hide those torches. That's really just on me to just, so you can sort of see what's in here. Oops, well, that was bound to happen, I guess. There we go. So that's got some texture to it. It's a little interesting, I don't know. Now, this is where I run into a little bit of trouble. It's, what do I put in here, right? What do I put on that other side of this? Because, I mean, yeah, I'm going to put a cactus down, obviously, right? Somewhere. I really wish I could separate that more. I hate that that has to be that big. It's fine. But see, like, I just don't like the way that looks. I want to add plant life here, but I don't know. I like, the reason I'm not doing a custom tree is specifically because it's palm trees, by the way. Like, I have made a custom palm tree, and it does look kind of nice. The thing is, I don't feel like these islands necessarily need it. So, and I could be wrong. I mean, I don't know, but I think I'm going to add a bit of like just living leaf wall in the background here. I feel like this will be like the only place that has like a little bit of it, and it can be pretty dark, which is, I think, fine. Although maybe that's a bit too much. I'm not sure. Right? It's like, you want a little. And then these can be unpainted in the bottom here. Just have a little stick out. Now I could do like lily pads and other shit, but I just really want like a little bit of color, a little bit of texture. The thing is again, I'm still not sure if I really like some of the stuff I'm seeing here. Like, it's just like, do I like the colors, and do I like the design, and do I like, you know what I mean? Like there's elements. It's not quite there. Off to try bringing Empress of Light in master mode mobile? Woo. Oh, good luck. The roll on the right and the island kind of looks like, oh, sorry, I already read that. Is my Twitch like, yeah, the Twitch thing is a little bit behind. I also didn't read your comment till probably a lot later, so. I guess you're right, Dusty. If it's a desert, it being a bit empty is not the end of the world. I feel like this cactus doesn't work. You know what I should do? What if I activate it? Can I do that? Will that look better or worse? What do you guys prefer? No, I think it needs to be, we'll just leave it the color it was. I don't know, like the cactuses or whatever, they're fine, it's just, you know. Now I'm assuming I get rid of these so we don't cause any problems. What's that thing called? Ruler, or not ruler, master plan, grand design. I can never remember the name of this thing. Oops. Oh, I'm opening a chest. I was like, what is happening right now? Okay. So maybe what we'll just do is we'll just kind of do that. And I know flower, you can put a flower on here, I think, if I'm not mistaken, but it's fine. Twitch might be too late. Well, I know Moo, I'm pretty sure that the Twitch is behind usually. Or sorry, YouTube is further behind than Twitch, I think. It's annoying, so it has to be a bigger. Yeah, so I agree. I think a little bit of green's good here. This is a little more dry, I think, and arid. And this is fine because we have this. I don't really have much else to add here, I think. I think this island's pretty good. I think this maybe is a bit too open, so maybe we'll add, I don't know, we'll add why do I have two of the same brick? I mean, I could add some plant life down here, I guess, but I don't really want to. Maybe we can, I'm trying to think what I can add down here. That won't fit. Sometimes these little bits are nice just to add a little bit of texture, but it just feels like you got to find the right spots for it. It's a whole thing. It never really makes much of a difference. I don't know. Probably gonna go take a nap since I'm. Yeah, Nabe, absolutely, man. I appreciate you coming in, by the way, and dropping a follow. It's very nice of you. Played through Classic on mobile. I tried my hand at Expert. Dude, I can't understand how people play this game. Like, building on mobile, playing this on mobile would drive me insane. So good on you for you guys for having the patience. I couldn't do it. I would rip my hair out. There's just something about it that would drive me nuts. Like, I can just imagine. I'd be like, ugh, it's like dying to dumb shit. Like, I already died of dumb shit, so like having to deal with even more of it would just drive me up a wall. Okay, I think this is all we need here. I can't really add much else, right? Like, we got little rocks, we got little plant life, that little whatever creature, little bone platform thing. And then this is like an empty island. Okay, so I think we do. Now the thing is, I know what I have an idea for a different one. I did want to add like something else like this, but I think I don't want to go too crazy. I think a couple islands will work. 80 hours in, just beat Plantera. First try, that's good. That's good. Building on mobile is actually harder than playing master mode. Okay, so see, that's the thing, right? So my thing is, imagine you play this game on PC, or build on PC or whatever, right? If you do that, and then you come to play, oh, actually, why don't we do this? Okay, that looks terrible. Let's try that. You come in, then you start building here or playing on this mode. I think that would drive you nuts, right? In my opinion, I don't know if it's exactly the case, but it would not be fun. I kind of like the idea of adding a little bit of texture in here. These walls feel a little bit boring. Again, I know this is like almost over textured at this point, but the idea is it has to feel really run down and beat up, and I think we mostly have that. It's uneven, it's a bit screwed up, but the main thing that keeps it proportional is that. I think that's pretty good. Okay, yeah, I think we're good. I don't want to touch it more. I know there's more I could do. There's always more I could do. I don't want to though. So I think here, same thing. We'll do the usual, get some hardened sand. So the question now becomes, what else can we do? What else is in a desert? We have a little pyramid, sure. I'm thinking like a little encampment area, but what would you be camping beside? I could just do like a custom palm tree maybe, and then an encampment. We're playing through mobile and building on PC. That's fair. I would just play. Why don't you just play on PC though? I guess because if you have your phone on you all the time. Hey, if you want to ask me anything else, keep my notification. Yeah, Moo, no worries, man. Moo, I was gonna say like, basically two things. One, if you're playing. Wait, who was... No, was it you, Doomhammer, was saying to play games I mentioned? If anyone's playing V Rising, let me know. I've been having fun with that game. And then, Moo, if you want to play some frickin'... even later tonight, man, we can shoot the shit about the builds, but also we can play some BattleBit. I'm down, man. I was having fun with it. I'm not good at it, but I have fun. It's worth doing. I'm glad you like the island. I built it just for you. Literally. Wait, what is this, Dusty? Oh, man. Hold on. Gotta go to this thing to get it. So, Doom, you have V Rising? Dude, I'd play it with you. I'm not very... I'm far-ish into it, but I haven't beaten it. I'll play either of those tonight. Actually, wait. No, you can play BattleBit with us, Doom. Fuck, yeah, let's do it. I'm down. I'll be done. Oh, I like that. Oh, I really like that. Thanks, Dusty. That's actually really cool. How would I make those though? Do I need a really, really big desert island? Oh crap. Am I gonna make a really big one here? BattleBit is not free, Vinny, no. But it's not expensive either. Spice, I'm okay. What the hell are... Is that Runes of Karna? Oh! Okay, I know what this is. No, I'm definitely not building that. Definitely not making whatever that is. Not a chance. I like it though. That would, I mean, obviously that would very much fit the theme. Very much fit the theme. What time is it right now? That's the other thing. I gotta keep an eye on the time because I gotta... Okay, yeah. I think we can do another island here, and then that'll probably be it for today, and then maybe I'll have to come back on next week and do some more. Oh, shit. Actually, I'm not here next week. I'm not here next week. I forgot about that. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, well... So no stream, guys, on Tuesday. I gotta remind myself about that. See, I don't know... I'm gonna make two big-ass islands. Or bigger islands. No. What if I make that house that you sent me, but I just make one? Because I was like, maybe I'll make two, but I think maybe I'll just make a single one. I think. I like that design. It's pretty cool. Which is not surprising, obviously. It's always hard to come up with like, oh, see, well, there goes that. I really wish this would connect without me having to hammer it down. That's okay. We'll do another layer actually, and then, so what we're gonna do is make this little house thing, and then I'll make like a little tree beside it, and I don't know, something else. Problem is it's kind of small, and I want to be able to go in it, so I'm not going to be able to make this too big, so this is going to be kind of interesting. And the other problem is the material choices are pretty important. So maybe what I'll do is I'll do the island part first. Since this is my last island build, I've already put away all the materials that I would normally need for this. So that's fine, and then I can get this pretty... I can get the island piece done pretty quick. I don't need desert fossil. What do I need? I guess we'll just do, yeah, we'll just do this. Really wish there was a way. Again, I still think that you need to have a bomb type that you can have for every single block in this game. That would make me so happy. Because in vanilla mode, the one thing I hate is like when you're trying to build like landscaping, there's no way to landscape quickly. Like I'm like, oh, I want to make a mountain. I can't just go in the map. Like I can't go like open camera mode, open the map and be like make this all dirt or something, you know? Like I can't do that. It'd be nice if I could, and you could, you know, speed up the process a little bit, but they don't do that. They don't do that. Yeah, by the way, sorry, Doom. So the game being $15 USD, for what you get out of it, it's totally worth it. Again, I go back to this. Indie games, like games that are not these AAA titles, are perfectly fun, perfectly good, and they're a fraction of the price, right? Now again, will that game eventually die? Yeah, maybe. But I'm like, by the time it dies, you've gotten your $15 out of it. You know, that's the thing I always think about. Like, what's the value I'm getting out of that game, out of that experience of playing it, right? Because a lot of times it's like pretty minimal, in my opinion. Okay, so let's make this one. How do I want to make this one? Let's maybe make it more. I don't know. It doesn't have to be that interesting. I guess this could just be a big blocky thing. Let's like fill this in, fill that in. Make kind of layers to the stone and to the sand and stuff here. This is maybe a bit overkill with this, but this kind of gives me an idea. Battlefield is like old school Battlefield as a number 3. How many Battlefield games are there? You can do that. So hey, I will never. No, it's a lie. I will probably not use T-Edit anytime soon. Okay. I know it's quite late, so I'll see you next week. Hey, Benny, no problem, man. Appreciate you being here, dude. Get some sleep, guys. If you have to go, just go. All right. Oh, Sniper J. Yeah, long time no see, man. How you doing? What's up, brother? How you been? All is well, I hope. I assume. I don't know. I could be wrong. How do I want to do this? I'm just trying to think of the general shape of this. I feel like, oh, no. I don't like yellow in that. I like the normal, natural color. That's fine here. And then I think we'll just kind of make this a deeper portion down here. Not so deep that it's like ridiculous. Yeah, and then this be pretty thin. And then like really thin actually. And we'll do like kind of a double scoopy thing here, like this. All right, that'll look half decent. This will be a bit weird, but I think what we can do here is use walls and kind of bring this down to like there or something. Maybe. No. I'm not gonna like that. I like the original idea better. And this can just kind of be like insane. Yeah, just a little bit different. Holy shit! I just beat Entropic God Noxus for the first. I don't know what that is, but congrats. Been busy with work. That's good, dude. Same here. I've been busy with work. I am still trying to stream for more than 5 seconds a week. So, you know, all in all, not too bad. What do you do for work? If you don't mind me asking. And do you enjoy it? Do you love your job? Do you love where you work? Because I hear that's the most important thing. You gotta love what you do, you know? That's what I keep hearing. But I just like, for the most part, being half competent at my job, and then I hope it pays me enough. That's like, those are generally my criteria these days. Yeah, I'm not loving this. I think this could be a little bit more aggressive here. And then this can be a little less aggressive. There you go. Okay, cool. Now we just do the whole add layering and thickness to this so that we don't hate it. Because that's a problem we tend to have when I do these. And then here, maybe we'll just do a separate piece altogether that kind of... Alright. Now, again, I'm not going to keep it like this, but this is sort of the idea. And then from here, this is where we then can cut into this and, you know, add, I don't know, layers that go in and out and just make it look a little bit different. It's not going to be perfect, but we also need to actually add some of this. I always forget about this one. Don't know why I always forget about this one, but I never seem to remember to use it. Be some good spots for this, I think, because this one's going to have a little bit more building feeling to it, so this could work pretty well. I'm not going to do any metal on this one, because I like this big one having it, but we'll see. We'll see. Where's Stodge has been? Oh, man. Yeah, he disappeared, but you know what, though? Like, he was a really nice guy. I don't know. I should message him, actually. I haven't seen him online at all, is the thing. But he was really, he was also super, super generous with the channel, which was crazy. I always felt really bad when he did that, because I was like, it was really nice of him, but I was just like, you know, I think what happened was I stopped playing Warzone, because we used to play together. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, I probably scared him away a little bit. But I should message him. I should see what he's playing these days. Maybe I'll see if he's yeah, that's a good I don't know how I almost forgot about him. That makes me feel like an asshole, right? Oh yeah, this is gonna need some work here, boys. So I'm gonna start by filling this one for the most part, and then I'm gonna work in all the texture and detail. I'm gonna cut things out. I think actually this is probably a smarter way of doing these, because I'm always building up the texture as I go. But I actually think if I just make the entirety of the island and then I start swapping out sections and materials, that's probably actually smarter, because I can see everything, right? So like you'd think that would probably work a little bit better. It may not, but I don't know. How many Wrath of the Gods boss? Yeah. 7.5 million. How much damage are you doing? I'm a bartender. Oh yeah, then for sure. So in Sniper, I assume you're working late nights and your sleep schedule's all over the place. That's what I remember from working at bars. Sugar Daddy Stone. We miss him. But again, he was super generous and like very nice about it. But I actually enjoyed just playing games with him, to be honest. So I don't know where it is. I'm sure he's doing fantastic. I have all the faith in the world. He is just doing great. I mean, like I said, one of the nice things if you're a streamer is to have, like, as they call them, have a whale somewhere in your channel. He was definitely mine. I swapped to Terraria. The Terraria is not his thing. You know, that's the nature of it, right? I just kind of moved off. And I was also streaming a lot more when he was around. Well, I was just streaming more generally at the time. So, you know, it happens. It's normal. Things change. You move on. Go to different things. I told you you're an a-hole. Maybe it was that. You do 30K. Oh, okay, so it's doable. Oh, yeah, sorry. Prince Alden's my new sugar daddy, actually. He gifted us 5 subs last time. By the way, Prince. So I feel bad, but I know you're on YouTube, but we have emotes. We have notifications working on Twitch now. So I'm gonna eventually figure out how I get it to work on YouTube, because I don't think it transfers over. I think I have to manually set it up. I could be wrong, but I'm getting closer to not getting screwed over by you being nice and me not knowing. Hope you're doing well. I'm just working on some video stuff. Ooh, what video stuff? What video stuff? Yeah, I'm usually up until 1. Oh, yeah. 8K per hit, maybe 10K. Okay, so it's gonna take you a while. I'll figure it out. Yeah, I'm a work in progress. It's a work in progress, my life, you know? Everything I do, work in progress. Ugh. Okay, so I don't hate this. I just think we need different blocks in these ones. And the reason I'm going with this slightly different color is I just want a little bit of a different feel for this island. It's not going to matter too much in the end, because we're going to, you know, it's all going to kind of get mushed together, but, you know, it's... Ugh. Yeah, see, like this looks strange. I think we're gonna... There we go. I think this works. This looks weird, but I think all we really need is just a little bit of... There we go. But Sniper, so you're up till 1 or 2 in the morning. Here's my question: are you up early in the morning the next day to like do other stuff? Because like my thing was that like when I was working like on and off like bar type stuff, like the hardest part was like I had to do a bunch of shit and then like I had to kind of be functional the next day, and like you get back-to-back shifts, it'd be this whole thing, and it just, anyways. Oh, look who it is, Squee. How you doing, buddy? Just weekly vids. Yeah, but dude, weekly vids take a lot of work, Alden. Like, this is the thing. We were talking about this earlier before you got here, Prince. Like, one of the things like we were talking about was like, you know, people are like, oh, you'll be successful and whatever. I'm like, the thing is like, as you get successful, or if you see success on YouTube, you're only going to end up working more at it, right? Because you're going to try to like do better in the last video, right? And I'm always like, that's the thing that kind of get a little bit trapped in, is like you're always going to try to do more. And so like, even doing like me, I do a weekly video, or I try to. I didn't do one this week, but it takes time. And like, it's an energy thing for me a lot of times where I'm just like, I was saying how like, basically I'd rather like find time to just sit down and like watch the game, or like, I don't know, like just do something else, you know? And it's not a bad thing. And that's why I was like saying, like, that's why like not being full time can be good, because I'm not like pressured to do it. But it would also, at the same time, like anybody, I'm like, oh, I'd love to have more success, right? You can't have both. You got to pick. I don't know if I like that. Oh well, we'll keep it. Might do a shorter too. Prince, I don't remember. Do you also do Terraria? No. Didn't I check out your channel? I checked out your channel. I know I did. Hold on. I'm gonna go check out your channel real quick. Sorry. I thought I... Prince Alden. Yeah, it's the same thing. Oh my gosh. Wait, how many videos do you have? Bendy. What is that? Anthology of... Oh yeah, you're playing Amnesia, Outlast. Okay, you're doing a lot of these cool like horror games. Dude. Almost 200 videos. The channel looks pretty good. I have to watch some stuff. I always like checking people's stuff out. I don't know why. What? So, Squee, what are you saying? The girl has been achieved. Today was nothing but good for me. Tell me, how have you been? I'm good, Squee. How are you? I'm good. Orange, listen. So long as you're winning, all right? People will be happy for you. I won't be, but other people will. Yeah, so this needs some texture. I think this is what I'm kind of running into, is I have a lack of texture here, but I think we can just kind of fill this in. And like, that's what I was saying, I'm going to add the texture in after the fact and kind of end up with something a little bit more interesting. This actually looks pretty good. I don't think I need to add much more. This looks sort of dumb. It's weird. I find like just hammering one block sometimes makes all the freaking difference in the world. Maybe it's just me. It's like the way I look at it or the way I see it, but I just feel like it kind of like opens it up a bit, you know? I don't know what to put here. I feel like yes, I gotta put some stone or something. Maybe we'll put... Okay, well, that's not gonna work. Just different blocks. Who cares? Now I could put... It's really tempting to put a bit of green in here, but I just... The desert to me can't have like greenery on the other. Like, it's really tempting. But if I did a bunch of greenery on this side, it would it wouldn't ruin it. It would just look weird, you know? I don't know. That's just me. Just me. Oh, did I pause the chat? I did. I'm so sorry. I'm not reading chat because it was paused. So yes, I still have, as we call it, the UK college, but I think you call it something else in the... I'm not in the US, Sniper. I'm in Canada. But we have university, college, whatever. So it's not an easy process. Got to be the right mindset and stuff. That is true. That is true, especially if you're doing like longer form stuff, and like my editing's pretty... So it's like, it is pretty tricky. It is pretty tricky. I'm in another dimension. Like, in the US, college is something else in the UK. Well, college is like university. So it's like if you go to the, I don't know, University of Edinburgh, right? Equivalent is college in the US. Canada has universities. We also have colleges, but colleges are for trades generally. Yeah, I know, you do horror games. Yeah. You privated 300 videos. So, okay, so here's the question for you, friends. Why the privatization of a video? Like, is it just like they're not doing well, or you're like, oh, it's not a topic I want, or it's like because you used to do some other topic and now you're covering something else? Definitely not gonna win. Yeah, I know, Orange. Should have a literal sun on my ass. Good. Your failure is what I was looking for. That's what I'm here for, all right? No, what am I doing? This. I need these blocks to come in here some. Oh, actually, you know what I really need? I need some of these in here. This little bit of I just gotta start breaking this up a bit. I know it looks a little silly, but sometimes I just find it does make a little bit of a difference. I think. And then here we just need some frickin' walls. That's really what this comes down to. Okay, maybe not that one. This one looks sort of stupid. Oh, I really don't like that. How do I fix this? Oops. How do I fix this? Actually, no, I can fix that by just doing this. I think. It's missing something. And I think it's gonna have to be... yeah, a little bit of yellow in there. Same over here. Right, it's okay. And then here, the problem with this is I need a wall. That's okay. Then we just need some texture here. Like again, I'm having a bit of issue with the texturing. Because I definitely want like a little bit more in here. I think I just gotta start shaping some stuff and hammering a few blocks randomly. But I do like this color of wall there. I wonder if we can make some cool, like... I don't know, I was thinking this before. I was like, this would be kind of neat to have. It's like a little separation here. But the problem is you do this and then you run into the same problem, which is not connected, looks stupid, and it's a whole thing. But it does give us a little bit of a different thing to work with, which I'm okay with. Then we'll do a layer of this, and for the most part, I think it'll look textured enough. And that's the other thing too. Sometimes it's just like, it doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be enough, you know? And then you get it and you're like, okay, like this doesn't look too bad. And I do think I'll need to change a couple of the walls here. I don't think I can have all the same pattern. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, so the island part I think is pretty good. I'm just gonna do the top here and make it a little nice thing. I stream to YouTube and then download that stream and make it. Yeah, I do the same thing. I do it on Twitch. I'm multi-streaming on Twitch and YouTube. I take the Twitch stream and then I turn it into a video. All my live streams were public and they were getting the most attention. Oh, really? I wanted my format was. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't think my. So my reasoning, like I only just started keeping it. My reasoning was two things. One, it's like a few views on your, like even a couple views on your streams is not a bad thing. It gives you more videos up on your channel. People can find it. I also think it's nice because it gives people a sneak peek into like what you're building and what videos coming out, right? So it's kind of nice. It just depends, I guess. It would depend on your channel, like what you're trying to do. So I totally get where you're coming from. Now the problem is if I do this, I don't hate that, but so here's a couple. So with this, what I need to do is I'm gonna build this house. So I'm gonna get rid of everything in my inventory and we'll get all this back later. I just need to have a clean slate right now because I just feel like I've got so much crap on me. Okay, everything's gone. So what I want to do is I want to build this house that you sent me here, Dusty. So what we're gonna do is take a kind of, I don't think this will be that hard to make. The thing is, I don't want to make this out of the same material. So I want to get like spooky wood. I'm gonna get both just in case. Sandstone. Is there a smooth one that I could use? What if I get like this? Will this paint? Let me get yellow. I'm curious. I don't know if this will paint the right color. I could do stucco as well, but I'm just gonna try this. If this works, because this should be pretty... no, that's not gonna work. It looks like glass. That's too bad. Orange is complaining about his dying. I finished work a few minutes ago and I'm so... Yeah, dude, I can imagine. That's the thing, like, that was the one thing when you work at night, like, your sleep schedule just goes out the window. And you're just tired all the time. That's part of it. But listen, you're here. I mean, you don't have to stay here, Sniper. It's good to see you, but if you're tired, get some sleep, dude. Seriously. Like, the other night, like, literally, like, I think, was it yesterday? Or the night before that? I can't... No. Yeah, yesterday? I think after the stream on Tuesday, I think oh God, I went to bed at like 1 something, right? And then I woke up at like 5:30 in the morning. And so it was like 4 hours of sleep, maybe 4.5 hours of sleep. I worked all day and I was fine. I was up till 1 again yesterday. And tonight, like, you know, I work all day and then I stream and I'll probably up till 1 again. But usually I'll sleep till like 8 or something. You know, I'll get at least 6-7 hours of sleep. But that was like 4. And I don't know what happened. It was weird. Oh, for sure. My lives were getting pushed a lot more. So, yeah, isn't that weird? That's so weird, Prince. See, I don't play a lot. Like, so Prince, do you play a lot with the, like the algorithm and your thumbnail? Because I just kind of like make my videos, try to make the thumbnails better, try to make the titles better, and try to make like the actual video itself a little bit better. And I think I'm getting to a decent point, but like the reality is I get like a couple hundred views on a video I spent like all this time working on. I'm just like, and I don't even really care that much. I kind of like, I'd like it to do better, but I'm also kind of like at that point of being like, okay, like, yeah, it's not doing great, but it's fine. You know, we'll just kind of roll with it and, you know, go to the next thing and not be insufferable about it, or, you know, but like I think there is something to be said for like people that get into the stats a bit tend to have like a better time of it, I guess. I haven't quite gotten to that stage yet. That looks better. Okay. You're gonna fucking cry? Well, don't cry. Well, no. Yeah, cry. They said your tears sustain me. Okay, what if we do this? See, that looks too... What I need is a good base layer. Maybe we will do sandstone as the base, and then I just... Because this can't be too big. Oh shoot, I need not gray. I need now the thing with this house is I don't necessarily know if I should be able to go in it. Oh, what was that? What was that sound? Oh, Jesus Christ. Yo, Prince, yo, dude, you don't have to sub, man. I keep telling you this. At least we got a notification, right? I heard it. Am I crazy? I'm not crazy. Oh man, thank you for the 5 gifted, man. Regis, Vinny, hey, Atheon got one too. Gooseman and Foe. Oh, I haven't seen Foe in a while. Maybe I'll bring him back. Okay, did a bunch of pop-ups come up? I didn't even see them. Please tell me if pop-ups came up on stream. I think they did, right? I heard the sound. We just got these working today, so I think that came up. It should have been like a little like emote type thing of a little treasure chest. Okay, awesome, dude. Yo, thank you so much, man. It's very kind of you. I feel bad. It was gifting subs, man. Yeah. Okay. Cool. It's pretty quick. I didn't want something that stays up on the screen for 8 hours, but maybe I should make it a bit longer. Felt like it was really fast. I also was really slow on the uptake there. But so, Prince, here's my question. So when you're doing all these videos and stuff, are you like going into the metrics and like comparing? Are you like really into trying to get more views, or like what's your thought process when you do that? 'Cause I haven't done that much. Like I said, I just kind of post stuff, you know, and then hope it does better. But obviously it doesn't. This house he makes is gonna look kind of. Oops, where is the image he sent me? This one? Nope, this one. There it is. Okay, sorry. I have a million tabs open. Nameless deity makes me. I mean, listen, man. You gotta survive, right? I think this has to be a background house. I don't think this is something you should be able to get into. The issue I have is I have to make this kind of tall. Yeah, Sniper, get some sleep, dude. Sorry, I missed that. You said, well, have a good night. Tell me I'm going to bed. I have to be up at 12 tomorrow. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm saying get some sleep. I don't for quite a while, and honestly, I'm apparently not very good at marketing. I've been doing it for like 3 years and so. Okay, well, guys, go sub to Prince Alden if you like freaking horror games and YouTube. Okay, there. I don't know if that'll do anything, but I'm gonna go check you out after this. I'm gonna go take a look. I don't know. Like I said, I like to see what other people create, even if it's not my like niche, right? Like I'll at least go look at it. Like I got nothing to lose. A little bit of time, but I'll be fine. Yeah, no big deal. Prince, I don't like. Listen, I don't care. Like, I don't care if your content is not for me. The problem is, it's like the idea that I'm gonna say, oh well, I don't like it, so I'm not. Like, I'll just be like, guys, like, if you like that kind of stuff, go look. You never like. The thing is, man, like, this is the same thing we were talking about with the games, right? Like, you may find a small game or a small creator that you just like. They don't have to be popular. Like I for a long time, I had, I don't know, like a couple hundred people, and like I'm slowly now approaching 10,000. I'm like, which, in the grand scheme of things, isn't that many. It's not that many people for YouTube. It's not, right? But I'm like, I think it's pretty good. I've been doing this consistently for like 2-3 years maybe on YouTube, where I post like a video a week. I'm super in a niche. I don't know how it's gonna go, but I'm like, you know, like checking people out, seeing what they got. Like, it's part of the fun, right? Like, now, you know, you've been here pretty often, and obviously you're being super generous and stuff, but like, if I recognize someone and they have a channel and they're like trying to grow it, I'm like, we used to like do this for Twitch raids and other stuff. It's like, it's fun. It's part of like, it's meant to be a thing where it's like you're trying to share the love a bit, right? Although I have been kind of crappy at doing the whole, you know, rating lately. I feel like it's like been a while, but the point still stands. It's one of those things you just do it. Do I like this? I don't know if I like this. Stim Goodman, I was here when you were much smaller. Oh. When were you here before? Because I haven't really been streaming on YouTube much. I mean, on Twitch I have, but were you here on Twitch before? Dude, Prince, like the thing with streaming on YouTube in general is like, I was saying this, like, it's so hard to find someone because there's no like categories. I don't get it. Like, just be like have a thing, and the whole UI is terrible. Like I hate it. So like, my problem is I don't watch streaming on YouTube, like, ever, except for like, I think a couple of times like Chaos was there, and I was, but like, you know what I mean? Like, I never watch anyone. And I have people I'm subscribed to, and they'll pop up, and I'm just, you know, that's the only time I'll check them out. But otherwise, if you're not subscribed to the channel, like, you can't find anyone. Exactly. You have to be someone following first, and then maybe. And this is the thing, versus, like, if you went to the live section and said, here's some people that are, like, live, or like, hey, if you're on YouTube and we know, like, as an example, YouTube, what they have is a powerful library of, like, hey, I know, okay, that you've been watching a lot of Terraria, and you may have like, you know, really big streamers on YouTube that have like tens of thousands of viewers, right? but they'll be like, yeah, those are like the big general audiences that we try to push. But like, we know that you watch a lot of Terraria. Here's someone that's currently streaming Terraria. You know, like it would make sense, right? Like, or if you watch cooking, or if you whatever, right? Pick a topic. You know, if you watch a guy watching a dude who has to like make a guitar from scratch, like whatever it is. Like, to me, like YouTube should have way better searchability or recommendations, right? Or they'll be like, hey, based on the people you're subscribed to, we know you like music and cooking and this particular video game. So we're gonna show you like not just the biggest people that are streaming that in the moment, but just like generally people that you watch, right? Like, I don't see an issue with that, but they don't do it. So it's like, it feels like you're just, I don't know, like you're just kind of hovering, you know, waiting to get any ground or movement on these things. And it's so sad, honestly. I feel like this needs to be one taller, but I think I might not like this. But I'm gonna need to put windows and stuff, so I think I gotta kind of do this. Problem with Spooky Wood is I think Spooky Wood can be used. No, it's not Spooky Wood you need, is it? No, yes it is. Damn it. So I can't use Spooky Wood. I'll just use normal wood, I guess. I mean, Spooky Wood looks a lot better. Well, it's fine. Who cares? Just make the build, right? Like, who gives a shit? And then I want mahogany, because these kind of do like a little circular thing. Or do I want to actually, what if I just do mahogany and I just do another layer here? That actually might look better. Right? And then I need, oh, I guess I kind of need something above this too. Is there any way I can, oh, what if I do like a platform for a roof? And then I could do boreal across. There's something cooking here. I just gotta figure it out. They need to break YouTube into sections, a gaming section. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, they just need like topics that you can search within that, right? And you get recommendations based on where you are. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's exactly right. You're exactly right. It's a catch-all. They're just like streaming or live, right? I'm like, yeah, okay, fair. Like, I am indeed live. Cool. However, like, beyond that, there's also the fact that it's like, you know, you could do this a little bit better, right? And like I said, finding people is only part of the equation. Like, you also do want to have like the option to, you know, maybe explore is not the right word, but like get recommended something that like is like within the niches that you're interested in, right? Because like, to me, a big part of this is like, it's so easy to have folks that are like, oh, well, like, you know, I like this one thing, but I'm only ever recommended like the top 3 streamers globally about this, which is like, it's fine, I guess. Like, you know, that's how like the rich get richer kind of thing. I get that, but like, I don't know, there's just something about it that would be like, it'd be kind of nice if they had like, I don't know, just searchability may not be the right word. It's more just like this idea for me of like finding people that can just be a bit different, I guess. I don't know if I like that. Let me paint it yellow. Because like, again, like there's always something. Ugh. Okay, that's a no-go. There is something to be said for like getting recommended something new that you've never seen. I think that's totally cool, right? Like, I have no problem with it. But at the same time, it's like, if it's something new that I don't actually watch or have any interest in, or I've never even demonstrated any interest in, I'm like, why, like, you know, why are you showing me a guy that I'm like, I don't have any desire to follow, right? And because it's a catch-all, it's like, think of all the people that theoretically are streaming or multi-streaming, right? You could have a lot of stuff hitting you. A lot of stuff. Which to me, it's like, it's not really what I want. This is gonna bug me because I know I can't connect this. Oops. Where's the sand? This one. Now what I could do. No, that's too much. Let's do every other. every other block, maybe? Every 2? Of course, this will be like uneven, but... No. It's in the middle, so it's fine. Try to convince myself this looks great. It's like, yeah, it's great, no problem. Now again, we run this issue of this is not the right color, so I think we paint this brown. This will work, and then we'll put another... Maybe we'll put another... This work? Well, we're not painting it, so that doesn't help. That's annoying. What if we swap this? Let's do this. This goes here. And then we will move this brown painted up here. I think that maybe looks a little bit better. Maybe. It is what it is. I'm not going to worry about it too much. Okay, so I need a window here, which unfortunately... does it have 2? Oh, damn, it has 2 windows. So I do windows. I'd like a door here as well. The problem with that is that I need to... not painted brown. My God. Ugh. Also, Prince, I don't know if you're still there. Do you do live streams, right? But like, do you have like a regular schedule? I assume like you don't do this stuff full time, is my guess. But oof, this is not looking good. What can I put here to make this not look stupid? Some shadow. I think this is looking okay. Because this is kind of my plan, right? Is like, it's a little bit boring, but it doesn't really need to be much more than this. I'd like to have maybe I'll put like stone platform, but again, simple is good here. I just like, we can't have like this thing that's like drawing your eyeballs too much. Granted, this is a little bit boring, but it is meant to be kind of abandoned, so it's not the end of the world, I guess. And I'd like to put some sort of stone. I think stone like this, maybe? That's not quite right. Let's take that off. If I paint this yellow, will it take yellow? Oh, okay, yeah, that looks pretty dope. All right. So I can combine this, I think. Maybe. We'll see. With some actual just brick wall. Or do I want slab? Oh, maybe just straight up stone wall? Nope. Maybe not. Yeah. No, I like the idea of this, but I don't like the execution of it. We'll have to figure out something, because this does need like, I mean, I suppose I could do, yeah, I'm trying to think, because what I want is like a brick wall. I could do some of these, but let's just maybe find a different wall type. I like the idea of the cursed dungeon ones, because these tend to take color with gray especially, but even like this is like decent enough. I think that's all I need. Just something small. Because on this side we're gonna put a little fence. Actually, you know what? This would kind of look good if we... if we replaced the block. Feels like it's a bit more beat up on that side, maybe. I don't know. We're figuring this out. It's not gonna be perfect, but a little bit of texture. And so then here we're gonna have some fence. Now I just gotta figure out what makes the most sense here. I think probably this, but we're gonna go brown painted maybe. And just a little past the point there. This will go to like here. Again, I'm gonna replace some of this stuff, but It's okay. So something like that, and then I just need something that's... What's a good fabric like? Oh, shoot, there was a block we used that was really kind of like a fabric looking thing. Oh, I can't remember. Someone recommended it to me too. Not flesh, not honey. Oh man, I'm never gonna remember it. We used it in a build for the Viking ship. It was a wall, I think? Or was it a block? Oh my goodness. Oh, this is gonna drive me crazy. It looked like fabric, but what was it? Rain cloud? No. Oh, this is gonna drive me crazy. I could just literally go to the other build and look at it. Wasn't flesh block, wasn't it? Wasn't the candy cane one? There's a block like I've never like used really. It works so well. I mean, I could do some hay maybe, but I think it's a little boring. It's a little boring. Oh, dude, that's so frustrating. I can't remember the block we used for our Viking ship build, and we used it on the sails, and it looked really good. Yeah, so Prince, we were just talking about that because we were talking about like how indie games are better than like some of these AAAs, and I was saying how like there's a game coming out. I couldn't remember what it was. I think it was you or someone else had mentioned it, so I went and looked, and I was like, just like survival games or whatever, Enshrouded. It looks really good. Now I'm not gonna touch it until like a while from now, just to make sure that it's like decent. I also don't know if is that a full release or is that early access? And I don't know what Paul World, I don't know what that is. Building is awesome. Yeah, I'll probably do some building. But see, those are the kinds of games that I think like I'll just kind of play. Like, you know, I don't think I'm gonna like stream those, or I may stream it, but I'm not gonna like do anything too crazy with it. Okay, this needs to get some paint on it, and then maybe we can do a wall on top. Some sort of... It's really bothering me that I cannot remember the wall that someone recommended to me. Is it this? No. Oh, it's gonna bother me so much. I can't remember it. It looked really good though. So for that one, you build a base. Wait, you're talking about Paulwood? You build a base and then save NPCs, but then you have to have a building for each NPC. Alitaria? Oh, well. That's a no for me then. Okay, that'll be our little bit of color here. This, God, it's so frustrating. Oh, for Enshrouded. Oh, okay. I mean, but my thing is that game a full release or is that still early access? Because like that's the thing right now. One of the biggest gripes, I guess you could call it, is I like the indie games more generally at the moment. However, they tend to be not full releases. So you're buying a game with potential, but it could take a very long time for that build for that game to actually be like done. You know? And that's my thing. It's like I'm not like a huge stickler for some of that stuff. But you know, it makes a bit of a difference when you have a game that's like, you know, finished, as opposed to, yeah, we'll finish. It's like, oh, we've already sold all the copies we want to. Okay, yeah, we'll finish it in like 8 years. See you later. You know what I mean? Like, it's just that to me matters a little bit. It's not the right wall. That's the right color on this. What wall could I put behind this that won't look like crap? This one? No, that looks like shit. I think maybe we just stick with the hay and just maybe... I'll do a second layer, but I'll flatten the second layer. That could work. Maybe not. Well, What if we do this instead? Let's just do a platform. Something we can't really... of course you don't take color. Something I do find some of these things not taking color is actually pretty frustrating. Like that's like too dark. So it's gonna really stand. I need something that's kind of muted, you know. But now like every I have to test every single one. Like this will be way too bright and shiny, so we can't use that. Oops, what am I doing here? Oh, I just clicked off the screen. There we go. Oh my god. You beat him? Nice, man. Good job. I don't know how hard that is, but I assume it was difficult. It's early access, but it's the full game that will be releasing the Nexus demo. Yeah, but so Prince, I try not to get caught up in like the hype of a game or all that stuff. I just try to sort of look at it and be like, okay, like it looks good. I'll wait for the. It just, I don't know. It's just like one of those. This doesn't connect the way I want either. Why are you so annoying? Looks worse somehow. Oh man. Maybe I'll just leave it. I think that's kind of stupid. Will you connect or will you not connect? Oh right, no, the gaps are from this. Well, I can now put a wall behind this probably. Let's see if I can get a wall behind here. Looks pretty good. I like that. I don't know. Yeah, so Prince, that's the thing. I'll probably won't pick it up till like a lot of time passes, and it probably will still be early access. Like, and I have nothing wrong with early access games. Like I've had good experiences. I just don't know if I want to be the first one to buy it. Now it does look awesome. Like I love that you can like go explore and glide around all this cool shit. There's like places to explore. You gotta do combat. Looks great. Just can't let myself do that. I can't hurt myself like that again. You know, I don't want to. I don't need that pain in my life. All right, I just, you know, I'm over it. Tired of being hurt all the time. You know, Prince. Everyone's always hurting me. Gaming as a profession is too expensive. Well, that's the thing, Prince. Like, you know what's funny is like, the difference is it depends on price. So if you were to get, like, which I think you were talking about this last time. AAA title, Diablo 4. Looks good. It has the roots of what Diablo should have been. It's $100 friggin'. I played maybe 100 hours. Terraria, $15. I have 2,600 hours. And that's not because I'm like, oh, Terraria is an infinitely better game than Diablo. I'm like, I had a lot of hours in Diablo 2. I had more hours in Diablo 3 than in 4, but not many. And Diablo 4 is like, you know, V Rising. I'm playing V Rising right now. It kind of combines like elements of Valheim and Diablo. It's fantastic. It's great. It's a great game. I'm enjoying it. Now, does that make me biased for some reason? Perhaps, arguably, right? Maybe I am. I don't know. Point is, like that game was $20. Like I can shell out $20. Deep Rock Galactic, fantastic little game. Valheim, tremendous game. Satisfactory, Grounded. Like there's all these games that are not $80 friggin'. The graphics aren't spectacular. The game is good. Like that's all I want. I just want good games, right? All I want is good game. Do you play? PoE is better. Yeah, no, yeah. 10K. Oh my god. That game's also very complex. Like there's a lot that goes into that game, which to me is like, it kind of scares me a little. I'm not gonna lie. I would struggle to really get into that game. Wait, what? Oh shit. Sorry, I wasn't supposed to go there. That looks a bit better. Now I could do like a window thing here. I just don't know if this makes a ton of sense. I feel like I should frame these windows up properly. It's a little hard to do though, because like I feel like these should be a little bit bigger, but I can't really justify making that so large. Now, there's a lot of ways to make windows, obviously, but I'm making it the simple way. Let's do a potted plant one. I think that'll work, right? Pot. Nope. Oh, no, clay pot, sorry. You think I'd remember these things having done this like 1,000 times. Yes, Subnautica. Both of them. Subnautica's great. Yeah, Goose, that's from Prince. So, Prince, again, thank you for the 5 subs, dude. Like I said, super generous. You don't have to do that. This is free. I just like having you here. We get a chat. But going back to V Rising. So, again, I just got it. I was like, you know what? I've heard good things. It looks kind of fun. I was like, you know, I can't stop playing it. Now, once I eventually get to level 80, I'll be like, it's fine. I think adding multiplayer would be interesting. I also think if they made a map that had some randomization to it, maybe would be nice, or like different maps. But like that's a game that you can just keep adding stuff. It's like, oh, here's the area where you have to be level 80 to 100. Here's the section of the map where you have to be level 100 to 120. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's very easy to keep adding stuff, and then the game just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. But it's kind of like adding late game content. It's like, it's fine. There's no problem with that, right? Yes, I think you're right. I don't know what they're adding, but I think I saw that. So, that is very bright. Wait, what if I just do this with no paint at all? Oh, that's much better. Okay, easy peasy. Look at that. Problem solved. Let's get some strange plants, because I always use these. Now, I don't know if I want to paint these brown or not. I probably should. Yeah. It's just so frustrating. Oh, shoot. I need stone. I don't have stone. Of course I don't have stone. Why would I have stone? The comment was selling factor for that game for V Rising. It's good. Oh, the one thing, I haven't really figured out the game very much, so you know, maybe it's on me, but I do find the whole I have to continuously go back and forth all the time on my horse is pretty annoying. Not gonna lie, but other than that, it's not too bad. Wait, why am I invisible? Yeah, we're gonna have to get. I think we're gonna have to get the jungle seeds. I don't know why. I feel like the jungle seeds. I just like the color of these better. I think. Wait, was I painting these? Why do those look so different? I wasn't painting these, was I? No. Wait, what the hell? Why are these like brown? Or am I just hallucinating? These are the same, right? Yeah. That's so weird. Oh, it's just the size difference. Okay, I was like, what is happening? Because I don't mind the color shift. I just really tired of going invisible. That's kind of annoying. Yeah, and then we'll put some of these, but we'll paint these brown. All right. And this will look kind of okay, I think. Again, I should probably have a tree or two here, but I like the idea of this kind of being an island with a little building. I do need to make another island with like nothing on it though. I think I'm gonna make another big island actually today with like a nothing on it. That I think I'll go. Also, I'm sure you've done this before, but have you done a cloud city? Like in Terraria? No. Not yet. Michael? What's going on? Responding with the same energy. I don't know what you want from me. Also, Michael, did you notice that your sub badge is now updated? Because you've been here for so goddamn long? So I think after a year, the sub badge is completely different. So, you know. Good for you. That's all I can say. And thank you, I guess is the thing I could say. Wasn't being a dick. And me like it? Well, good. I worked very medium hard on that, alright? Very medium hard on that. It's like I put minimal effort, but I put some effort. So, you know. What am I going to do? Oh, this does need a tree, doesn't it? Maybe I'll put a tree on this side. I'll put a palm tree on this side. I mean, I will do custom trees here. And then I'll put more nothing out here. Like just barren wasteland, you know? Maybe some rocks. Barren wasteland and a few rocks. Ugh, I really don't like... Where? Oh, it's because it's on the seeds. I was like, what is happening? I was like... Because I do like some of these being... like dusty and stones and stuff, but... I just feel like it needs a little bit of... another plant. Dude, I know, you've been here forever. I don't even know if that's accurate. I think you've been here longer than that for some reason. Because I have some people who've been here like 3 years already. I'm like, which is nuts, man. The fact that anyone would tolerate me for that long is very surprising. Let's put it that way. All my goddamn builds, you know? That's the thing is interesting too, though. If you like reflect back, like, it's been a long time I've been doing this. Now, I do it 2 times a week or pretty inconsistently, whatever, but, you know, in general. I feel like I've only been doing this for like a year. It's crazy. But Prince, I want to hear more about this idea. So a cloud city. I've never done that. That would be kind of tricky though, because it's... Well, would it be tricky? Maybe I have to look that up. I might think that's a good idea. Maybe I'll think of something like that. Cloud City. I mean, I can make the pearly gates. That could be fun. Maybe. I have, yes. I had it as an emulator a very, very long time ago. I'm not sure how I feel about this. I like a little bit of green, but I think... Yeah, I think this is room for our custom tree here. So we're gonna get this. I think we have this already. I need mahogany, which I have. I need, what else do I need? Oh, right, living mahogany wand. And then corrupt tendril, because I think I like the way that looks. And then I guess we'll just get a normal wand as well, so I have to get some normal wood. I think this will work. Because here I can kind of do like this background section. I'll just kind of fluff it up a bit, but... Okay, that maybe is a bit too curved. I don't think a palm tree is usually that curved. But we'll have a palm tree that's kind of like, it doesn't have to be super tall, but it's like relatively tall. And we'll kind of just palm tree this bitch up, you know? I think that kind of works, sort of. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, so Cloud City, where Mallow is from in Nimbus Land. I can't remember the characters. Nimbus Land. Let me see. Wait, did I play this game? I might not have. That's kind of a cool build. I think I started this game, but I never got through it. I don't think I have. I did play it on an emulator, but I don't think I finished it. Because I don't recognize this. Or maybe it was just so goddamn long ago, I don't know. I mean, that is a strong possibility as well. Oh, you know what? Sorry, I'm gonna check a picture, guys, because I did do a... Yeah, I gotta find that surfer hut build, because that surfer hut had a palm tree in it. It looked pretty good. And if I can kind of replicate that, that'd be kind of nice. Let's try to remember what I did. No, wait. Was it this one? No, it wasn't that one. It was the Kame House. Right, the Dragon Ball Z one I just did. Where is that? It's a 3D-ish build, right? There it is. Okay, yeah, I didn't do anything too fancy. I mean, well, I say that, but yeah, okay, that looks fine. Because you could use palm wood, but I refuse to just use palm wood in this build, so. We're just gonna... Oh yeah, that didn't work right. Ugh. So, this has to be relatively tall, actually. Kind of annoying how tall these are, in a way. And I think like some imperfections off of this is not a bad idea either. But we also want to have just some normal wood here. So this is a little bit thin down here. I don't love that. But we're going to have to kind of make this work. Okay. Again, so yeah, I want it to be like pretty tall, but you know, it can't be insane. So problem I really have was these don't really have... Wait, did I close the picture? Am I stupid? Why would I do that? What is wrong with me? Dude, I know it's been out for a while. I just haven't played the damn thing. Like I said, I had an emulator way back when, because I grew up, I never owned a Nintendo of any kind. I never owned a single console growing up my entire life. Ever. So like I missed out. Now, granted, I had friends that had it, and like I would just go to their house and just play that shit all day long. So I wasn't really their friends. I was just using them for their sweet NESs and SNESs and all that fun stuff. But you know, other than that, it's all good. This doesn't have to be super big, but, you know, it's going to need a little bit of texture. Oof. This actually might be... I don't want to make this too blocky and big, but I kind of don't know if I have much of a choice here. There's a big problem with this kind of a design of a tree is like, yeah, it's not hard to make. Like palm trees are really friggin' easy, but it's gotta still sort of look the part, you know? Which isn't always easy. I mean, that looks stupid right now, but once we get some lime paint, this will look half decent. That's not painted, so that looks like shit. There we go. What is my issue with not turning on the paints, man? I have this really bad habit. Yeah, the palm trees don't really need to be anything too special. I mean, obviously I'm going to add a bunch of texture and do some other stuff, but this is basically the basics. Hey, Fo, what's going on, man? By the way, Fo, your sub is is generously donated by Prince Alden, so say thank you, all right? How you doing, though, dude? No Atari, no, I had nothing. I had like some free games when I was like growing up. I can't remember, but there was like Crystal Caves, Commander Keen, Duke Nukem, like the 2D one, Chips Challenge. Do you remember that game? Do you guys remember Chips Challenge? I didn't have Pitfall, but I knew someone that did. It was fun. I miss NES. I mean, oh, dude, there were some good games there. Yeah, Commander Keen. I know. DOS games. That's the ones. Yes. Chips Challenge. That game. Fuck, man. I played that game for hours. The puzzles, man. The puzzles. Oh, Freedom Force. That sounds familiar. I don't remember it, but Pitfall was goated. Pitfall was really good. Had like, I mean, the very, very old one wasn't, but like, I remember like they had a slightly updated one that had like slightly better graphics and it just looked good. I thought, you know? Oh, yay! The animation works, and fuck, man, thank you for the fine gifted, man. That's so nice of you. You don't have to do that. But see, we have animations. Now, I think I want to change that sound to something else. I think. I'm gonna have to figure that out. It's like old school Time Crisis. Who got some subs? Oh, Cappy got one. Hey, Halder got one. And Kyle. Boo, Kyle. Boo. One of my mods. Boo. Rescind. How do we return that? Can I return that one sub? Sega had some goodies. Yeah, there was Street Fighter 2, Mortal Kombat, Sonic. Oh, I didn't have that either. Oh, NBA Jam? Are you kidding me? Oh. Give Vector Man. I don't know that one. They had a couple other games that were good too. Michael, thank you for the 5 gifted mints. Seriously. You the best. Not necessarily. That's 10 subs a day. That's like a really good day. By the way, that means you guys are now tied for first place with subs. All right? So I appreciate it. I do appreciate you. You're too kind. Was this jungle grass seed? Will this work? Maybe. Oh, did my music end? Oh no, it's just really quiet. Different song. There we go. MK2, yes. Mortal Kombat 2. A Contra. That was a game, yeah, that game was fun to play with another person. SNES is my favorite. The thing is, it had so many good games. And again, I get the graphical limitation, I get all that stuff. Nintendo has maintained themselves doing a very good job, in my opinion. Right? For the most part. They have their games, they just keep cranking out good ones. Now, eventually, I'm sure that will stop. I'm sure they won't be able to keep doing that. I don't know, I could be wrong. Why is that? Is that the wrong color? Okay, so that looks yellow to me. The hell? Let's see if I just need to add some texture to this. I'm not sure this is gonna work, but we're gonna give the old college try. That looks like shit. That looks good, that looks like shit. So maybe we'll take that one out and I can put something else in here. Why is it? Oh my god. I was like, why is this not the... Oh, it doesn't fit. No! I know these aren't like super leafy necessarily. I'm just looking for some texture. That's the wrong size. I don't know. Ugh. Well, Michael, I appreciate it, dude. Oh, you're actually number 2 apparently. I don't know how that works because you guys are tied. But anyways, I do appreciate it, man. Like, guys, Michael, you know, I'm not like, I don't push the subs, right? It means a lot that you guys do it because obviously I get a little bit of revenue from it, and these builds end up going on YouTube. So I kind of like I said, I would love to get to a point where YouTube is paying me like enough money a month where I don't even care about it. But, so you guys doing it, huge support, guys. I appreciate it. So thank you. N64 would be mine since I bought this Mario. Yeah. Well, no, there was Mario Kart on SNES. Not Smash Brothers was big. Gauntlet Legends. That was another good fucking game. Oh, love that game. But there's that announcer voice throughout. Oh, so good. Classics, boys. Classics. Can't go wrong with it, you know? Choose your warrior, or choose your champion. Remember what he said? The guy had just an epic like voice for it all. It's so funny. So funny. What else can I put in here? I'm trying to think what other plants I use normally. These blueberries? What the hell did I use in the other one? I have a picture somewhere. Or did I close it again? I fucking closed it again. God damn it. Sorry guys. I'm just looking at a picture of my Kame house one. I did a tree for it, so I'm just trying to see. I think I just used. Yeah, that's all I used. Oh, okay. I thought I used more stuff than that. Well then, screw it. Why don't I'll just keep the same. I'm just gonna keep I'll keep these out of here because these are almost distracting at that point. So why don't I just do these then? And why don't I paint them? That could be a fun idea. There we go. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't. Okay, why don't we do this then? Let's do this. We'll keep that in. Put this down. Move this over. Need to spring clean my consoles? Can you delete my message? Which one? Oh. I got you. You should be able to delete your own messages, can't you? What's this one? Dude, you have so many consoles. By the way, so here's something I found out that was interesting. So, we have a Switch. My friend was very generous, gave it to us. He's another guy who had like every console. That's why he's my friend. But we've been friends forever. He's like my best friend, grew up together, whatever. He gave us a Switch. I haven't touched it. I haven't played it once. Megan plays all the time. And so what's funny is like I recommended games to her. I told her she'd like them. She's like super into Zelda now, right? Go figure. Awesome games. But she also likes the Mario ones. I was trying to find, and I don't know why they don't do this. I can't find like Mario Sunshine or Wind Waker or like, I wanted her to play like GameCube versions of these games because I thought they were really good. But you can buy Mario 3D All-Stars, which has like has the N64, has Mario Galaxy, and has Sunshine. But the problem is it's pretty expensive, and I was like, they just like did a direct port, so they didn't even they didn't make the graphics at least a little bit better, which I was like, that's kind of like N64 Mario, fantastic. Sunshine, fantastic. Like they're great. But I was like, it was kind of weird, like you couldn't just get them. Now, granted, I would tell her to play all three because they're all good, so who cares? But you know what I mean? Like I was like, it's weird they don't have a port, and you have to like buy it as a physical copy. You can't just get it as like as a digital thing on the store. It's a whole thing. Anyways, it's a whole thing. I played Gauntlet. Was Gauntlet on NES or SNES? I played Dark Legacy. They're all fun. I think I just mods and streamers that can. Oh, okay. Well, I did it. Yeah, the Zelda games are great on this Switch. I haven't played it though. Like we have Breath of the Wild and the Tears of the Kingdom. I haven't played either. I don't know why. We also have Metroid Dread, which I would love to play. The thing is, I could probably stream it, to be honest. Again, it's a game that I would just enjoy to sit down and play quietly, you know? Just chill. Like that's such a thing I think is so underrated. It's just like nothing to do. You just play a game, you just hang out, you have a good time, you know? Something ain't right about this. Oh, you know what I'm forgetting to do here? I'm just realizing this now, but I need to do little touches like this where we have little like leaf bits hanging off. I know it looks a little strange, but oh, actually, maybe not. I'll just do this on the edges. I usually like to do these, but it's a little weird. These are all kind of connected. So maybe what we'll do is we'll add this. Maybe. Something like that. And this way we can disconnect that by doing this. And then this just needs to be painted this color, which none of these are, it looks like up here. That's okay. Not loving this. Haven't beat them yet. Oh, you haven't beat them yet? Oh, nice, man. You're back. That was a quick nap, dude. That's a good nap then. Dude, you don't want as a nap that like you fall asleep and then you wake up and it's like 8 hours later and you're like, what the fuck happened? Like, where am I? Like you wake up like a you know, an old person with dementia. You don't even know what planet you're on. Like those are weirdly satisfying naps, granted, but they're also terrible because then you're exhausted. This looks very okay. I think this just needs some texture, as with everything I do. I think it looks a little better. There's just something off with this one. I think it's this top one looks strange, but I can't really seem to find a way to fix that. I don't know. You know what we'll do too? Let's do some do a couple. I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts, folks. A lovely bunch of coconuts. Damn it, pig. God damn. I hate how you can't just get rid of this guy. You have to like go over somewhere else and like throw him over here. You can't like despawn him. At least I don't think you can. Or I haven't figured out how to do it, I should say. What happened when we left? We just continue to build, man. If you missed this, this is what this looks like. And then this, we're making a custom tree. Probably do another one here, honestly, and then we'll call it a day. Forget everything would have happened. And you forget I mean, I tend to forget everything that happened, yeah. What's your point? So, Michael, here's a question for you. If you're playing those games, I assume, A, you're playing them in order. But, again, I appreciate the games are similar. But, storyline-wise, would you be able to play, like, would you be able to start with the second one and not really have cared about the first one, do you think? Having played it, right? I assume because you played both. If you haven't, then ignore my question. But, because that's one thing I always wonder is, like, you know, some of these games I feel like, it's not that they require that you know, like, absolutely everything that's happened, but, you know, it generally helps. Like, you have a better sense of things. In my opinion, that's, like, not a bad thing, especially for any game that's kind of story-based. Yeah, just a thought. To have a story-based game that you're like, oh yes, I know what's happening. It's usually a good thing, you know? Okay, this is not a great looking tree, if I'm honest, but it's fine. I don't know what it is about this one, just looks a little strange. I think I may just need to hammer some blocks. Okay, well, that looks dumb. That looks dumb too. Why does that look dumb? Alright, let's just leave it like that. That's fine. Then here we'll do another one, but like maybe... well, no, let's not do another custom one, because that's going to take away... I think it's going to make this one look too crazy. I think we'll just do our basic, just add the acorns, add the other stuff, and make it simple, because, again, this is what happens a lot, is I start to, like, want to add a bunch of things and stuff and whatever, and then it just kind of gets away from me a bit. So we're going to get everything out of the inventory again. We're going to get some acorns. Fertilizer. There we go. Well, that desert shrine temple thing. Oh, thanks, man. Well, I don't know if you were here when it was done. We added some, like, just a little couple of features. I think this needs cactus over here more than trees, actually. Maybe that's what we'll do. Let's just do the cactus. That actually kind of makes more sense to me. Because we don't have an area that just has, like, cactus. Right? I mean, technically people are going to need cacti. It just doesn't look as good. I know I gotta curve these, but it's probably good. Maybe. I guess. Alright, that's fine. We don't need much else here. I think we can do like some bone and put something down. I haven't played both. Oh, you haven't played both. Oh, but I think that you need to play the... See, that's what I assume. So this is the problem, like, this has always been my problem with games like Final Fantasy. Like, I know they're not all related, but I'm like, I never played them. I never played the franchise. Same with like Resident Evil. I'm like, I'm sure there's versions of the game that you could just pick up and go with. I get that. But I feel like it's got so much story, which is what makes it so good, that if I didn't play like from the beginning, I'd be like, well, why not? You know, like, but it's just like, it's so much game and content you have to go through, and some of them are old systems, so if you don't, like, it's this whole complicated thing. But ultimately, I was always like, it would make sense to like play those games in full, as it were. In my opinion, right? I don't know. Hey, no, what's going on, man? Welcome back. Oh, cool, cacti moment. I know, that's what I am. But that's just me not really sure. I gave my Switch away. No! Oh, and okay, yeah, okay, if you want PC only. I gotcha. Gotcha. Going on 4 so I've been sleeping since the stream. Oh, Aqua, what's going on, man? How you doing? Need it for the cactus armor. Exactly. You can't play Terraria without cactus armor. Everyone knows that. That's a rule. Okay, so I like this. This is fine. I'm gonna just, I'm just gonna add one more little detail here, which is to add just a little bit of this one. Oh, actually, let's go with that one. Oh no, I hammered it. I wanna let me put it there, damn it. All right, fine. That's fine. All right. It's good enough, I think. I feel like this needs background wall, but I'm like kind of not sure. I'm kind of not sure what I want to put behind there, because it's like everything feels a little bit like cracked dirt or something. It just feels like little, sometimes like it's weird. You add this little bit, or if like as an example, if I like remove that, right? Or sorry, if I leave that, but I add that, and then we kind of, leave those little divots in, and you just start adding a little bit of texture just to the ground. It can look okay. Sometimes it's hard to tell, but I think it's looking pretty good. I'd like to add more in here, but again, it's always that same thing. Adding more doesn't make it better. This is a pretty good little island, I think. And it gives me an idea for another one if I need to make one, which I probably do. But I'm not going to do that today, I don't think. By the way, I didn't know if they'd remade it. That's what I was saying, because I had watched it, but I couldn't remember. So, I mean, listen, I'm right every once in a while, all right? Final Fantasy, I just jumped into playing PS5, and yeah, okay, but see, that's the thing. But Michael, did you start from like do they have like a Final Fantasy that's like you play 1 to 7? Because like isn't there like 17 of those fucking things, or 20 now? I don't even know. And I know it has a lot of story, which is the thing that throws me off about it. It's like I don't feel like and I have no problem with that, by the way. I don't think every game has to be like, oh well, what if we want new players? I'm like, fuck the new players, right? Like I have no problem with a dev team being like, I don't give a shit about the new players. If the new players want to play, they're welcome to play, but they're gonna play it, and they're gonna play it the way we've designed it. And if they miss story and they don't get it, that's too bad. No problem with that. I encourage it, in fact. Right? Because it's like, reality is the people that are playing these games, like, if you can get people that like it to be like hooked and like the story, then you're golden, right? Like there's no problem with that, in my opinion. But not everyone thinks that way, you know? Make a rope bridge connecting that. So Aqua, the reason I'm not connecting these is for Skyblock. So this is a mod that we're working on. So we do have a bridge over here that I did make, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I haven't worked on this map in a while, and Moo, who's no longer here, I don't think, is going to be the guy to actually mod it. So like, we have a bunch of like custom islands. They're really meant to be about like atmosphere. I think my ice ones are probably my favorite ones so far. Well, so far. But that aside, I think the desert one's not too shabby either. These are looking decent. They're all biome specific. So I gotta do 1 or 2 more of these desert islands, but I think this is good. I don't want to do too much more. I think it's like 20, but it's 20. But some of them are online. Oh, that's right. Some of them are like an online version. That's a lot, man. Right? Like if I had, like, Zelda's kind of an example of a game that you don't necessarily, like, you don't need the lore behind it to play the game, right? But there are some that do require that, and I don't think that's a problem. Like, I think if you're like, no, like, we have a game with lore, and it's complex, and it's meaningful, but it's super meaningful to the people that, like the game, right? I don't know. I don't have a problem with that. Speaking of remakes, reminds me of Disney and its recent controversies, if you know anything about it. I do. Well, but the problem with Disney is they've been remaking all their videos and movies, not keeping to like the original lore, and then also doing the whole. I know South Park touched on this, but it's like you know, it's like put a like black gay lame chick in it kind of thing, right? It's like at the end of the day, it's like for me, it's like if you liked Aladdin, like I don't need a live version of Aladdin with Will Smith. I'm sorry, right? Now, if you stay to the like source material, I'm like, it's fine. But my bigger issue isn't even that. It's like you're just recycling the same shit. So like come up with something new. Like, why was Toy Story so good? It's not because it's 3D and Pixar. It's because it was a good story. It's a good kids movie. It's like it was entertaining and it was like really different and interesting, right? Like I like Finding Nemo. I like Toy Story. Like I have no issue with Disney inherently. I just like good. Like when's the last time you went to a movie theater? Right? Like when's like I haven't been to a movie theater in forever. Now I was never a huge moviegoer to start, but my point is like there isn't a movie that I'm like I gotta go see that. I've only ever gone to a theater and seen a movie twice, and that was Batman with the Joker, the Dark Knight. Like I was like, this is really really good. And I don't pretend to be like some like connoisseur of movies, right? So don't get me wrong. It's like I was just like this is really good, and someone else wanted to see. I was like I will go see that movie again. That's never happened. Oh, speaking of movies, Ryan used to work on Marvel movies, right? I know you've been here a long time, right, Stepping? But I believe, I'm pretty sure you're the guy. I'm positive you're the guy. Yeah, Spider-Man into the Spider-Verse. Amazing. It was amazing. It was amazing. And like, again, it's still Spider-Man, right? And no one, like, this is the thing too. I think what's really interesting is like there's a narrative around like people, it's like, oh, well, if you don't like this movie, then you're like a bigot. I'm like, okay, listen. The Marvels that came out, that thing, that show or movie, like, no one fucking watched it. Whether like because the actresses are not interesting or whatever, fine. But I'm like, I don't know, man. There's like a lot of lore around comic books, and like if you keep going away from it, like you know who likes comic books? Dudes like comic books. That's not to say women don't like comic books, but like in general, men like comic books. Like young boys also like comic books, right? And there's so much lore that I'm like, as you get away from it, it's like, what's the point? Like you have the entire story there. Like, here's an example, okay? Witcher 3 as a game, it comes from the Polish books, right? I didn't read them. I love the games. Not because I knew the story. The lore of the story was really good. Now it's an adaptation and maybe it's pretty close and maybe it's not. The show was fucking terrible. Like, the show was good for about half of a season, right? And now they're like, everyone's, oh, well, Henry, like, they got away from the source material. No one likes it. No one cares. Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power. Didn't watch it. Looks stupid. A lot of cool CGI on it. Didn't watch it. Like, Henry Cavill is going to go to Warhammer 40K and do a movie for it. I don't know what that's going to look like. I'm a big fan of Warhammer and Warhammer 40K, okay? Yeah, I'm a nerd. But I don't know all the lore in and out. Well, I know the gist of it, right? I know the gist of it. Horus Heresy, all this other stuff. I know it. If you get away, like, you have infinite possibilities with Warhammer 40K. You have tons of factions, tons of stories you could tell. You could tell a story of on a hive world, okay? And he's an Imperial Guard, and he's just going through the shit. And then maybe he gets selected somehow to become, you know, a Space Marine. That's not exactly how it works, but you know what I'm saying, right? If you add some other bullshit in there, like, you're gonna lose everyone, man. Like, you know who likes 40K? Dudes, tons of dudes. I'm sure there's a couple of women. Like, it's generally gonna be men. Like, the nerds of the 90s built up what Warhammer is. Like, that's and like, so if you get away from that, I'm like, what are we even talking about, right? It's nonsense. It's crazy to me. Crazy. Sorry, I'm getting on rants today, man. I don't know why I'm getting so ranty today. You like the Lava Island? Yeah, the Lava Islands are nice. There's this game called MLB 9 Innings and another one called MPQ. It used to be way more difficult, but they added so much. Yeah, that's okay though. Most companies are afraid to take risks of original ideas. I know so guys, if you don't know, guys, Stepping Ryan used to work on movies, like Marvel movies. Like, he has credits in Marvel movies. So there's someone who knows a lot of shit about movie and production, and I'm assuming 3D effects and editing and shit. I went and seen the new Aquaman. How was it? Michael, did you like the Aquaman? Because that looked like shit too. And I didn't read any of the Aquaman comic books, and I don't think you have to. It just looks shitty. It's like Aquaman, where the actor is just himself throughout the entire movie. I'm like, that's not interesting to me. Also, I don't think everything needs to be fully CGI'd, by the way. I think there's a place for it to enhance things, but if everything's fucking CGI, it looks bad, you know? That music, but movies also. Okay, I got you, Aqua, sorry. Oh, Spider-Verse has some of the best music, is what you're saying. I don't remember very well, but it was nothing about the Spider-Verse movie was bad to me. Liked it. I liked it. Sad what they did to Witcher. I know, man. I know. Like, I think Henry Cavill. Okay, Henry Cavill. How has Henry Cavill not been James Bond yet? That's my question. Right? Give me a fucking break. You know. But again, The Witcher. I was excited about. And I remember when it came out, I started watching. I was like, this isn't really what this should be. And it just got further and further. And I was like, I'm just done. I thought it was really cool. I'm not a big movie or show watcher. I don't really get passionate about shows. Right? Like, but. Maybe in being so naive and not like overthinking it, I'm like, I can tell when I like something. And generally the things I like tend to be more popular. Generally the people tend to like it. Like there's always niche things, right? But I'm like, I'm not like, I just don't watch enough stuff to be like, oh, this super obscure movie from the 1970s, what, masterpiece. Like, I don't know, right? I don't know. They killed James Bond. Oh, I know. Like, it's what they did with Indiana Jones. Like, Indiana Jones, the last Indiana Jones, man. I'm like, dude, if you just kept the 3 original Indiana Jones, you're good. The newest one I didn't watch, because like the last one I watched was the Crystal Skull one. I was like, it was very meh. But then this newest one, the Dial of Destiny, it was just like, was it his like estranged daughter or something? Essentially just one-ups him all the time because he's an old man. I'm like, okay, I guess, like, sure. But I'm like, the story inherently is like, I get tired of the multiverse thing and like the time jumping thing because it's just like, it's such an escape pod for every story. Like if a guy dies, it's like, oh, he's not dead. We'll just go to the other universe. Like that's boring. Like have some stakes. Like have it meaningful when someone dies or when someone gets lost or someone vanishes or gets shot or something. You know, I don't know. Like it's like, oh, the guy gets shot in the arm. He's like, and then he goes and punches the guy with that same arm. Like, if you ever got shot in the arm, you'd be unable to move that arm forever, like potentially. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's this shit's crazy to me. I don't know. It's just it gets all like, and I get like these are yeah. You thought it was good, Michael? That's okay. Yeah, like I said, you might again. I also don't critique. If you like a movie, it doesn't mean if I don't like it, I'm like, oh, like you're an idiot. You know, I was like, yeah, whatever. I'm not gonna go watch it. You know, Marvel, DC, Star Wars. I've worked on so many worlds and universe. Yeah, see, so guys, like literally, we have someone in chat that's worked on some of these franchises, which is crazy. So Stepping, what did you think of Star Wars? I guess. Because I watched the first one with when Rey became the thing. I didn't hate that one. I'm not a huge Star Wars nut either, but I was like, it was fine. I didn't watch the one after that, and I don't know what came out. I didn't watch anything after that. I just kind of, you know, I wasn't as big into Star Wars, but I was like, yeah, there's some stuff that I just. One of the people I used to play Master Hunter did the same thing. Ah, well, there you go. Marvel fell off hard after stand-up. Well, yeah. Seems like they lowered their standards. I think they just. To Ryan's point, no one's taking a risk on just being like. They also have huge budgets that they don't need. I mean, you can make a good action flick for. You don't need $700 million. You can make a good action flick for like $50 million and make a profit. You know, there's a market for it. Okay, COVID happened and they like. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I had a sub with Netflix for over 10 years and I'm sure. Yeah, dude, I've been debating on that too. Stepping worked on, yeah, okay, it was VFX, right? I was a compositor, basically integrated the CG into live action. Ooh. No wonder you quit that job, man. That must have been so much goddamn work, Ryan. Surprised Tom Cruise hasn't been. Well, the problem for Tom Cruise is he's been Mission Impossible, Ethan Hunt. So, you know. I have the Spider-Verse music on my. Well, listen, if you like the music, you like the music. I'm down with it. I think it's probably pretty good. No worries, Shark. We'll catch you later. Same with Doctor Who. See, I never watched Doctor Who, but yeah. I'm a fan of all DC and Marvel movies. Oh, dude, I don't know, man. there was that like Batman from the DC one versus like Superman. It was like weird. I never watched that. I was been a fan, but the originals are always better. Now I feel like they were starting to overdo it and milk yeah, exactly. Well, She-Hulk was one I didn't watch, but I heard it was trash. Like the scene that I remember was she was sitting there and explained to Hulk how she's always angry because she's a girl and always faces this. And I was like, okay, like I get you want to insert the whole like female thing is harder, but I'm like, you're sitting in front of the Hulk who is literally just plutonium fueled anger. Like that's what the Hulk is. Like, you know what I mean? Like he's just gamma radiation plus anger. Like an uncontrollable amount of anger is what turns you into the Hulk, which I always thought was weird about like the idea of like the Hulk can be controlled. Like again, like there's the comic thing and I'm not super well versed, but I was always like, but you know what I mean? Like, and also the story of She-Hulk. If you guys don't know the story of what She-Hulk was, I forget exactly how she becomes She-Hulk, but like the whole thing that they did in the show was like She-Hulk and Hulk get attacked by like an alien cruiser in a car, and then he bleeds, and somehow they're like that blood gets into one of her open cuts, and then that's how it transfers. And I don't remember what the original comic is, but I remember like the baseline story was like she was like a really good attorney, right? And then she is like basically she's like poking the beehive with the mob or the mafia or something. And so they like threaten her or whatever, and then they come to like essentially assassinate her. And instead of assassinating her, they assassinate her roommate, so her friend, right? And then I forget exactly how she becomes the Hulk, but like that was like the driving, like a driving force. So I'm like, why didn't you just stick to that? Like that's way more fucking interesting. Like you know what I mean? Like I was like, why not just do the original? You know, it's just like certain things just need to be like what they are. Now you can go off on tangents after that, of course, but I'm like, at least start with like the basics, right? Like, and that's like much more compelling in my mind than some of the other stuff. But I don't know. I'm not a big nerd. There's just certain things where I'm like, you know, I just think one of the problems with gaming and with movies now is like, there's no storytelling. Like, what makes things good is like, yeah, there's action scenes, yeah, there's cool stuff, something gets you hyped up. But things that are memorable have good stories, and you like connect with characters, and you connect with like what it is, like you connect with the world, right? Like it's like, or a character or something, right? Like, I don't know, like you can have an action movie, you can have a 300 that's like interesting from a video and effects thing, and like that's fine. But like, I don't know, like Lord of the Rings was probably not going to be like, if they do a remake of Lord of the Rings or like Harry Potter, like how good is that really going to be? It's going to suck because you know the original good version. It's gonna be hard to get away from that, you know? The jump was pretty fun. It was like doing a new puzzle every day. However, it was very tedious at times. Yeah. I'm sure that's taking details to the extreme. Nobody would notice something. That sounds like micromanagement on a normal level stepping. An episode of She-Hulk. Yeah, that's what I mean, man. Modern day Hulk isn't very angry. He's just a big green. I know. Yeah. Oh, I got the hydrate. Sorry, Orange. Disney, when it was on VHS. Oh yeah, well. They don't do that anymore. Cop shows and lawyers movies and whatever have been better in the. Yeah, that's true. That is true. I mean, like anything, right? Like, oh, by the way, guys, sorry, I know I'm not building anymore. I'm actually done. I'm just really engrossed in this conversation with you guys, which is probably for the best. Let's take this island. Let's take that island. And let's take this little teeny tiny island. And then we'll do all three. There we go. Cool. Sorry, I'm gonna save and exit, guys, and then I just want to chat with you guys because I'm like not even building. I'm just like looking at the screen. All right, let me switch this over real quick, and boop. Look at that. Damn. We're so cool. All right. Sorry, guys. What time is it? I feel like it's pretty late. It's 10. Okay. Anyways, so yeah, like they need to fit the puzzle pieces in the world somehow and having two Hulk characters. I mean, So Doom, here's my thing. Like again, like in the grand scheme of things, I think if you like a certain movie or character or actor, like it's all good. Like what you like. I just think like what I don't like is you have IP, you have content that exists, like lore. Like so again, I go back to this like 40, like Warhammer and Warhammer 40K. They're eventually gonna do movies for those, right? The video games is probably the next like big movie area because Super Mario did really well, or the Mario movie did really well, so people will probably like try to emulate that, and like that's fine, and eventually that'll get tiresome. But 40K right now, as an example, has a fuckload of lore, and you can almost do anything you want, but it has a ton of lore like pre-built. So that's like a market that, yeah, maybe it's not super duper like everyone loves it, but it's like you could tap a new audience by having like a feature film on it, right? And I'm like, that to me is like a pretty good place to be. And so like at some point, if you don't get away from the lore, like first off, why would you get away from the lore? Because it's the story is already told for you. Like this is a reason why I think Peter Jackson's like version of Lord of the Rings was so good. Now obviously you can't include absolutely everything, duh. But long movies, CGI wasn't the main focus. They had CGI to enhance. It's obviously older, so the CGI is maybe not as good. But it was like well told, looks good. It reminds you of the story when you read the books. It's great. If you've read any books or any lore around 40K, like it's pretty easy to imagine what that world looks like. It should be dark. It should be gothic in a lot of ways as well. A lot of bloodshed, a lot of heresy, and a lot of purging of the heresy. And essentially, like in a lot of ways, the humans and like the Space Marines are basically just like dictator/Nazis that are hyper religious, right? So it's like, I don't know if it's neo-fascist, religious. I don't know what you'd call that, but basically like it's one of those things where the meme is like, wait, are we the baddies? Like it kind of almost leans there, but it's like to the extreme, right? So it's like that feeling has to be like, I think at the start you can make it really cool, you could do all this awesome stuff. Like, hey Medid, what's going on? My dick sucking. But we're calling you Maddie. That's your new name. That one quote from the Disney Star Wars executive about not having source material. Oh my god, can you imagine? Oh, we don't have any more source material. I'm like, okay, even let's pretend you didn't. Make your own. You've already told a story. Go back and look at what you said. If you don't remember it, reread the lore that you have, right? And then you just move on and make some. And again, maybe you make some, and it sucks. Fair enough. You're a bad storyteller. We can accept that. But I think people can't accept is going back and looking at stuff that you have the source material for, and you're like, no, mine's better. No, it's not. Like, you know what I mean? Like this is what I'm saying. It's like, again, I know more about 40K and Warhammer, and even then not much, but it's like that's a world where I'd say like if you make it something where it's like you have to always have the Marvel thing that I always notice is like everything's like superpowers and like all this, and they always make the funny comment, the funny joke. Nothing's ever serious. Warhammer 40K world is like, again, dark, gritty, gothic, serious, right? I think you could place a well-timed, but like Space Marines as a general thing are like emotionless robotic killing machines. Like that's essentially what they are, right? With a very like rigid chain of command, minus the heresy. That's a different problem. Chaos is a whole other issue. But my point is, it's like if you get away from that, and these guys are all sitting in a room having a beer and laughing, I'm like, what the fuck are we watching, right? Exactly. Everyone's a xenophile. Everyone hates everything. So start a movie. No, dude, I don't know enough about movies. But I find it interesting because like my thing is like, if I come up with an idea and I come up with a story and it's a medium to okay story, and then I make a movie on it and it's okay, then it's an okay movie and that's okay. But it's this idea that like you're spending like hundreds of millions of dollars on these just crappy movies, right? Like why do you think, go back to all this expense, like why is South Park so good? Because they can put together an episode in like a week and they're fucking hilarious. Obviously they make fun of everything, but like you're talking like, you know, I think at the start, if I'm not mistaken, South Park was made using like cardboard or like construction paper cutouts. Like that's how they did the animation. And now they obviously use computers and it's better and everything's better, but like they're not doing anything fancy. But they tell all this funny shit from a kid's perspective that are like, obviously some of the kids are assholes, but it's like, you know what I mean? Like, there's something about that. Warhammer 40K would have to fly under the radar of imperialist criticism, like The Handmaid's Tale. I didn't watch The Handmaid's Tale, although I heard it was good. To have people not immediately realize the... Well, I mean, listen, like I said, Warhammer 40K, it's like the meme is for the Space Marines is like, are we the bad? Because they're all like, they're essentially Nazis. Like any other religion, anything is heresy, and like they just burn it to the ground, right? Anything different, anything that's a xenophile, like anything that's a not of human whatever, and they're very scared of technology as well, which is weird. But like it's very like archaic and yeah, like xenophilic or whatever, and like, you know, makes them like, I think at the start you could make it look like they come off as neutral, and then maybe you're kind of rooting for them, and then down the road you'd be like, oh wait, I think we're the bad guys, right? Like you could tell a story a lot of different ways. Hey Nate, what's going on? I just think like somewhere along the line, when you have like when you have lore, when you have content, when you have something that someone else has done, and you have a massive community around it that likes it or is like passionate about it, right? Why change it? Like at least start there, right? Like, cause like, again, like one of the things I've heard about with like Henry Cavill, especially with Witcher, is like he was a fan of the video games, he was a fan of the books, like he knew the lore, and he was acting. And I'm like, when he does Warhammer, he actually plays Warhammer the tabletop, like he's into that shit, right? So he's like he's like the mega Chad of nerds, right? Guy looks like he's chiseled out of fucking marble, and like he's doing tabletop games. So if you think about it, like the guy knows about the game, he's played it, he's like, it's not that he's invested, he's passionate about it. Now he's not the guy writing the story, but like the point is, it's like if he's allowed to say, hey, this is wrong, this should actually look like this, or like the character, like he could do this. What was that? No, yo, Prince, thanks for the 10,000 or 10,000 for the 1,000 bits, the $10. I gotta get used to that sound. It's brand new. I appreciate that, but you know what I'm saying? Like you have a guy that literally gives two fucks about this, and he'll probably be like, now I don't know about the writers, right? I don't know about the writers. The writers will probably be like, hey, listen, we're gonna write this. We want you to be like, this is what it should be. They can have arguments about minutia, but if you're going in a completely different direction and he just leaves again, you know what you got, right? But like a similar example. I haven't watched this show, but this is what I've sort of what I've heard and what I've seen. Now, on this channel, guys, I've built a build from like the anime show One Piece, right? So One Piece has a show. I'm sure you guys know this. You guys are more versed than I am, right? But One Piece as a manga and as a show, I believe it's still running. The anime is still running. Like I remember that anime from like when I was a kid, so it's old as shit, right? Now, granted, back then like YTV would just do reruns and shit. But my point is, it's like, the One Piece show, when I saw they were doing a live, I was like, oof, like that's gonna be fucking rough. And in my head, I remember Cowboy Bebop, right? Cowboy Bebop was like, it's a kind of a cult classic anime, but Cowboy Bebop, for what it was, right? When they did the live, holy crap, the live version looked bad. I never watched it, and then of course reviews came out, it was a disaster, right? But I was like, man, why would you do a One Piece? It's still ongoing. Right? That's the first thing. And secondly, I'm like, could you really make that live? Apparently it's doing really well. Now, another part of that is the guy, what's the guy's name? The actual creator, Oda something? Like, is the creator? He's a guy that was like, no, like you can't do it this way. This is what, like he still maintains like the rights on it and how it should look. So he's not like some consultant. He can be like, you can't use my content this way. Like, it has to be. And so apparently that's been like really helping it. And it's doing really well, which is crazy to me because the fucking anime and the manga are still going on, which is nuts, right? If you want to subvert, you should have the base down to be able to flip it. Some of the principal recommended One Punch. One Punch Man was really good. My friend introduced me to that. I was like, this is amazing. It's okay, I guess, but it hits 10 if you have an established sense of what's being debunked or lampshade. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Maddie. I just think like it's not even about overt subversion necessarily. It's just like, I just think if you have something that's done well or like has a community or like some people give a shit about it, start there. And if you had 20 seasons of Warhammer, you know what? Yeah, maybe down the road we could probably change it up a bit. I think that's okay, but not first episode, right? Like not the first season. Like this is what Witcher's problem was. It's like The Witcher. The whole thing is about The Witcher. It's all about The Witcher and about how he fights monsters. And he has a couple friends who are also like converted. Well, what do they call them again? You get converted. Like there's a ritual, ritual of grass or whatever. That's how you become the Witchers. You know, they all have different abilities and have like different emblems. And they didn't show any of that shit, first off. But secondly, it's like, that's the lore. Imagine, like, if they said, how did they become the Witcher? Oh, I just trained in a dark cave or some bullshit, you know? Like, I don't know. It's dumb shit like that I just, like, people would be bothered by that, you know? You're the only one here from YouTube? That's okay, none. I know Prince Alden is on both, or he was on both. It's okay. No one's here to watch me rant about this stuff. It's fine. Yeah, you don't have to be into anime. I've watched old animes like Dragon Ball Z, One Piece. I watched a few. What was another one? I did watch Cowboy Bebop. There's some old ones. Knights of the Zodiac. I remember as a kid. Oh, there's another one. I can't remember. There's other one. Oh, no, shoot, no, that's not one. I don't know. There's a couple. I never watched any good one. I'm probably not the one to recommend. One Punch Man. Sorry, I did watch One Punch Man. One Punch Man is fucking funny. It's good. I liked it. I thought it was good. Yeah. That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying, Nape. Usually they are. If you like One Punch, you check out Mashle Magic and Muscles. I might take a look. Blue Lock. Blue Lock I've actually heard of. Soccer anime. Yeah, I've heard of it. I never watched sports anime or been a sports guy. Blue Lock is sick though. I might look at it. Pat Labor was my jam. I don't know what that is. I mean, listen. My point is, not every show is going to be amazing. Not every movie is going to be amazing. But if you're starting, and I think this is something that maybe they do really well in like anime or manga or manga in Japan, like they tell good stories. Berserk, that was the one I was thinking. Do you guys know Berserk? Like, I know it's like really popular, I think, for some people. I remember that when I was like younger, and I was like, you know, it's rated R, obviously, like there's a lot of killing, whatever. But I was like, I think they've remade that show a couple times. All they've really done with it is change the story a bit, but also like the animation. They didn't make some new fucking thing. They were like, this is what it is, and people like it. Let me guess what One Punch Man's power. Actually, you might be surprised what his power is. You might be surprised. There was another anime that I was trying to remember that I watched, and I oh my god, Berserk. I mean, I remember like those Gundam ones. I never watched the Gundam ones. I never got into the robot ones. There was like Escaflowne, and there was Gundam, and there's another one, and I just never watched it. Bleach was another one that I watched and was good. I didn't go like all the way. I think I watched like one or two of the arcs, and I thought it was really good. I'm trying to remember what other ones. There's a bunch. The Record of Lodoss War was amazing. What one's that about? Dragon Ball Z, of course. Dragon Ball is like the first anime I ever watched. Then Dragon Ball Z came out. You know what's funny? So, when Dragon Ball Z was still like just like kind of at least in Canada, they'd always like start it and keep going through it, and it would get to like the Vegeta fight, and then would reset, and then it would get to like the Frieza fight and reset, and like. But I remember really early on, for whatever reason, like I have family that's not in Canada, and when I'd go visit them, Dragon Ball GT was already out when I was like a kid, and I remember telling people, no, like there's another Dragon Ball, and no one believed me. I was like, there's another Dragon Ball. There's like yeah, he goes like Super Saiyan 4 and shit, and he's like got red fur, and no one believed me. And then sure enough, it came out, like, you know, and I was like, yeah, right, you know. I'm looking forward to AI cloning of manga. I can't really parse black and white comic images. So actually, that's actually a good point, Maddie. Like, I never thought of that. Like, I wonder how much AI will like enhance like things like that, like where it's like, oh, now everything's all in color, or you can do it all black and white, or can, like, if you're colorblind, you know, if you can't see blue, well, now it's all the blues are green or something, you know, like If you like classic RPG styles, okay. Yeah, Pokemon's definitely an anime. Every 2.5 weeks, get annoyed in the morning. Cartoons was replaced by golf tournament. Oh yeah, well, that's what happens, and it gets worse when you get old. There's no time for cartoons. But see, here's my point. Like, look at the conversation we're having. Like, you guys probably have a show. Like, I remember like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, right? I remember Dragon Ball Z. I remember these shows, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that particular show that you may like or may not like. But like, it's not just nostalgia. Like, you liked it because yeah, you're a kid and you like bright colors and, you know, whatever, flashing lights, right? But like, you have fond memories. But if you rewatch them, like, you're generally like, hey, this is like a pretty good story, right? Like, that's the thing I think is what's interesting. Like, I don't know anything about Blue Lock, but I'm like, if someone can make an interesting show about soccer, right now, I assume it's not just about soccer, like playing and scoring goals. It's probably like developing characters or them develop, like, you know, the usual. They have a training arc and they're like getting, you know what I mean? Like, whoever the main protagonist is, like. But my point is, it's like, you have to be able to tell a story. And also, you don't need to have a thing that runs for 20 seasons. You can have something that that's another thing I find really weird, is like, when you have a show, right? Any show, you have to know when to end it. Like, as much as, even if the story is very mediocre, like, know when to end it, know how to end it. And I'm not a writer, but I'm just saying, like, you don't need to, like, keep this friggin' thing alive, right? And that's the thing I think is really interesting, is like, when something's successful, people always try to milk it and make it better, and like, Star Wars maybe is an example of that. Like, I don't know, but like, that idea of like, I'm gonna make another one, I'm like, take a step back, take a breath, you know, breathe, think about it, tell a better story, tell a different story. It's an infinite universe, essentially. See what the response is to that, see if you can run with it. You know, if it doesn't do well, maybe don't make 3 more after that. Just a thought. You know, I don't know. Oh yeah, no, Maddie, we were talking about this not just for movies, but like games. Like, one of the things well, The Exorcist is just a thing, right? But Maddie, one thing is like so movies being an example, right? The one thing that's like you see in video games is now video game AAA titles. Diablo 4 is the example I used. Extremely mediocre game. Diablo 2 was great. Diablo 3 was really disappointing, and Diablo 4 was worse in a lot of ways because it had a lot more. Anyway, that was an $100 game. For $20, $15, you can buy Terraria. You can buy V Rising. You can buy BattleBit. You can buy Valheim. You can buy Subnautica. You can buy Grounded. You can buy Satisfactory. You can buy a shitload of games, right? And you'll get more hours out of them, and they're better, and they're indie developers. Deep Rock Galactic, like, there are so many games out there, and like, you know what they don't have? Microtransactions. Like, I don't want to buy a game for $100 and then be like, yeah, you want that cool mount? Well, you can't get it unless you use the store. I'm like, why? Like, Diablo 3 released with an online store that broke the entire point of the game because they want to make a few bucks. Like, it's so stupid. Like, it's just like, make a game, make it good. Like, Baldur's Gate was a great example. The second that game, like, I played that game, I was like, yeah, this is game of the year. It's game of the year. I'm like, there isn't anything remotely close. And I think they did win game of the year, didn't they? Like, I'm not like some like all-knowing messiah of this stuff. I'm just saying, like, I can recognize a good game by playing it and by how much I think I enjoy it. Now, I don't play Dungeons and Dragons. I don't know. I've never played the old Baldur's Gates. I know Baldur's Gate 2 is really like well received. Whatever, right? But like, that idea, like they put like 7 years into its production. I'm like, just the voice work alone was amazing. Think of the story you can tell and all the shit you can do and the world you can explore. It's like, it's your own world. It's all there, right? I didn't even I got to like level 5 and I was like, this is great. You know, you can play with friends. It's fun. It's just a really, really good game. And maybe you won't see another game like that for a long time, but like, Skyrim was really good. You didn't have to buy any DLC. You just played the fucking game, right? Like, just, I don't know, like, maybe I'm just an old man yelling at the cloud. I just think, like, I don't want a $20 game with $800 out of DLC content, right? That I have to buy. Sorry. Like, to buy like a skin, Like this is the funny thing with fucking Call of Duty, man. Call of Duty, the game itself is shit. It's like, I'm not a huge Call of Duty guy, but like playing Warzone, like I might play it again, but I'm like, the whole thing just feels, it's pedestrian. And then it's like, but the store, you want tracer bullets for $10? Come on down. Come on down. They did a video rental stores and the rise of streaming. The impact of this, El Newsreel and Bonanza Studios refused to take. No, but see, Marty, you're not wrong. But the thing is, it's easier to take a risk on a movie that isn't $500 million. Make a smaller budget movie that has a better story, right? And you'll get a movie that can maybe generate like a solid profit. Not everything has to be this blockbuster over the top thing, because it's just like, it's the same thing. Like when you go to eat food, right? You can eat McDonald's all the time, eventually get sick of it, and it's kind of crappy food, right? It's tasty, but it's kind of crappy. But if I said, hey, every night you're gonna have, a fucking ribeye that's like swimming in butter, or a lobster tail, so like you're like, oh yeah, it's gonna be great. You're gonna get tired of that after a week, right? You're gonna get tired of it. It's not gonna be enjoyable. It's not gonna be something you're gonna like. You're gonna be like, hey, you know what? I could go for just a basic bologna sandwich, some ramen, a bowl of soup, right? Just a piece of chicken and some lettuce. Like, simplicity isn't a bad thing, right? Not everything has to be over the top. So, I don't know, that's just me. But the microtransactions to me are the worst egregious thing about it. And yeah, you're right. The economics of the industry did change the creative direction overnight, because it was like, at the end of the day, it's like, what are we doing? Yeah, I can make a game for free. Now, part of that was also free games that did microtransactions. Now, that I don't have as much of a problem with. If the game is free and you're updating it, I can choose not to buy microtransactions, that's fine. But I can still play the game. Also fine. That's on you. So, if you play Fortnite and you don't pay for anything, fucking play Fortnite, don't pay for anything. No problem. The thing I will swear by is the saying, you either die a hero, live long. Oh, yeah, it's from a movie that I saw twice. It's proven correct time. Yeah, well, you're not wrong. Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, no, and again, I didn't play the other one. I just this is just a really good game. Really good game. Now, maybe it didn't win everything or whatever, but I was like, it's in contention. Like, Diablo 4 was not Game of the Year, right? We knew that. You're talking big AAA titles. Cyberpunk, theoretically, if they hadn't had all the fucking pressure, like, Cyberpunk's another one. Like, CD Projekt Red. Guys, if you lose the momentum of people that give a shit about your product, you know what you lose is, like, now, they did Phantom Liberty, and apparently it's, what do you think people are going to think about when you release whatever the next project is? Are you going to be like, I think I'm going to wait on that one? That's probably going to be a lot of people's sentiment, right? And that's going to hurt your first day sales, which means it's going to look not as good. Having a long-term, like this, like having people play a game long-term it doesn't have to be, it's a finite thing. People move on. But having a good game at release and having goodwill and having people that get like customer service, whatever you want to call it, matters. It matters. Good news, it will be an $80 game with $800 to do. I know, man, yeah. And that's the other thing. Sorry, you make a good point there, Maddie. The 800 terabytes of required storage space. Warzone, the previous version, was taking up like a fucking half a terabyte or a terabyte of space. And I was like, it's a single map with a bunch of fucking skins. How can it be so big? Because it's not optimized. It's just a mess. It's like a fragmented mess of bullshit, and you have to have it on your PC. It's insane. Don't they microtransaction the shit out of it with V-Bucks? Yes, they do, Nape. But I don't have a problem with Fortnite being microtransactions because the game is free. League of Legends is a free-to-play game, and you're not locked out of progression or playing it. It's slower. But you can, if you're lazy and want to unlock characters, you just pay for it. That's fine if you want to do that. You could also just play and unlock them, right? Or if you know the character you want to play, you can just get that one character and play only. Like, you can play that game totally fine without paying a single dollar into it. So I don't have a problem with that. Now, you have the option, of course, certainly. That's up to you. If you decide you want to put $10,000 into League of Legends, go for it. That's all I'm saying. I'm a trash panda at heart, exactly. V-Bucks are cheaper than anything. Yeah, but it's not even about the price of them. Like, FIFA is another thing. Holy fuck, what a disaster, you know? I agree, but they don't. Blockbusters make their money back on the first weekend, which means they can ensure. Yeah, but Yeah, I'm not saying you're arguing that. I'm just saying, like, my point is making your money back immediately. Financially, I get it. You need to make money as a business. My thing is when you overpromise and underdeliver, which is exactly what Cyberpunk was, unquestionably. Cyberpunk was hype. Keanu Reeves on the thing. Like, the game was fucking broken. Like, that is not a game you should be allowed to release. That would be, hey, this is an alpha, or hey, we have beta access. Please play the game and we'll work on things. CD Projekt Red released Witcher 3's Stone and Wine and Stone, or Hearth and Stone and Wine and Blood, or whatever, Blood and Wine. Those DLCs were free after a while. They're just like, yeah, here, you can have them. Added tons of hours of content. Fit perfectly in the story and the narrative. Great. Free. Didn't have to pay for them. You know? What they should have done with the Phantom Liberty is basically been like, hey, if you bought the original one in the first year of release, it's free. It's on us. Here you go. That matters, man. I don't care what anyone says. It matters a lot. Because, like, think about it this way. Like, at a certain point, like, it's like the Diablo games. I'm not buying any more Blizzard games. You think people are happy about Overwatch 2? Overwatch 2 doesn't have the PvE in it. You fucking kidding me? You promised PvE and they're like, yeah, that one thing you like, yeah, we took it out. Like, people don't like that. Like, whether the next game comes out is a blockbuster or not, or whether it makes all its money in the first day, people don't give a shit, you know? You're scaring me sitting in a dark room. It's what I do now. This is my life. Companies don't want that small game that will make a tidy profit. They want a big payout. Yeah, well, I mean, because it's all about, you know, profits for the shareholders, right? Like, a game that does a microtransaction, but you don't need to spend a penny to really win it, and they don't bother you with anything. Exactly. Well, do you ever notice how these games like Diablo 3, Diablo 4, like, the game's not great, but that store, oh man, that online store, that thing's up and running instantly, no problem. Works perfectly. The game, yeah, it's broken, and the mechanic and the loop is meh, but that store, oh yeah, it's updated every day, boys. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the focus isn't on the game, and people can tell. Like, that's why I think ARPGs, story-driven games will become more popular, and indie games will become more popular, because what's going to happen is people are going to be like, you know what? The game's very mediocre. Like, Call of Duty is the same game it's been forever, and people like it, and it's fun, great. Eventually, people get away from those games, they'll find other things, right? This is what it is. Too many games releasing early access. Yes, that's another thing. The early access thing, it's like, if you release early access, I have no problem. The game better be like $20, right? You can't be releasing a game that's in early access state. Again, I go back to CD Projekt Red and Cyberpunk. That was not even early access game. Let's be honest. That was like pre-alpha, the way they released it. It looked nice, ran like shit, tons of issues. That's in testing stages to me. Again, if they said, hey, we're releasing it, it ain't finished, instead of being $80, we're gonna go for 40. And we'll be fixing things as we go. Apologies, right? You're like, this is the thing, when you buy alpha, or when you're buying, like, you know, if you're buying these releases before they come out, right? Then that's what it is. Hey, Aqua, good night, man. Have a good one. Have a good one. I'm just saying, like, penny pinching bullshit killed Cyberpunk. Yeah, of course. The modding community is generally the argument against capitalism. For the last few decades, the community has been fixing expensive games for free. Yeah, because people care. Like, that's my point. Like, people giving a shit is what keeps a game good and what keeps people interested, right? So it's like, I think the problem for Cyberpunk was, like, they got a lot of pressure to release the game at a whatever date. If they had delayed another year, I would have been like, you would have been much better served, because your integrity and the image that people have you is maintained, for one. CD Projekt Red had a really good reputation before Cyberpunk. So now when whatever game they come out with next, and Phantom Liberty is a nice band-aid on it, right? It helps. But you're gonna have a second look at whatever comes out next. You're not gonna be like, I'm buying it. You're not gonna do it. The Larian Studios that did Battleground, that did Baldur's Gate 3, I guarantee you whatever the fuck they release next is almost gonna fly off the shelves. Right? Now, it may, unfortunately for them, it's everything they make from here on in is going to be compared to Baldur's Gate 3. So be it. So maybe it'll be a little disappointing, maybe it won't be as good. My point is, you lose nothing by making a game good on release. Right? Yeah, you lose the money up front. You think they're not gonna be super fucking profitable after the fact because they released a game of the year. Now, not everyone can be game of the year, but I'm like, releasing a good game doesn't hurt you. Quality matters. Like, especially, man, like, I'm not spending $100 on a game that fucking sucks, right? Like, that's just the reality. Like, if a game is shitty, I'm not, like, and this is my thing. I go back to Blizzard. Who's buying Overwatch 3? I'm not buying Diablo 5. Right? Like, name me the game that Blizzard's going to release that you're going to be like, I have to have it. Other than something that draws a lot of nostalgia. They're not releasing anything new that's interesting. And for them to do that, they're going to have to release a really good game that's going to come with a lot of hesitation. And then people will be like, oh, no, yeah, this is really good. And then they'll see sales down the road. That's okay. You don't need to sell everything day one. That's not the barometer for success, right? They use it in business because businesses run on quarterly, profits. But I'm like, or reporting. But like the reality is like that game can continue to sell down the road. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Yeah, Fo, I agree. Just stop buying games, right? Storage space and poor optimization sometimes weaponized between platforms. I mean, I believe it. Yeah, exactly. No, yeah, matchmaking is down, stores up and running. Exactly. It's like, it's like and the other thing is making games online all the time pisses me off so much. Not everything needs to be online. It's okay for me to just play single player, right? Let me have cheats. Let me type in like, IDKFK like for like Doom, like cheat all infinite ammo or whatever it was, or IDQQQD or whatever it was, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Single player, I'm not affecting anyone, right? Modding, same thing. Let me mod. Like, if someone wants to mod, let them mod. Yeah. You see the Sims 3 store? It costs $72,000 to buy everything. Yeah, but again, Spice, like, do you have to buy anything to play the game? No, then you're fine, right? I think. I feel like early access should be like not even 20. So again, Nate, I think the thing with early access is it's okay, in my opinion, for early access to be relatively priced. Because I mean, there is a lot of work that goes into even to go to a game to early access. It's still a lot of work, and I think they need money to keep them afloat, and that's why you release early access. And also a way for people to get like reactions and see what needs fixing. I don't have a problem with that. But a lot of games like they release and like, oh yeah, it's like finished, and then like, oh, we're gonna fix it, and it takes them like 10 years, right? No interest in that. Like, if the game is finished, it's finished. You release it, right? Have you seen modern? Well, so Alden, that's the thing. Skyrim has a fuckload of mods, right? Like, the one mod that I don't know if they ever finished or made good was like multiplayer Skyrim. I don't know how that's not a thing. Like, Skyrim with people running around would be fucking amazing, right? Now, I think they had one, I just don't know if it was that good or how it finished, but like, Minecraft. No one's buying Minecraft anymore. There's a ton of mods. People have full-on YouTube channels that make millions of dollars a year. Like, people like the game. Like, the game is a blocky mess if you just look at it, but it's a great game because it has so much potential, and you can have mods, and you have stories, and you have all this stuff. That's what makes it good, right? I don't know. The guy that made that game, I forget his name, made the multi-billionaire, right? Depressed multi-billionaire, but, billionaire. They would sell you a disc of Windows 95 player visuals they could, yeah, if they could, that's true. They don't care what they sell as long as it sells. No faith in well, but see, Maddie, this is why I keep saying. I am strong believer in indie developers are going to be the ones that dominate the market. There won't be, I think you'll see a diversified, like, other than console, but like for PC gaming, that money is gonna disappear. Like, Blizzard is fucked. Like, I know they're a really big company, they're fucked. And this is why I don't remember if Blizzard got bought by Microsoft yet or whatever. If they can't make their games consistently good, no one like that, like no one's gonna care anymore. The franchises they have, like, it's the same thing. Like Star Wars, Disney, the reason they're dying is because they're not what they're doing. People aren't interested in it. It's not good. They'll die. If you don't make any money, you die. Like, that's how this works, right? If CD Projekt Red had released multiple games like how they released Cyberpunk, do you think they'd still be around? Like, how viable as a business do you think they'd really be? Conversely, if you look at Larian and they keep releasing games like, how much money do you think Larian Studios is going to be worth after? Let's look. Let's look at Larian Studios stock value. I don't know if they're private or not. Crowdfunding 1.8. I have to find a better site for this. Let's just come to stats. No, I have to find it. But my point simply is like I have to find a thing that shows it. But like, I'd be curious to know how much money they're worth now after this game of the year, or when their next game comes out, how much money that will earn them on like just earmarked on just having a good game. You know, I'm just curious. There's a realistic shop making spam you. Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's the shop. That's all the shop is. It's just, but you can ignore it. It's just annoying. I don't need commercials in my video game. Let's put it that way. What was the game I included in increasing the loading times between screens? Oh, I don't know. It's not complete without the sofas. I mean, yes, okay, I get it. You may want the thing, but do you need the thing, right? If you need the thing, you buy it. And if you don't want to buy it, you don't buy it. Bloons TD Battles 2, if you know the frame. Bloons is like the little tower defense game with the monkeys, right? I remember that. They need to create an FDIC for people. Wait, what's that? FDIC for people who buy early access games. Oh, well, so I just think that like early access is kind of buy at your own risk. But I also say like there should be like a cap on what you can a game like that can cost. Because the problem is like early access, like I avoid it like the plague. But funnily enough, like the guys that make, is it Shipwreck? Ghost Ship Studios, I think it is, makes, they made Valheim, or they were part of the release of Valheim. They're not the studio that made it, but like they're involved in it. And Valheim, and they did Deep Rock Galactic. And like those were both early access games. They're both still early access, I think, although I think Deep Rock Galactic is out. Fantastic. Played the shit out of those games. They're great. I will buy their next early access game probably if I think it's interesting, right? I won't have any hesitation. Now, if the games continue to suck, probably not going to buy it, right? Battle.net, originally amazing, created several genre games. Battle.net rebooted where Blizzard told you that they own the IP. Yeah, but that's again Blizzard shooting themselves in the foot, right? I think if you want a game to have a healthy community, you allow modding. It doesn't make sense. Modding is what keeps games alive and relevant. And all it takes, man, is like one good mod to like reestablish a game or like just reinvigorate it, you know? Capitalism, so sorry, bruv. I agree in principle, but in practice, the video game industry is equal first employers of addiction specialists. Although gambling companies. Well, I mean, here's the thing. You always have a choice in where you spend your money, right? No one's putting a gun to your head and be like, you have to buy this game. You choose to buy the game. Addiction, I mean, you can make that argument, but I'm like, if you were addicted to video games, like you would buy every video game. Like, and again, like maybe it's a hobby. Like I could buy, you know, I don't know, maybe I'm really into keyboards. Like I buy every keyboard. I don't have to buy every keyboard. I don't have to buy every game. My Steam library could be a lot more full than it is. I don't buy every game, right? Now, I know what you're saying. The way they position it is that, yes, because that's how you sell stuff, right? But again, like early access, if you price it $20 and I'm interested in the game, I'll take a risk. But if it's not great, I'm like, yeah, well, $20 may eventually get me off of buying early access. I don't buy early access games really, unless the game's been out for a bit and I see and hear good things, right? So like, this new survival game that's coming out, the oh my god, I forgot the name of it now. We were just talking, Enshrouded. Looks great. Probably not gonna buy it in the first bit. It looks really good. I'm hearing good things. I'm gonna wait, right? V Rising, I've been playing it. Great little game. It's $20. It's early access. It's been out for a while. It's awesome. Really recommend it. It's really good, right? That's how it is. So anyways, that one group of people who like playing bad games. Yeah, but that's okay. But you can like a game that's like crappy just to be like, oh my god, this game's so awful, like graphically or whatever. But like nostalgia, it can be for a host of different reasons, right? That's completely up to you. My point simply is like, there does come a point where it's just like, If you want to play a game just because, you play a game just because. It's fine. Load it up and do it. Like how you were saying, don't release the update early, but wait until it's good. Yeah, but I think again, like my reasoning for that is, like my reasoning for the waiting till a game is finished, it's more so for these big AAA titles and studios, because you have the means. So, like, look what Nintendo does. Like Nintendo, yeah, they really control their environment a lot, and they have their issues. Name me a recent Nintendo game that was awful. Like they're still doing Zelda and they're crushing it, right? Like how many Marios exist? Like they have IP that they know how to leverage. Now they may get to a point where the game's not great, right? But like you gotta admit, man, making Zelda into essentially a Skyrim type game is pretty smart, and they did excellent with it. Still puzzle elements, the graphics are a bit better, different mechanics. You know, the new Tears of the Kingdom, like you'd think it wouldn't be that much better. Well received. Why? Because the Breath of the Wild was extremely well received. So they can functionally go from one game to the next so long as the games are solid, and they're all solid, right? In-game purchase in a free game of access to constantly update series, not really a thing for the first time title. It shouldn't be. For Uncharted, they had a fully playable demo, which was my main reason for buying it. Yeah, that's okay, but Prince, my problem is like, you can really curate that demo, right? Like, and when you start seeing problems, like when you get into this section of the open world, or when you're fighting this boss, he resets, or you know, when you do this, you use this weapon, it moves weird, or you know, like this jumping puzzle that I'm supposed to do, I can't because the camera spins around in this area. You know, there's all kinds of dumb shit. Like, you can heavily curate a demo, and this is a thing that they do at like, you know, CES and well, they used to do at the Expo, whatever the one they just canceled is. I forget what it is. The big video game expo that they just recently canceled. Like, those are, like, that's fine, right? Like, it's just, my point is, it's like, you hide a lot of issues when you do it, and I think a lot of times it's on purpose. That's my thing. Like, showing off like Diablo 4 with all this, oh, it's so epic, so great. Then you play the game, and the problem with, again, Diablo's maybe a little bit different because it's all about the end game loop. You know what they didn't show? End game loop. So that's why a lot of people are pretty hesitant, because like, well, yeah, but you know, Path of Exile. I'm like, I know that's a complex game. People love that fucking game. It's fucking free. It's free. It costs $0, and it's better than any Diablo game that's released. Diablo 2 is still better. I haven't played PoE. I did play PoE a little. I never got into it. PoE is just Diablo 2, right? So Diablo 2 as the originator is better in my opinion. I also play a lot more Diablo 2, but you know, PoE is better than Diablo 3, it's better than Diablo 4. So it's a better game. Yeah, like it's a better game. People are still playing it. Better game. Like League of Legends and Valorant are an example of well-received. Yeah, but the predatory practice, Maddie, is like, again, it's a free game. So it's free. It's like Facebook is free, but it's not free, right? Like they're selling your data. So it's like League of Legends isn't free because they're gonna sell you shit, right? They're not dumb. They know the psychology. Like again, but that's. I played League of Legends. I got to Diamond 3, I think. Way back when, mind you. I've never spent $1 on that game. Now I don't like the game because it's pretty toxic and it just. You know, whatever. But like, you know my point? Like, it's like, that's the thing. It's like where I'm like, guys, like, let's be honest. If you're playing a free something, nothing is free, okay? Nothing is free. There's no such thing as a free lunch, right? It's like, whatever game you get that's free, it can be free to a degree, meaning it's like, well, yeah, it's free, but you can't unlock like the super end game stuff, or it's pay to win kind of thing, where it's like, yeah, you're free, but like that guy has the thing that makes him do 30% more damage, so you're never gonna kill him, right? That kind of shit. League of Legends on the level is a free game where you do not need to pay for anything to play at the same level as anybody else, right? Changes nothing. If I put $10,000 into League of Legends, I'm not better at the game, right? Diablo 3, when it came out, there was a marketplace where I could buy weapons to make my character better. That's pay to win. It's bullshit. No, and by the way, I bought the game for like whatever it was, $60, $70, right? So predatory practice, which Diablo has, Call of Duty has, but on top of that, you're also paying $80 for the game. So to me, give me the free game. If you're gonna give me this market thing, I'd be like, okay, but like, why doesn't Blizzard make Diablo 4 free? Why didn't it release free? PoE is free. PoE has a marketplace. Which one's more popular? There you go, right? What do you mean? Who didn't show the servers, Doom? For what? That's why we put in place rules and regulations. It's easy to say there's no free lunch once down in this conversation. It's harder to say 15 times a minute when you're... Well, no, but yeah, but you're a 15-year-old that... If you're a 15-year-old and you're spending, like, listen, do you have, if you're, again, whatever age you're at, like, you're not, if you're 15, are you buying the PC and the computer and the game? Probably not, right? Like, you don't have that money to begin with. So that's a moot point. I mean, like, if your parents are giving you your credit card and you're using all their money, then yeah, obviously, you know, that's a different problem. It's because you're gonna be like, well, I want this, so I'm gonna just buy it. I'm like, yeah, that's called putting like rules in place for idiot kids, right? Like, I'm not gonna give my kid like access to my credit card or my iPad or some bullshit like that. Like, you know, A, because I don't have the money to do that, but B, because I'm like, I don't do that, right? Why can't they both not be predatory assholes? I mean, are you saying like they're... No, I think a lot of games they have predatory things in there, but I think the difference will be like, what I'm saying is I'm okay with the predatory stuff or some predatory stuff in a free to play game where it's not pay to win, because then it's just you wanting something and doing it, right? Like, you're like, well, I want to have the experience buff for the next month, so I'm going to pay $10 for it. And I'm like, yeah, it'd be nice, but I'm not gonna put $10 on this shit. I don't give a fuck, right? Different ways of looking at it. Now, if it's like, hey, you got to pay $10 to play the full game, I'm like, well, at that point, I'm buying the game, right? Like, you can argue World of Warcraft is a predatory game because you have to pay a subscription every month to continue to play the game, and you do not get access to other parts of the game unless you've gotten to that level, which requires that you play for a certain amount of hours, which means you know people to run the raids. Like, that's predatory, but that's the game, and you're playing it because you signed up for it. No one's forcing you to do it. It just, they're not dumb when they make these things. I acknowledge that. I think it's fine. You have to understand that it's them trying to make money because that's the business. But I'm saying is, if I'm going to buy a game, I'm looking for a game that's done, that's finished, or that at least it's $20 and I'm not paying $10 a month forever after the fact to keep playing it. So this is it. D4. Oh yeah. No, I know they didn't show the servers for D4. That's what I'm saying, Doom. Like, they didn't show the servers, they didn't show multiplayer, they didn't show endgame, they showed itemization, but all the items are like pointless. Like, again, like, it's simple things like that I don't get it. Like, for the free lunch, how they give you out at school, it's still technically not free. Yeah, exactly. Because it's not even because of how processed it is. It's because it's not free. Someone's paying for it. Someone's paying the person serving the lunch. Someone's paying to buy the product. Like, it's not free. It's like in Canada, people think we have free healthcare. I'm like, no, I pay taxes so that everyone can access healthcare, including myself, right? But it's not free. It's paid for, right? It's not free. It doesn't exist. You name me something that you think is free, and I can almost guarantee you know, that somewhere, somehow, someone worked for it, or someone had to do some transaction for this to happen, right? Generation Alpha, like, I bet they will turn out absolutely normal, but also I mean, yeah, but you know what, Nape? It's like, that's time will tell, right? And a lot of that, it just depends on the person. But if your design has been manipulated by addiction research backed by billions of dollars to optimize, yeah, it's psychology, right? It's just a skin. They'll use it to tone this color. Yes, of course. If you're a child, I'm going to give you, listen, I'll do it to you. I will make bright, it's like you see it on YouTube with thumbnails. You know, Mr. Beastification of thumbnails. Bright, shiny, very saturated colors, big face. You know, his face has been altered, so his eyes are a lot whiter, his teeth are a lot whiter. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's That's the marketing psychology aspect of it. It works. It's not predatory necessarily. It works. It's you're in a competitive market to get more attention and clicks. Like, it's just the way it works. Like, it's the same thing. It's like, if I don't market my game, if I make a game tomorrow and I don't market it and no one knows about it, I can't be surprised when I make no money on it, right? Because unfortunately I need the money to buy food and have a house and pay rent and whatever, right? So it's like, there's a point though of like tipping the scale. That's all I'm saying. And false exclusivity practices, yes, of course, but that's all psychology, man. That's just human. You can call it exploiting human behavior, but if you're a mature person, you can see that through that shit and be like, like, you know what I mean? It's like take Spice Orange's like, I have to have that couch for Sims. I'm like, do you though? And he might know. He's like, yeah, I shouldn't buy this, but he buys it. Okay. And if you're addicted to something, you know what? Seek some counseling. Go. There's help out there for people with addiction to video games and to gambling, right? Like, gambling's all over Kick and it was on Twitch and whatever. I'm like, there's all kinds of vices out there. I think you make decisions for yourself ultimately, unless someone's forcing you, which is a different story. We've got subscriptions. I hate them, but it's basically what the future. Yeah, exactly. Well, but even here, like, right? Like, me streaming on Twitch, it's free for you guys. And you don't have to subscribe and you don't have to pay me anything, but I'm like, it's costing me time, right? So it's free to do. It's free because I can get on Twitch, but I'm like, well, I have to have a computer and a microphone and a screen and a camera and a light, right? So all of a sudden the free thing has cost me like a couple grand like just to do it. I'm not recouping my costs on this. I don't give a shit, right? Like, am I addicted to this where I'm like, I have to be here every day so I can make, $20 a stream? No. I'm like, some people are, right? Fair enough. Like, but fuck, man, like, you gotta, people have to take some level of responsibility for their own actions. That's the way I look at it. I don't care how old you are. Like, obviously if you're like a fucking child, I get it. But like, that's your parents' responsibility, right? Make decisions for them until they can make them themselves. I'm saying that business doesn't need to be that. It's like, the candy you sell me can still be profitable without including plastic void within it. No, I get you, man. No, I get you, Maddie. I get you. I agree. But I think, like, my point is, if you're selling something, if you have all I'm saying is, like, I agree with you, but I'm saying, like, at the same time, I understand, like, the candy I'm selling you, if I made it look bigger and brighter, maybe you're more interested in buying it. But eventually you'll probably settle on the candy that's cheaper, that you like, or that's, like, of higher quality that you know about. Like, that's usually how it goes. So, but as that candy, maybe they have some shrinkflation. The candy you bought used to be like, 200 grams and now it's only 150 and it's still the same price. You're kind of like, I like it. It's not really worth it anymore. I'm going to find someone else, right? That's fair. Didn't MatPat make a theory video of it? About thumbnails? Oh, probably, yeah. If that's predatory, then any girl that wears shiny dresses is predatory. Well, yeah. No, exactly, Prince. I think me and Maddie are going in circles here. I understand what he's saying. I'm just saying, like, you can call it trying to get someone's attention isn't really predatory, but I think, yes, they do have practice that could be predatory, but I think generally it comes down to people. Like, the problem with CSGO, right, or Counter-Strike, the predatory practice of the loot boxes wasn't predatory necessarily until, right, people started making, like, these big things about, like, selling it and, like, but it wasn't great, right? The way those boxes should work is, like, you earn them and the keys are free and you just get them. But it's a whole black market that came out. Like, people were predatory around it. That's what really caused problems. But probably not a good idea to have it in a game. But, whatever. They made money. I'll tell you what. CSGO crates, I never opened a single one. And then I decided, you know what? I have a bunch of crates. I'm actually going to buy the keys and just essentially gamble. So I happen to get a good skin. I made like a couple $100 selling I think it was like a knife skin, right? I give two shits about it. And now I have money left over that I use for buying Steam games. So I bought a bunch of games. This is why I'm buying random games, because, like, I have like a little bit of money in a Steam wallet that I'm just like, hey, cool, like, I'm just gonna buy stuff and test it out. I don't care, right? My net zero is when I spend all the money on. It'll have been like I never spend a dollar, right? I'm okay with that. I'm not addicted to loot crates. I don't give a shit, right? Why is it on every individual consumer to not all fall for trick? No, you're not wrong. Like, do not follow the trade. I get what you're saying. It's like, why have it? Again, I'm like, because, again, you can go back to it's the capitalist part of it, and that's how people sell stuff. I'm like, listen, it's just reality, man. Like, it's that's the thing. It's like, I don't know. Why do people, why, like, you know, if you work, why don't you work for, you know, instead of working for $100,000 a year, why don't you work for $80,000 a year? It's very predatory of you to ask for more money and take it away from my business or for someone else. You know what I mean? Like, it's just the way it is. Like, it's human nature. Like, people are going to try to sell things more to you. The difference is, it's like, I think there's levels to it where it's like, well, if you're going to do this, then how you position it, theoretically, you would say, should be, you know, like, first off, it should be upfront. Be like, hey, this game is free. However, there are microtransactions. But the microtransactions shouldn't be gambling, right? Because gambling is a different thing, which is, I think, has its own addictive thing. But again, not everyone's addicted to gambling. Some people just have addictive personalities. It's like, I know people that couldn't stop smoking weed. Like, they're just burnouts. Like, they have an addictive personality. They just can't stop it. Like, it's okay. Like, I don't know. Like, sucks, I guess. Maybe it would have been nice if you never did weed, but like, you're probably going to do it eventually. So, you know. I just think the point of individual responsibility to collective responsibility. No, because the problem with collective, no. So, okay, again, like, we're really like kind of slicing this thin here, because like, the problem is individuals are different, right? So collectively, when you're talking about this, like, the collective responsibility is who, on the consumer side or the selling side? Because not like, you like, again, you have to take the reality of what this that's too theoretical. Like, it's like, yes, that would be nice in a perfect world, but the reality is, it's like, the idea of the collective responsibility of this is like, the responsibility is on the individual for the purchase. My job on the other side is the individual trying to get you to buy it, is I need to find a way for you to want to buy this thing or to push it on you. Now, you can argue about it, maybe one's more ethical. I'm like, I need a job so I can pay for food and for shelter, then yeah, I'm probably gonna push that thing. Now, when you get to these big profits and making big money, then it becomes complex and convoluted. But like, the collective responsibility argument for me is like, yeah, sure, but who precisely is gonna do that? I go back to it. If I, as an individual, I go in and I say, I am not buying another goddamn game from Blizzard, and then they release a new game and I buy it, it's kind of on me, right? I know they have predatory practices. I know they have internal predatory practices amongst their employees, right? There was like all this like sexual harassment thing, like, so they're not a good company. But my point is, it's like, me and you deciding that if everyone in the community decides that the next Diablo game is gonna suck and no one buys it, is that just collectively we've decided, like, responsibly to purchase responsibly, or are we just like, hey, this thing kind of sucks, I'm not interested in this anymore, right? You're not wrong, but we're slicing this pretty thin here. Because we recognize there's no value in this practice. I agree. I think people should just not buy the thing, but that's not how it works. Like, if you know, let's say League of Legends is predatory, why is it so fucking popular, right? People like the game. They're willing to spend money. It's not necessarily predatory. I just think a lot of people just like it and are willing to spend their money on it. That's probably the vast majority of what that is, right? In my opinion. As a group, we should have the response. Yeah, that's fine. But what happens when your group is 20 million strong? How are you gonna, like, you know what I mean? Like, where do you define community? What's the size? Like, are we a community, me and you? Like, I live in a different country. I care about different things. I'm at a different stage of my life. Maybe I have infinite money to spend on dumb bullshit and I don't give a fuck, right? Like, maybe Prince is like, you know what? I'm a Saudi king and I will buy everything. You know what I mean? Like, that idea is tricky, because a community requires people to have, to me, like, yeah, you can be in a community geographically, from a religious standpoint, culturally, like, you know, like, again, the theory is nice and it can apply certainly, but like, for certain things, I'm like, yeah, like, I don't want to buy the next game that comes out from Blizzard. Maybe you do. Well, we're at odds. We're not in a community. Why aren't you collectively? You're not being responsible. I'm like we're not seeing eye to eye, right? So it's like, the predatory practice is like, they're going to do it. And maybe that's a reason not to buy the game for you. And there will be a community of people that agree with you. my thing is like, hey man, like some people are going to do dumb things. Some people are going to say, no, I love this game, nostalgia, I can't help it, I got to buy it, right? It's not necessarily the predatory practice or the design of the game, but like, I don't know, man, like World of Warcraft is pretty goddamn predatory if you look at it on one end, but also it's a great game and people love it. I don't know, like, you got to pick your spots a bit, right? For things like YouTube nails and clicks, you're trying to make your product more appealing. Exactly. Many of applying for job apps, yeah. They will try to give you the worst salary. Of course. Yeah, but again, because, Nate, there's a reason I'm like, I believe in a fair wage, but I'm like, listen, man, like, as a business, if I make $1 million a year and I got to divide that, by the time I divide that up against paying everyone a good wage, paying for expenses, all this stuff, and I'm left with negative $10, you're not going to have a job tomorrow. Because I'm not going to trade my job for your job. Like, that's just normal human behavior, right? But there's a balance point. I don't think, at the same point, I don't think one dude should be making like $1 bajillion, and then the other guy who's actually doing a lot of legwork is making like a teeny tiny percentage of that, like making like barely enough to live. I'm like, that's where you run into issues. And that's like, but it's, again, like, it's just this idea of it, right? What is the positive value of this being in the game? Is it adding to... No, the positive value isn't for you. Again, you're looking at this from your own side. I'm saying, like, the positive value is I, as the company, make money. I, as the person working and managing that company, make money. That's the value. No, there is no value in the predatory practice for the consumer. That's why it's a negative. That's why it's considered bad. That's why in some countries it is illegal. But the reality is, if put it this way, if you had a game that you really liked that was free, and they made their money on donations, or if they made their money on a loot box, which is a predator, like, if they're making money and able to then release more free stuff for you, you're probably a pretty happy guy, right? You may not have bought anything, that's up to you, but you know what I mean? Like, again, the positive value there is not for you. I 100% agree with that. Like, again, Diablo 4, zero positive value. Buying the game, no value because it wasn't very good. I played it for 60 hours and it was mediocre. The store or whatever else, the skins you can buy for like $40 fucking, zero value. I could buy it and have it, and maybe the value to me is like, I look cool running around the map with a character I can barely see. If that has enough value for you, you determine the value yourself, but the value is not for the consumer. Unless you decide that the value of that thing is net value, right? So it's like, if you prove that speed cameras only generate revenue and don't slow down cars, that shouldn't be allowed. Well, I mean, yeah, but like again, I think it's just individual. Like, it's like, if I decide I want to drive 120 in a 60, is the camera going to stop me? Because reality is, it's like, I have a lot of money. Like, there's a saying for that. It's like a financial, like, fine or a financial, like, disincentive is only a disincentive if you're poor, right? Like, it's like, it only affects people with money. Like, so it's like, it's essentially like wealthy people aren't going to care. It's like, if I have infinite money and they're like, oh, you get a parking ticket, I'm like, okay, cool, I'm gonna park here anyways. Handicap parking spot right in front of the restaurant? Yeah, I'll fucking pay the $300 for it. It's just a daily operating expense, like, it just, again, it really depends, man. Exactly, positive value is completely individual to each person. No, I think it is. I think you can have, but I do agree with Maddie as well. I think, like, you can have something that's a positive value, there's a shared, more communal, like, people think, hey, this is like a good value, but then each community, like, one community says, hey, this is a value, and another says it's not. Well, aren't you just in the same position but with just larger groups? Like, because the problem is, if you take this to the finality, Maddie, is like, aren't you going to get to a point where, like, everyone has to agree with this thing? Everyone has to agree this is bad. But there's going to be someone on their side, well, it's like, well, actually, the reason we have that predatory practice is so we can make money, so the people that work at our company can have a job. Don't you want people to have a job? Don't you want them to be able to feed their kids? Like, I can go that route too, right? So it's like, my point is, it's like the community thing, like, as I was saying, like, if you have no, it's not that it's, I don't know if theoretical is the right word, but it's very hard to pin that down and if you get specific with it, to say, like, what does that actually mean? Like, what does that look like? Playing a darker game on MTS another that makes it looking like a shark, and it's a positive. Yeah, exactly. That's the only point. Yeah. Again, because a community is made up of individuals, right? Like, so every individual has to be like agreeing on that same thing in the way you're saying, Maddie. But again, like, I'm not like, I don't want to be critical, or I'm just saying, like, I know what you're saying. I just think, like, I just like to think more in the real terms, which is like pragmatically, like, there's a reason they do it. It's because they can make money. But I'm saying it's like, to me, I'm indifferent to it because I'm like, because I agree with you, like, the value is null. I don't like games that have that kind of stuff. Now, if it's free, I tolerate it because I'm like, it's free. What the fuck am I complaining about, right? They're trying to sell me. I'm not buying it. I don't give a shit. Now, if it stops me from playing the game, I might get frustrated, like, do I want to? I do. The value to me is that I could play the rest of the game and actually get to the end game content. However, it's not worth the $20. Now, if it's $5, maybe. So now we're talking, right? Like, there's always a balance point on this. There's a tipping point where you make a decision, right? In my opinion, again, like, this is a good conversation. So, you know, also something that we consider a bad game, but there's just this point where everyone could consider this a bad game. Well, yes, we have something that we can. Well, but so Nape though, but like, you go to an extreme with this, right? Like, you could say, oh, you know, like the Nazis were everyone agrees the Nazis are bad, except some of the Nazis. They thought they were doing a great job, right? So, like, again, not a great example, but you know what I'm saying. It's like this idea that, like, everyone's always going to be in there's always going to be some detractor or someone that is like, no, this thing's amazing, even though it's generally like 99% of people think it's bad. It's the way it is, because it can be self-interest, it can be naivete, it can be all these things. I'm just saying, like, in general, like, you know, a lot of this stuff comes down to just, you know, people are going to have different opinions on it, and I think that's okay, right? Love Undertale, and I think it's a good game, but there's someone else might think it's bad because it overwhelms you. Yeah, but okay. But Nape, again, not everyone likes Undertale. I've never played it. I've heard good things. I may not like it, but you can play it. Campaign was decent afterwards. That's a fundamental misunderstanding of the purpose of a company. A company is not meant. You know, that is incorrect. Profit is supposed to make the overall system efficient. No. So companies. Currently, the way they're set up, a company is meant to make profit for shareholders, right? That's what they're built for. That's what a company is, like, that's all it is. A company is a way to essentially, like, from a legal standpoint, is a way to diffuse any responsibility, because if you're a corporation, you don't count as an individual by law, and then your job is to make a profit, right? Your job is to make a profit. Because you're legally obliged by the stakeholder, like by shareholders, to make that profit. That is your job. That is why they invest in you. So that is how that works. Like, in theory, the most efficient company will be the most profitable, and that's why we follow the system. Well, okay, the most efficient company, not really, no, because you're confusing efficiency with value, right? And profitability. So, like, I can be efficient at something, right? So I can be really efficient at, like, I don't know, growing tomatoes. However, you want peaches. So peaches are going to sell for $10 and my tomatoes sell for $1. And so the guy who's selling peaches is always out of peaches, right? So the value of my I might be really efficient and I can sell you a tomato at $1 instead of $2. But the value of that is not the same. Like, because again, individuals and the market and a community wants peaches. So if the community that's larger wants peaches and there's no peaches, you get back to the fundamentals of an economy, which is, you know, supply and demand, right? Money is a proxy for everything else, not an end value. I agree. I don't think money is a it's not an end value, but it is a measure of value, right? In reality. Could it be? Maybe not. But it is, right? Again, I go back to it. Would you rather go to your job and make an extra zero at the end of your paycheck? Or would you like me to take away a zero at the end of your paycheck, right? That's the value. Money unlocks a lot of value for a lot of things, right? I do believe in the saying, like, money can't buy happiness, but I also think, like, it solves like 99% of your problems, right? No, I don't want them to have a job in a company in that position itself. That is actually so. We trick you into buying wine for profit. That's cap. Yeah. If it can't be profitable by serving the need, then it's a bad company. The reason they do it is because it works. No, but again, like Maddie, that's fine. But so Maddie, can I ask, like, that means tomatoes are zero efficient? No, I'm not. Well, you can argue I'm reframing. I'm saying like what I'm saying is like where I'm saying is the thing that I was pointing at was like you're saying the most efficient company. I'm like, at what? You're saying if we sell the same thing, so we both sell tomatoes, the most efficient company will be the most profitable. No, that's only the case if everything else is equal. Everything is equal. Size of my company, I am selling the exact same tomato as the other guy. How do you become more efficient? Right? That'd be another question. It's like, what's efficiency? I can get the tomatoes out to market faster? Well, how am I doing that? Like, there has to be a cost to that. And if there's not, assume all things are equal, sure, then you're right. If you sell the same number of tomatoes, the same type of tomato, at the same time as me, in the same area as me, right? That's fine. But that's theoretical. This is why people always have trouble with like economics, right? Like an economist will tell you, oh, this is going to be and like, but the reality of the world is not that. Like the theory does not always apply, is what I'm saying. And again, I'm saying you don't want them to have a job at a company that position, and that's fine. That's a good moral stance to have. But my problem is, it's like, okay, if you go to that company and they say, I'm not going to pay you even a minimum wage to work there. Are you going to work there? No. If across the street the guy's like, yeah, our morals are slightly off, we'll pay you a shitload of money, a lot of people are going to go there. You might not, that's fine. I'm just saying, but that's a different community, different person, different point of view, individual point of view, right? And I don't disagree with the idea of like, I think, if you can go somewhere, people can get paid well, right? And the culture doesn't suck, and you're not like harming everyone, but like there's a trade-off to everything you do, right? Every decision has a trade-off. Everything, from policy to regulatory to just everyday life. Like if I decide I want to have this conversation with you guys, it's 11 at night, I should be in bed. I haven't eaten dinner yet. The trade-off of this discussion is I haven't eaten yet, right? It's a minor thing. It's a thing, right? Maybe I value dinner more. I'm going to go leave and have dinner, right? It's fairly, I mean, again, it's maybe you could argue a simplistic way of looking at it, but I'm like, I'm not some like scholar on this topic. I look at it very simply, the reason to push, okay, yeah, sorry, I heard that. You might be thinking of a non-profit or a company that makes, companies are by law mandated to do it. And law is generally put together by communities. So yeah, I like how we used to use gold as a rare stuff as well. I mean, yeah, there's a whole thing. Like this is for I mean, that's not too different. They used to pay people with salt back in like Roman times, to give you an idea. So given the same, but again, Maddie, given the same need to be met, but like, okay, again, what is the need of your community or you, right? Like, what are your needs versus mine? What if I don't give a shit about tomatoes? What if everyone here is allergic to tomatoes? Why would I give two fucks about a tomato, right? Again, circumstance. You like the problem is you eliminate all the factors that make up individuals and make up societies and make up communities. Like it's not real world. It's not real life. Like the problem I have is like it's like I'm drinking a Stella. Well, why aren't you drinking the Heineken? Because I had a fucking Stella. I don't know. Like should I be drinking the Heineken? People always say like, oh, I kind of like the Stella. Like it's okay. Like my point is it's like there's factors in why people make decisions. Some are unconscious, sure. A lot of them are pretty conscious. Like a lot of them is like, hey, yeah, like this is cheaper. I'm gonna buy that. I'm not really worried about the ethic. I'm not worried about the you do this with food. It's like I would love to buy the organic, free range chicken or eggs or whatever, but it's $8 or $10. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go for the $6 pack that I'm pretty sure has been there for a week because it saves me money. And that's okay, right? It's not ideal, but unless you're going to go and go to the farm and grow the chicken yourself, like can't really complain all that much. Someone else is doing the work, right? And also being able to buy something at a lower price is like kind of helpful in the end. Eventually, if you sell too much of it, nobody will need anymore. So if you want someone to buy it, then you will have to lower the price. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's supply and demand. Like you can't supply me with something that's too expensive. There won't be a demand for it. Okay, but we're acting like we haven't solved this problem at scale. For bribery is illegal internationally, but it really, yeah, of course it does, and it still happens. We haven't solved the problem. People love to be bribed. Yeah, people love money. That's human nature. We love more stuff. Doesn't have to be money. Maybe I love tomatoes. I want more. I want all the tomatoes. No one else gets tomatoes. They're all mine. Because I'm a dick, right? Like human. That's an individual who can control, the market of tomatoes, right? Like, but as an international community, we recognize there's yeah, of course we do, but we don't like the problem with that is like an international community of who? Like, yeah, we recognize. If 90% of the people recognize that the bribery is bad, cool. Does that stop bribery? Like, there is nothing, like, I can't name anything where people are 100% on board. Like, every single party, every single person is on board with something. There's always a detractor. There's always someone who has a different opinion, right? Non-profits are lies. And let it back in with lobbying, etc. But the point stands that we reckon. Yeah, we addressed it, but we didn't. But again, like humans are very adaptable. So it's like if you say, oh well, we can't have bribery. Okay, well now we have lobbying. You have to register with your. Okay, cool. Well, I'm gonna take the politician out to a dinner. I'm gonna invite him to my daughter's birthday party because he's a close friend of mine, and we're not gonna talk about business. Definitely not. Right? You can skirt the rules. You can go to like. Why? Because there's some self-interest for you or your community. Maybe I'm going to talk to the politician about how I need more tomatoes, right? And to get those tomatoes, you know what? I really need this other thing to change that you can do and help me with. And by doing that, I'll give you a little money or a little something just to sweeten the pie, just so you listen to me. Yeah, of course it happens. Not good. It fucking happens, right? There's tons of corruption in politics, but it's like the idea that we've addressed it, acknowledging something exists does not fix the problem, right? It's like, oh, well, people are like, like this whole, carbon tax here in Canada. And like, I'm like, people that are like paying for carbon. I'm like, unfortunately, the entire society is built around, I have to drive to get places. That's how we built everything. Well, I didn't build it. It was built before I was born. But you know what I mean? Like, I'm not in Amsterdam. I can't just hop on a bike and fucking bike 40 kilometers to work or something. Like, it's just the way it is. People live far away. It's the easiest thing. That's what I do. Like I've only recently bought a car, so arguably my carbon footprint is less than some other people, but whatever. Like, there's just differences in communities, right? Like, yeah, money talks, exactly. But nobody's saying, but this guy likes being bribed, so bribery should be legal. No. No one's saying that, but I'm saying it's happening. Again, we're talking about reality here. The guy getting bribed probably isn't, not that he likes being the bribing part, he probably likes whatever he's getting out of the bribe, right? You imagine being bribed? That'd be a really awkward conversation. But then you're like, yeah, I'm being bribed, and there's an integrity issue with that, and like, that person can blackmail you or whatever. But I'm like, if you're willing to take the risk, that's your decision. If you're both corrupt individuals and you meet, that's your corrupt little community, right? You build that. Exactly. Bribery is expected. Dude, South America, like I go there at family, like you can bribe, like you go around and like you have to pay cops to get into, like, get past certain checkpoints, or like this is everywhere, man. This is the thing. It's like, yeah, it's not great. It's cultural, right? Like it exists in cultures. Like this idea that it's been fixed is ridiculous. Like it's not. None of this shit's been fixed. Where's the argument that, well, people still murder, so leave it as an option? No, but my point, okay, but you can't stop people from murdering people, like, right? Like, if I had a friend here and I decided I was like, you know what? I really want to kill this guy. And like, I just decided to like stab him or something. Like, no one can stop me from that action. Now, there's consequences after when I'm caught, if I'm caught, right? That's like, doesn't stop the action from happening, right? Now, it reduces it if you have laws in place and people go to jail, ideally. But there's still some murders going around. It happens, right? So let's put in place an ineffective rule like murder is illegal, but for microtransactions. But again, microtransactions aren't illegal. Like again, I know what you're trying to say. I just think like, it's like, again, like, it's just, you gotta be living in a dream world for like some of these things to like happen. Because like, the problem is the microtransaction, like, it's how I make my money. And it's like why did microtransactions come about, right? It's like, well, because companies were, trying to up, and it became real expensive, so they had to find a way to make more money, or like whatever the story is. I'm like, okay, now everyone's like, oh, I saw how much money they were making, so now I want to do that because I would also like to be more profitable. And once microtransactions go, it's going to be something else. Now, okay, and put it this way. Imagine like there's no microtransactions, but you know what? Video games are really expensive. So now that video game that's $80, yeah, now it's $220. You gonna buy it? Like, are you gonna play that game? Or are you like, you know what I mean? Like maybe you will, but a lot less people are gonna buy a game for $220 fucking dollars, right? So, and people are, like there's parts of it that just like, it's just like for microtransactions, it's still bad, and usually nobody will buy it. Yeah, but again, it's the whales. There's always, like, microtransactions are really about the whales, and I'm like, okay. I mean, if whales have money to do that, then go for it. But it's still illegal. Why is that? There's value in it being illegal. Yeah, but drugs are illegal, right? Drinking is illegal in some countries. Like, microtransactions and predatory things are illegal in some places. I think like Belgium and place in Europe, you can't have like any of these like loot boxes and stuff. I think I'm fine with it. I don't care if they remove them, right? That's all I'm saying. I just made the watch list. I know. Well, it was bound to happen. No, listen, Maddie. I am seeing your points. I'm just saying, like, this idea, right, of what you're saying. It's like something's illegal. Like, therefore it doesn't happen or shouldn't happen. Like, okay, but some things that are illegal where I live aren't illegal in other places. Certain states have, like, states in the US have different laws in different states for different things, right? Like, I promise you, like, the laws in Saudi Arabia are very different than the laws here. The laws in China, like, so what if they say, you know what? No, we love microtransactions. Everyone loves them. Community agrees. They're great, right? Maybe they think, yeah, we like free games because we can play a game and we only have to do a microtransaction of $1 a year. For us, it's worth it. We think they're great. All games should be this way. Okay. But if that company can't afford to make the next game, there is no next game. And people don't have a job. And like, so there's a cascading effect of things that happen. So like, what's illegal in one place isn't necessarily illegal. Now, murder, I would imagine, is generally illegal, in places. But I'm pretty sure there's like some cannibalistic tribes out there, right? Like, I don't know. No one's arresting them. Now there's like a small group and they live in a very remote area in a jungle somewhere, but you kind of get my point. Like, it's not fully out of the way yet. And to your point, like, murder is generally agreed upon not to do. Still seems to happen quite a bit, right? It's not been stopped yet. We haven't quite evolved past that point. I don't know, right? They should be. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Bring back the death penalty. I mean, that doesn't really fix the problem. Again, the death penalty happens after the person has done the crime. So, with homophobia, you have this religious group saying that it's bad, but then there's 1% who say that the bully people because they are. But again, right? Like, even that, like I don't think people should be homophobic, but I also think, like, there's gonna be a religious group that has very strong beliefs, a community of people that think it is bad for a variety of reasons, logical or otherwise, right? Like, if 80% of people agree that, like, oh, there's nothing wrong with homosexuals, cool. There's gonna be a group that clearly does not buy that, right? They are not big on that. It exists. Is that illegal? Like, I don't know. Like, some countries, it is illegal to have homosexual relationships, like in Russia, and probably in certain countries in the Middle East. That's how their community has decided to move forward, I think. Maybe it's a religion or like a dictator or whatever, but like, you get my point. Like, that's the community's decision, right? Or that's what they've been forced to do. And it is what it is. That's their reality. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, games are so expensive. I'm like, my point is, like, when the game becomes $100, $150, are you still gonna buy it? Like, at what point? Like, there's always there's a tipping point on the scale. At what point do you just say, I'm out. I ain't doing this no more. Games weren't, no. So this is, see, I think you're incorrect though. Games weren't unprofitable. No, but the difference is, like, now the games, as they scale up, and you're seeing this with movies today too, right? They do all the CGI, they do all this stuff. Like, the games aren't as profitable for some folks as they are because they have huge costs associated with the production of the game. So this is what I'm saying. I've been saying this, and this is what started a lot of this. Is like, I think indie games is where you're going to see the money get distributed, because the way they have to do these practices and push games on you, whether you don't like them because they're predatory or otherwise, is that the quality of the game is where it starts. And then if the quality is bad, you're like, okay, what am I going to do to make it seem good? I'm going to do things that can make it like, you know, addictive or better, like that, and that happens. But like, I don't think like a game like okay, an old game, like if Diablo 1 came out today, do you think it'd be profitable? It'd be like a joke. Like it would, someone would laugh at that. Like you couldn't possibly sell that game today, right? Things evolve and they become more competitive. They become leaner. They could become more interesting. Like it's not as simple as saying like games used to be. Yes, of course they did. Like making a movie didn't used to, like, you know, buying food used to cost $1, but you only made $2, so it was really expensive, right? Like it's just the way it is. You're positioning this alternative like the companies will go bankrupt. No, I'm not saying companies will go bankrupt, right? I'm saying if they do not I am saying if they don't turn a profit, they will not exist. Because they either borrow money from a bank or from a hedge fund or somewhere else or private investors. Like, what company that doesn't make a profit exists? Other than like the church, who don't pay taxes, which is a whole other thing. But like, you know my point? Like, there is no company that is going to exist. Like, no one's going to make you something for free, right? Like, I'm not going to go out, like, grow a pig, grow the lettuce, grow the tomatoes, like do all that work, you know, process everything and make you a sandwich every day until you're like, there's no more food left, right? Like there's a transactional nature to those things. So like that idea of like altruism and goodwill to me, like it's a nice to have when people are able to do it. But there's a bare minimum amount, like if you go to Maslow's hierarchy, that you have to kind of meet, arguably, right? So I'm positioning that yes, the companies will go bankrupt. Yes, they will. And they will cease to exist, which maybe is a good thing. Maybe they shouldn't exist. But like the companies that exist are the ones that are profitable, for good or for better or for worse, right? Like if they're not profitable, you will not exist. Like go to a mom and pop shop. Why do they close? They close because they're not profitable, because Walmart opened across the street and they can sell everything for five fucking dollars, right? It's nice to support local, but the reality is I'm not made of money. Like I would love to support a lot of local stuff. Same thing I was saying before. I would love the organic chicken. Problem is the organic chicken is like double the price, so I don't buy it. Laws of North Carolina, that's true, yeah. It wasn't the case. Yeah, no, it is the case, man. I'm sorry. I disagree with you on that one. I think, unfortunately, like something that is like a game not being profitable today, companies shut down. Like plenty of studios shut down when their game flops or doesn't, like that is like, meaning people don't have a job. That thing is like, that is normal. Like there's shows that go on and they close the doors on that show and on the creators of the show, or like the I forget what they're called, the studio for that show. It's like iffy area because you have people who want good game and play without spending money, and then they come, yeah, exactly. But that's the point. It's transactional. You're playing this game for free. And if the entire, let's say like League of Legends it's free, no one ever bought a single thing, right? Well, then they would make money by like having like ads be like, hey, we have like 2 billion users of this game. So you can put ads here and pay us for it. So there's no cost to our player base, right? That's cool, I guess, like for a while until the ads are like, yeah, you know, these ads aren't really, no one's buying anything, so there's no point. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's reality. Like, this is the way it is. Perfect is the enemy of good, yes. There's no value in saying we can't fully... No, I'm not disagreeing. I think, but you're just saying, like, you're taking a broad stroke at this with no definitional, like, basis here. You're saying, yes, perfect is the enemy of good. I'm not saying don't do anything. What I'm saying is, like, a company that exists today that does something bad, it eventually may get a comeuppance. My point is, it's like that idea of like some sort of like altruistic, like that doesn't exist. Like it's like they have to make money. It is not just like a legal thing from like a shareholder's perspective. It's like you're not like, Maddie, I don't know, do you work, Maddie? That's like a serious question. Like, do you have a job? Yeah, I'm not arguing for any kind of perfection. Look at Muck. I don't know what Muck is. But over enforcing, creating tons of low-level, relatively pointless laws are how they end up with a government. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you end up with dictatorships, typically. Diablo 1 would be profitable if Diablo 1 was released now. No. No, it would not. Like, okay, so Maddie, a perfect example of this is so Path of Exile is, at the moment, like Diablo 4 released and a lot of people bought it, right? So you can argue Diablo 4 is more profitable. I don't know how much it costs to make, but like Diablo 1, what would it compete against? Look what it'd be competing against. Like graphically, it wouldn't have a chance. Storyline is old. Like, it's the game that spawned the games that came after it. But that was fucking 30 years ago, right? So are you telling me in 30 years a game of today that released would be more profitable than whatever's out that point? Probably not, right? Like it's the space of technology accelerates really quickly as well, so it's very unlikely. I'm not saying they have to make things for free. I'm saying these practices are not required to be. No, I agree. No, I'm not disagreeing with you, Maddie. I don't think these practices have to exist, right, to be profitable, right? That's I agree with that. But my yes, I work mortgage. Okay, exactly. So my point is, if you have a mortgage and you have all these things, like if you have a job, like you have things you have to pay for. So my point is, you're not going to go to. Are you going to go to work tomorrow for free? No, of course not, right? If you might have a company that is like really great and has a great, that's fine, but you have transactional things in there, and it's about if your company or where you work tomorrow was not profitable, they would not pay you. So would you still go to work if they weren't paying you? I mean, no, right? Like, of course you wouldn't. Now, how much money you make at a place, determining you go, that's a different thing. That's an individual thing. You can determine, like, I get paid less here, but I get like more flexibility, or I just really like the people. Like, that's totally different. But no one's going to pay you if they're not profitable. Because if I'm as a company, if my, like I said, or as an individual, if I'm like a mom and pop shop, if I can't pay you enough to keep you there, I can't keep you there. And if I can't pay enough to pay, my electricity bill, I don't have electricity. That's the way it works. The storyline is old because, yes, but the sequels exist because of that original storyline. But I'm saying, like, imagine a standalone game, right? An old standalone game, like, that doesn't have a sequel, which is hard because any successful game typically has a sequel. But you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, like there's plenty of games that would release probably and wouldn't do great, right? Cool guy, what's going on, man? For example, what happened with Twitch. Stop being profitable. Exactly. Yeah, like this is what I'm saying. Like this is, I'm just saying the difference is just between what you like and what you think is right, which is fine, and reality, which is that people get laid off, companies shut the doors, people don't have a job, people look for another job, and they'll go wherever they can get a job. That's how it goes. Look at the assets of a game. I don't know what MUK is. Muck. I've never played that game. As you heard before with mangas, are the points that, yes, I know, I agree. A good story goes a long way. And you don't need photorealism, but those games are not created by large studios, right? Like a manga is usually is a guy that works himself half to death doing these things. And a lot of them fail. So it's like, again, you hear about the successful ones, but like, why are they successful? Why is One Piece successful? Good story, people buy all the merch, it's profitable. Right? Why did you not hear about manga whatever X, right? Like, because fucking only 2 chapters came out because they weren't profitable and he had to go work at McDonald's, right? Like, it's like this is normal real life, Time goes on, the expectations grow higher. It's like 20, 50 years Roblox. Yeah, exactly. No, but like Roblox has already made all their money. It's fine. Say we're at a bakery and we can't be profitable selling bread, so we start selling cocaine. Maybe the bakery should close and open as I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah, we can jump to an extreme like that, sure. My point is, it's like, if you work at a bakery, unless you're changing what you're selling, right? Which is you're becoming predatory by selling cocaine, arguably. But like, my point is, like, people need the bread. People need the cocaine. Pick one. Whatever sells is the one you're going to sell. Why? Because it's profitable. Because you need money. Should you sell the cocaine? Probably not, right? It's illegal. There's other things. Assuming it was legal, what would be the... so again, assuming cocaine was legal, what would be the downside of it? It's addictive, right? People can get hurt by taking... Oh, of course, that's an individual decision. They might take too much. Maybe you'll put some laws in place that you can only sell like a gram of it or something. Whatever it is. Well, what about bread? If I eat too much bread, I get fat and I die, right? Like, should I have a limit on how much food I can purchase for myself? Like, that should be a rule, right? I don't know. So a small studio can compete. Why are we accepting of this absurd? The large, better resource company needs to use cutting-edge assets and then make a profitable game. No, that's how they justify it. Because see, the problem is we're comparing a large studio with hundreds of people working versus an indie game, which I think has better games. I'm not arguing, but I'm arguing about a game, not about profitability. Like, Diablo 4 was a shit game, and it made multiple billions of dollars. Right? Studio's massive. PoE probably had a tiny studio make it, or a smaller studio make it, and comparatively is probably, I don't know if it's more profitable, but like they probably made good money on PoE. Right? So they're both profitable. I don't have any, being profitable is the main argument here. It's like you must be profitable to survive. If you put a ton of money into an asset and it flops, because again, these things don't just, you don't put in $10 and, you know, something comes out. It takes many years, many people, a lot of money, right? Like, this is the whole thing. So it's, again, it's not that simple, but again, we're getting really far from the main point here. I was just saying, like, good games, right? They're good. But that good game, the sequel or whatever, doesn't necessarily exist if it's not profitable, right? So it's like, if a game comes out and people put all this time and energy and effort into it, and it's really good, right? Then people will get money in return for that product. And so, you know, that's why they put all that effort in. Now, if it's a hobby and you really like it and you make some money, cool, awesome, you did it. But like, you know, one person making a game is probably going to take a long time. You're going to be limited, obviously, in terms of both your skill, your time, your ability, all these things. But that's okay. Maybe you make a game and you make $1 million, right? Extremely profitable. But you don't have any shareholders. You made it yourself. You know what I mean? Like, as you scale up, there's different responsibilities, right? And you have to pay people. You have shareholders. You have all this shit. It's just different. No, we're not saying all the money goes into staff and wages. Most of the expenses for a company is typically, like, the majority is your staff. Staff wages account for the majority of it. But no, like, you know, could you still pay those people more? Probably, but I don't know what we're trying to say. Like, we're saying a better resource company should. Yeah, I'm not saying a big company needs to do these assets. I think it'd be fine, but if I said, hey, I need less assets to make the game, that means I need less people, which means I can become more profitable at that margin by getting rid of you, getting rid of me, getting rid of Alden, and saying, yeah, I just saved $10 million by cutting budget on these people. I don't need them anymore. We're gonna make 2D games now. See ya. Right? What are those people supposed to do? Nasal fissures and all that too. Obesity is a big issue. Maybe they might start doing, yeah, I mean, maybe. Large studios generally aren't working on a one IP. Exactly, that's the other thing too. They're usually juggling like 10 balls. And those balls take, you know, you're talking 10 different projects that take 6-7 years to develop each one. It's a lot, like, it's a lot of money time. And that's why the shareholders that invest in it are like really on edge about, hey, like, I put all this money, I want my money back, I want to make, you know, that's just the way it is. It's the pressures of that. I don't think Blizzard's expensive. Well, okay, so here's the thing, man. Imagine you have 10 people working on a game and it takes 5 years before you can turn a profit. Where's the money come from? Like, you got to pay those people all that time. The game might make billions of dollars when you release it, but you have to release it, right? So there's a 5-year investment cost to that. I work in tech, like tech over, yeah, exactly. Like, they overhired. Skunk, what's going on, man? How you doing? We're in a very deep discussion around games, communities, and predatory practices for like microtransactions and stuff. It's pretty interesting, actually. Pretty interesting. You're all ears. Well, what do you think, Skunk? Because Maddie's actually making some good points just around like, or has an opinion, I guess, that makes some good points around like predatory practices like microtransactions shouldn't exist. And I'm like, what I've been saying is like, I'm okay with the microtransactions for like a free-to-play game, right? So we were actually talking about Call of Duty, which, guys, by the way, if you haven't checked out Untamed Skunk, he's a very good Call of Duty player. Very good. So go check him out. He's uglier than me, but you know, it's worth a shot. Let's see if I can do this. I think this works, right? Yeah, there you go. So it doesn't interfere with the gameplay. Yeah, so long as it's not pay to win. Yeah, no, Fo, I'm in that space. I know exactly. Yeah, the money isn't just there for it's coming for yourself. They just leave. Yeah, I mean that's true. So yeah, so you're exactly. So that's what we were talking about. I was saying like I don't. So like League of Legends, it's free to play, right? And I have no problem with it being free to play and having I hate microtransactions. I hate them. So you play Call of Duty. You pay $80 for Call of Duty, and then you got to pay for whatever skin you like that month, right? You don't have to buy the skin, but they position it in ways that are predatory, which I'm like, yeah, that's fair enough. But I also think like, if you see the value in paying the $10 for the skin, it's kind of an individual decision. It's not that predatory, in my opinion. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, yes, you like, because you know they make it shiny and they put it in front of your face, and it's like all these subconscious psychology tricks. But like, you have to decide to pay the money. And so like we're just having this kind of it's an interesting discussion around this and like kind of discussing like why it's good or bad. So again, I think like I don't like I look at some of these big companies and I'm just like I don't get why they do it. Yeah, I don't need a big spoiler on my card, but if I want it. But say if that thing they're selling gives people news worse than cancer, then they'll sell. Okay, but Nape, again, like, if they, like, there's a difference between, like, I'm knowingly, like, I'm selling you this delicious beer, but I knowingly know that just, like, a can of it or whatever could kill you. That's pretty fucking, like, that's predatory. Like, that's very skeezy, right? Like, but if I, like, this is, I mean, arguably this is poison in a can, but if I said, hey, like, don't drink too many because you'll get drunk and you would like, you know, kill yourself doing it or whatever. Like, so it's up to me to drink 1 or 15 of these, right? Again, I go back, individual responsibility for a lot of these decisions, in my opinion, right? Saying smoking bad for years, people, yeah, but smoking has, it's funny because smoking rates have dropped, but now people are like vaping and smoke weed and do all this. I'm like, why haven't we just said you're not allowed to smoke? Because it's intrusive and people want to be left alone, right? Setting moral type issues aside, if a company has a route to profit through manipulation of the customer base rather than enticement of the customer base, the customer gets worse products. Again, like, yes and no, right? So like, that's yeah, like, okay, so here's the thing. So if a company has a route to profit through manipulation, right? Well, manipulation how? And to what degree? Like, again, if I said this has a bright, shiny red label, or I say, well, no, I have no label, it's just a little bit of writing. I mean, technically I'm manipulating it because I know that a shiny red color and a big logo is a little more interesting than just a white can, right? Now, if everyone has a big shiny red logo and I just have the white can, maybe I'm actually manipulating you the other way. So you have to be like, again, you have to get like specific with that stuff, right? And then the customer base, like, so the enticement of the customer base. The problem is enticement is like what? Anticipation? Enticing how? Like, it's not a worse product if I'm excited for it and I'm willing to pay for it and I don't care what anyone else says, in my opinion, right? And this is what I keep going back to. The problem is like you're trying to envelop this problem for like multiple people, like everyone agrees. Like Untamed Skunk plays the new Warzone, right? So like to me, I'm not playing it because I just think the game's a little choppy or whatever, and it's not my favorite game, and I don't like the microtransactions. I don't want to pay $90 for whatever it is, right? For him, he's like, hey, I love this game. I can't wait for the challenge of like unlocking skins and fucking climbing the ranks and whatever, right? He's super into it. the game has elements of manipulation in that it has nostalgia that you're gonna like. It has so many versions of Call of Duty. Like, there's a ton of like stuff. Now, I agree with you on principle and on surface. Yes, I think like this is what I was going with Cyberpunk. If Cyberpunk had said, hey, you know, we fucked up on the release of Cyberpunk, we're gonna do this, you know, the Phantom Liberty, it's free. We're gonna entice you with that, right? Because we fucked up and we're like, or if the game was amazing and they said, you know what? We've made a shitload of money on this and we love you guys for loving our game. Here's Phantom Liberty at like 50% off or free or whatever, right? I agree with you. I think generally the product you feel cheated out of it, so you have a worse like feeling around the product. But I do think like that idea of manipulation, there's always some level of manipulation. The demo's amazing for Enshrouded, or ooh, like you're watching a streamer that like is like, oh, Terraria is the best game ever. There's always some like push for something, but I think inherently you sort of make a decision, right? Yeah, of course they can. Of course they can. If I can convince you to love something, I'll get you by it, of course. Like, but I think it's to what degree am I trying to convince you? Like, what am I doing? What are the actions of convincing you? Like, am I saying, you know, I don't know. Like, again, am I holding a gun to your head, or am I like lying and saying this is the best thing ever? It's super worth it. I use it all the time. Like, you know, am I lying? What if I think it is the best thing ever? What if I said, like, this is the best beer ever and you should have it? But it's also the only beer I've ever tried. You know what I mean? Like, I may not be lying, but I don't actually know what else is out there, right? Yeah, new Pokemon games. Yeah, well, yeah. Wasn't there a Pokemon game that released that was like really bad? Okay, but someone is completely idiotic. That doesn't allow them to have personal responsibility. Yes, okay, but so again, but now you're talking about like someone with the who's incapable or has incapacity towards making decision, right? Right. So someone with some sort of, I mean, you can argue mental illness, but like some deficiency, someone like who has, I don't know, like an older person that actually has a credit card but has dementia, they get taken, like people get taken advantage of. Like, yeah, but that's a different. You're talking about a completely different group of people, right? If you cannot exercise autonomy over, yeah, you have someone who has to make decisions for you. You have a decision maker, right? That happens, but that's just a different group altogether. Person that's just burden of the state. Oh yeah. Pain has the needs on. Yeah, this is clay. It'll be something they can satisfy with the least. Well, yes, because that's the most profitable option, right? Like, my point simply is like, what you end up talking about is like, if I can see you as a customer, like technically, actually, I can see you as a customer, Maddie. Like Prince Alden, he's my customer. Because if I can convince him that I'm great somehow, maybe he'll want to hang out with me and talk, or give me donations, right? I guess that's a better example. Like he'll give me donations, so I have to convince him to hang around and give me his money, and that's what. But I'm like, if that's my goal, but I don't have to be. I mean, I would love to be profitable streaming, but I'm being on stream for 6 hours. Typically I make like $0. So Prince, as an example, actually today has given 5 subs and $10. I make whatever, 20 something dollars. I'm currently making $4 an hour. You know what I mean? Not enough to live on. But I'm not obligated to shareholders. I don't care, right? It'd be great if every stream I just flipped on the camera, I'm like, oh, there's $10,000, you know? I do it all the time. Eventually the money wouldn't be the driving factor, but you know, again, it solves most of your problems. But like, I think inherently a customer is going to, like, I'm going to see people as customers if that's the mindset or the driving force, which is what companies and businesses tend to do. They're looking to generate profits, right? To be able to pay themselves and people. Now, there's extremes where it's like, how much is too much money? That's another discussion, I suppose. But those wants and needs will be something that they can satisfy. Okay. It's like how people manipulate people to give them money or something if you have a roommate. No, I'm not. What do you mean? Oh, maybe that wasn't for me. For something like you have a roommate and you're paying them bill, but their dad is paying the bill. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Opportunity cost. The thing is you have to, well, yeah, exactly, Nate. It's similar. There's a difference between trying to convince Alden you are something Alden finds cool, or trying to convince Alden that this thing he doesn't care about that you have, he actually, you're right. But that's a different, you're saying that because we're talking about like something that's like a need, but it's still a value proposition, right? my goal, like the goal there is you're just saying what's the value of something. And again, it goes back to what we were saying before. It's individual. So Maddie, here's the thing. I'm like, I can talk to you and I can say, convince you. But maybe my goal is like, I really want, why isn't Maddie giving me money? I should be nicer to Maddie so Maddie gives me money. Like I can manipulate the situation to do it, but I'm like, again, like, you know what I mean? Like the difference is I'm not trying to sell anything. So the point is, it's like, but when I have a product that I put time and effort and energy into, like, I would love to do it. And especially if that's now, if this was my job, it would be different. I'd be like, I'd find ways to make things more engaging and like, how do I find a structure? And I'd make things like, hey guys, you know, if you're enjoying the content, please feel free to, like, I do call to actions. I do all these things to kind of get you guys to do the thing I'm looking to do because it helps me live. But it's like, if I don't have to do that, then the value prop to me is effectively, the value prop for you guys is like, are you enjoying the conversation? Are you enjoying the content? You get to watch it. It's free, right? But if you had to come here, if every time you sign into Twitch it said, hey, you got to pay $10 before you can sign in on Twitch every time, would you sign into Twitch? Is that worth the value prop? Right? And again, you're not wrong in the sense like of trying to convince someone about one thing or the other. But what if I'm trying to convince you of multiple things, right? Like I'm saying, hey, like, I can say, hey, you should find me interesting. Okay, I've convinced Alden of that. Now I'm saying, hey, you should give me money because, you know, you need this thing in your life. It's not really that different. I mean, the end goal is different, but it's trying to show value in something and then convince someone to, because Alden may not be giving, like, you're not, Maddie, you're not paying me anything, but you are paying in time. Like, the time you're spending now typing on your keyboard, the time you're spending talking, like, that's a cost, right? Like, and I have a cost as well. I still haven't eaten dinner yet. It's midnight, but it's like, the cost is that's transactional. It's not money, right? But there's a cost to that. It's just a different kind of cost. Takes into account they have no family to help with. Yeah, literally the government has to deal with this situation fully. Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, that's why you want family to usually do it. It's just a lot more, it's a bit nicer. Really true, like they put it in a mental asylum. Yeah, well, this is the most realist talk. Yeah, but Nate, listen, this is these are good conversations. I don't do this because I usually don't have a reason to. Usually we're just building shit. But I really enjoy this stuff. So that's the best example you just made yourself. You'd change and you think it would be for the worse, and you would feel pressure to do so. We all lose. Well, no, we don't all lose, right? Like, again, that becomes situational. So it's like I would change and I feel worse. Yeah, I feel that now. But if I had the pressure on me to change so I could make money because I need to pay for food, I'm like, I don't feel so bad, right? I'm like, hey guys, I'm doing this full time. Like, this shit isn't free, right? It's not free now. Like I'm saying, this isn't free for you guys, right? Not from a financial standpoint, from a time standpoint, right? So if I said, hey, now it's going to cost you not just your time, but also it's subs only. Like, you know, or whatever, right? Like, there's ways there's ways you could do it. I don't have to do that. So that's a big difference. But if this was my business, you know, I would probably be doing a few more hours of streaming, but like, there'd be a lot more push for like, hey guys, like, don't forget to sub, don't forget to do this, call to action, like, let's do something fun where like spin the wheel and like whatever, right? Like, you can do all kinds of stuff. And people do all these things. These are all the same psychological thingies that you can do to like get people to like engage more with you, right? And I would love to have more engagement, don't get me wrong, but I'm like, I just, you know, like, it's just a hobby. I do it for fun, right? We are educating and enriching each other. Exactly. Yeah, and what I said at the beginning, Maddie, was like everything has a trade-off, right? So meaning it has a value or a benefit and a cost. Now, the differential of how much it costs versus how much the value is can vary, of course, but there's always some cost. But you can just say, I'm okay with that. That cost, irrelevant to me. I don't even think about it. So I don't even view it as a cost. But it is a cost, right? It's just a little different. That's like saying cigarettes relieve cravings. If I was under enough pressure, it would feel fine. I mean, probably. The solution caused the problem. Yeah, sure. But, you know, again, like, you're talking about something that's like, you're like, okay, like, oh, no worries, Nate. Like, you're not wrong, but I'm saying, like, this idea is like, it's like medicine, right? It's like there's side effects to medicine. So it's like if you take medicine to fix one thing, but it causes another problem, then you take something else, and that solves the problem. Well, now you have two things. You're taking two things to fix one problem, right? Like smoking is like, again, you put it that way, you say, well, cigarettes relieve the cravings. I was under pressure. If I was under pressure, smoking would make me feel better. Yeah, people do that with food. That's going back to what you're saying. That's the addiction thing, right? To a degree, or the inability to control that like part of your emotion or like your psyche or whatever. It happens. It's part of life. Like people, there's a lot of people like that, right? I'm sure I have my vices and my other things that I don't even think about. Like maybe streaming and talking to you guys is my vice, right? Like I don't know, right? It could be food. It could be drugs. It could be whatever. Like crippling credit card debt. Like people are like, I gotta travel. I gotta travel 3 times a year. And they have like $80,000 of credit card debt. I'm like, yeah, that's a lot of pressure, right? But it's self-imposed. I think like taking if a cigarette makes you feel better in that moment, it's short term. There's long-term cost to that though, right? So like the idea that it's like you go back and you say, well, the solution caused the problem. I'm like, well, what caused the problem? Like the initial, like if the solution to cigarette is causing the problem of you feeling stressed, I'm like, is it? Maybe it's your job. Maybe it's your family. What made you started smoking in the first place? Like that context matters, right? For all this stuff. So what you say is all personal. Well, again, I say personal responsibility for all this stuff. I also agree with Maddie though. I think like some of the stuff is like, it would be nice if like I would say like, it's totally fine to say, let's veto Blizzard because they suck. But a lot of other people are gonna be like, no, Blizzard's great, man. I love their games. Who's right? It doesn't matter. It's just like people have opinions and you kind of go with it. My point is like, I don't think there's a, I don't say a right or a wrong here. I'm just more thinking like, you have your side of it. You say, hey, I don't like this. And so I'm not going to buy this game or I'm not going to do this. And I think that's great. I just think like, I try to look at like again, I guess the big thing here is like, it's the scale of it, right? So it's like, I think that's what you're kind of arguing, Maddie. It's like somewhere there's like, we could do better if we did this. I'm like, sure. But there's going to be another side that contradicts whatever you're talking about. And then the question becomes like, well, is the 80%, if 80% of people think Blizzard sucks and they should veto it, does the other 20% not count? Like at all? And they may be wrong, but isn't that just your opinion or your community's opinion, I guess? It's all personal stuff. That's what I think. Yeah, I think we there's a lot of collectivity and blame of like, oh, a system in this. I'm like, but a lot of stuff is like a lot of shit that you do in your life is a lot on you. Like it's a lot of there's a lot of circumstances, of course. Like I don't deny that. I'm just saying like a lot of stuff is like, what decisions are you making? And like if something goes wrong, is that your fault or is it like, oh, it's because God didn't shine his light on me? I'm like, sure. If that helps you relieve stress or whatever and escape reality, that's fine too. I don't like, I just lean towards like you actually are a driver in a lot of the things in your life. And picking video games, not to get too existential, but picking video games is one of them, right? Like I'm not buying the next Blizzard game. Someone might do cooking or jerk off to feel, yeah, well, that too. Well, someone else just might soda and say, yeah, exactly. Everyone's different, and people also internalize things differently. Like people have different levels of like, emotional intelligence or EQ or whatever. Like people are different. So that's what I'm saying. It's hard to find a community because like not everyone's like-minded. Even if you have one general view of something, you could talk about another topic and have completely conflicting views on it. I'm like, so wait, are you not a community now, or are you a community on one thing but on another? Right? And which one's right? I think it's fine. I just think it doesn't really matter. Personal responsibility is fine at a personal scale. Okay, we are talking about scale. But if a resource corporation is personally targeting you with millions of dollars in algorithm assets, then personal responsibility of David. Well, yeah, but again, like a resource corporation is personally targeting you. I don't think they're personally targeting you. It's that people are people are generally the same. So they're not targeting you as an individual. They're just targeting humans' psychology, which you're a human and have psychology. Now, you may realize they're doing that, and a lot of people realize they're doing that. It just doesn't stop them from buying. Kind of like what Prince Alden was saying. He was like, I don't need a spoiler on my car, but if I want it, like now he may get a bunch of ads on Amazon that say, hey, I saw you were looking at car spoilers. How about this awesome like sticker for the side of your car, like these tires or these rims, like whatever. Like, is that, they're targeting you for ads. Like, I guess the flip side is that, would you rather have ads about something you don't give a shit about, or ads about stuff you're actually, it's a little weird, obviously, but like, if I just looked at like I mentioned beer. If I start getting beer commercials, I'm like, am I thrilled about it? I'm like, I don't know. Like, generally, I find if I see a lot of ads of the same thing all the time, I don't want to buy that thing, right? There's no middle line where you can both agree. No, I think we have different opinions. It's not about really, we don't have to agree on anything. These days, every one of us is personally targeted. I think we just get caught up in a bigger net, to be honest. What's behind you? Like a no, this is the cat's. She's never used it. It's a cat thing. It looks like a sink, but it's like a little basket thing that he's supposed to sit in, but he's never used it. So we might get rid of it. It was only like $80 or something, but yeah. Except it cost me some time again. There's actually a lot of personalized targeting, timing, shading. Yeah. Yes, I would rather ads for things I don't care for. Oh, well, that's a good point. But see, that's a good point, Maddie. So like for me, I don't find ads really work on me because I'm just like, I'm sure some of them might subconsciously, but I'm just like, I'm more of like, if I keep seeing the same shit, like, you know how many times I see like an ad for like a truck? I'm like, I don't give a shit, right? What's going on another? So I don't give two shits about a truck. And so if I keep seeing like the Dodge truck, I'm like, I don't want to buy a Dodge now, right? So like seeing an ad for something different, I'm like, I don't know. Like there's never an ad that comes, I'm like, oh, I gotta have that. Like I will actively look for something and then research it to shit before I buy it, right? I don't know. It's just the way I am. And maybe it's just me. I don't disagree though. I think it is a good point. Like if you have an ad of things like, because if I buy a beer and all I see is beer, and then they're like, oh, how about wine? Oh, well, maybe wine's not your thing, but like maybe where you store your wine would be interesting. How about this wine fridge? I'm like, ooh, maybe I do want a wine. Like maybe, right? Like I don't think that's wrong. I think that's like a good point. Yeah, goddamn truck. Also, I guess I would have stuff I would rather care, but I might start dumping a lot of money. Well, but okay, but that's again, but Nate, that's what I was saying. Like, you have to be responsible with your finances. Like, you can't, like, a problem I see with even people my age is like, they buy shit they can't afford with money they don't have. Right? Shit they can't afford with money they don't have. Meaning, like, they're paying like 12% interest on something that costs them like $5 and they're paying that forever. Like, it's stupid. Like, just for really, really big purchases, I get it. But like, you gotta save up money to go do things. Like, people put trips on credit cards, and then they, instead of a trip that costs like a couple grand, costs them like 8 or 9. I'm like, guys, just save the money to do the thing, right? Or do your best to do it. That's how I look at it. I don't know. That's just me. I don't understand. Financial stress is one of the worst stresses you can have in your life, guys, just so you know. It'd be less annoying. I mean, Maddie, maybe, like, I think seeing the exact same ad, of course, is very annoying, right? But it's more like if I see like if it's a different ad for the same truck or just trucks or cars, I'm like, I don't know, like, how many times are you buying a car? Right? In your life, maybe you'll buy a handful of cars. Maybe, right? I'm just saying, like, ads like you see on YouTube that are just about whatever, some random thing. I'm like, I just find ads in general are annoying. I think most people think that, and I don't think ads are as effective. I think, at least not for me, because I can't think of things I buy. Like, I'll buy things that are like, you know, I have these headphones. I'll do research on them, but I'll know about them or see them or hear about them. And that maybe, I guess, is impactful. But I think more now I get more impacted by like reviews I read online, which maybe is worse in a way, but makes me feel like I'm making that decision, but they could just be planted by companies. So, yeah, please see the same ad, and after a while, piss. Exactly. That's what makes me not be interested in something I would otherwise be interested in out of anger. Exactly. That's how I'm like, you know what? All that I think it's because we're just old. We're just like an old guy who's just like, if I see that thing again, I refuse it. I veto it forever. I'm never buying it. You know what I mean? You know, who knows? Like, yeah, exactly. Maybe 12 at the most, but not. But you know what I'm saying? Like, ultimately, my point is, I think, and again, I go like, that's have declining effectiveness. I think people have declining attention spans as well. Banner has used to work with the collective community on the internet, got used to them. Yeah, but that's normal though, right? Like, you adapt. This is what I was saying before. People adapt to stuff. Like again, why do we, like, no one, like, dude, when you had a TV when you were a kid, right? You couldn't skip the ads. The only way to skip the ad was to change the channel, right? That was the same. It's the same mechanic. Like, you don't want interruptions for things, right? Like, it's just the way it is. Like, now, banner ads might have been effective somehow, in part because people might have accidentally clicked on them or something, but people have ad blockers, right? This is why, like, I think people just have less attention span, less interest, and the problem is you get more and more and more ads because people are more and more and more online, right? Like, you used to get flyers in the mail. That was the advertising way, right? You get a flyer for like the store that had like discounts that weekend. I mean, that's not really a thing for most people now. It just evolves, it just changes. Like, your attention span is what it is. It's limited or whatever, but like, it's finite. Like, your money is finite, your time is finite, your attention is finite. You know, all of that, it kind of all falls in that same bucket for me a bit. Just sitting here yelling at the TV in my loafers. Attaboy, Prince, attaboy. A man after my own heart. Just sitting there, just covered in Cheeto dust, just yelling at the TV. Well, it depends on if all the reviews are 5-star, then probably look. Yeah, no, and I also, like, again, I just go to multiple sources. I don't usually just go to one thing and say, oh, Amazon says it's 10 out of 10. I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to go look at a YouTube review, then I'm going to go look at another site. You know, I'll look at a hardware, like, whatever, right? Like, you find multiple sources and, like, you'll get completely different lists. But if that thing tends to fall on lists as being like it, I'm like, it's fine. Because the reality is, like, it's like this microphone. The Shure SMB7 microphone is expensive. I have a Yeti Blue before that. Why? Because it was supposed to be better, but it never worked out great, so I never really liked it. This one is working really well. But there's probably a microphone that's less expensive that I haven't heard about that works. I know a lot of people use this one, but at the same time, people tend to use something because it's good, right? If I was an audio engineer, I'd probably be like, yeah, this is a piece of shit. Or I'd be like, yeah, it's overpriced. Or, or I'll tweak it so it's like perfect. Whatever, right? The camera. I can get a more expensive camera. I don't have one, right? Like, whatever. Like, there's always levels of this shit. If I see an ad for a camera, am I going to buy it tomorrow? Probably not, right? They're really expensive. Ads also used to be more effective when, like, TV came out and when the color. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you get desensitized because you evolve. It's the same thing, right? Like, it's like your eyes adjust. Like, if you're have a light facing your eye, your eyes adjust, right? It is what it is. That is normal, but advertising industry never had the data on things. No, of course not. But the data collection is, again, it's just an evolution of the same thing, right? Of how do I keep your attention, right? It's like our conversation now. Like, I usually don't have people in chat going back and forth because I'm playing a game and distracted. But if I talk about a hot topic, like, let's pretend the topic we're talking about is super big in the news right now. It's a lot easier to have that conversation. People are gonna have an opinion. People are gonna, like, that's the engagement. I'm just playing the game. I don't have an opinion either way. I don't care. But I want to talk about. I want to see what you guys think, right? You know, I can get your attention that way. I can have a crazy title and it goes back. I can have a crazy thumbnail, right? Like, that's how you get people's attention. That's how you get the thing. But the desensitization of these things happens over time, right? That's what I was saying. Eventually, this big red label is gonna get bigger and more red, or then blue. Ooh, that'll be fancy. And then eventually someone's gonna go, you know what? Fuck the labels. We're going all white on this. No, nothing. And people are like, oh, that's different. And everyone's gonna be, oh, that is different. Let's go back to minimalistic. And then it's all like goes in cycles, right? It's just it'll swing back to being the opposite. But yeah, I agree. I just think people tend to get desensitized to this stuff. Yeah, no, but you're right about that. I'm afraid the answer will be tattooing an ad. People have done that. They've tattooed like ads on their head. You're not wrong. I mean, eventually it's just gonna be like, this is why I think it'll be like this cyberpunk world where it's just like signs that pop up like in your eyeballs or something. You just won't be able to escape it. It's gonna be ridiculous. I just got a Penguin Games Terraria ad. There you go. Yeah, good. Speaking of ads, Dan the Rubo, why should we be scared of implants? Yeah, I'm ADHD for real, so don't use. No, but Maddie, like, you just got here today. I'm playing Terraria, and now we've been talking about this, and we're having a great conversation. Like, I don't use an individual as a barometer for anything other than their own fucking opinion, right? Like, you could be like, oh, I fucking love ads, or I love ads for trucks, because then I go look at trucks and I see new ones. Like, cool. Like, you made it, like you said, you made a good point. You're like, oh, maybe if I see an ad, it'll be like something different that I actually never thought about. Maybe I want. Like, yeah, good point. Like, the whole point is like, I'm not judge. I don't judge. I don't give a shit, right? Like, I'm very laissez-faire, as they say, like laid back. Like, I think it's good to have a conversation about it and be like, hey, like, you know, I think you can be wrong about something. Doesn't mean you're a bad person, right? I'm like, oh, you'll leave? I'm like, oh, guys, that Maddie person, moron. What a dumbass, right? Like I don't like. I'm like, you have an opinion, so it's fair, right? And you're making like, you know, fairly salient points. I'd say, like, they're cogent, right? Like, I don't have to agree with it, and I can extensively I could say like, well, you're absolutely wrong because I can prove it. I'm like, it's not about proving you're wrong. I'm just saying, like, I can have stuff to back it up, and you could be wrong, but you can still have your opinion even if it's wrong, right? In the sense that, you know, you might have the numbers wrong. I'm like, the opinion can still be it. I can't stop you from having that opinion. In the same way I can't stop you from murdering someone, right? Like, I go back to the same point. It's like, you can't stop people from doing the thing that they want to do. It just kind of depends on your personality. That's all. The anti-vax white moms were wrong about 5G radiation, but they are right about the input. Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, exactly. This is why companies rebrand every 5 years. It's like, you know, like Dove is like, oh, we're so nice and gentle. I'm like, aren't they owned by, like, all these companies are owned by like 2 companies or whatever. It's all like one big monopoly at the end of the day. But yeah, anyways, gotta go. It's 12. Yeah, dude, it's midnight. It's past midnight here. I've been talking nonstop. This has been super awesome, guys. I love this conversation. This is why I wish my channel was just talking with people. It's very engaging for me. I get weirdly, my neurons seem to fire, but maybe it's because I haven't eaten and I'm like slowly starving. And I'm just feeling sharper. I'm on edge, you know? But guys, I do gotta go. So I really do appreciate you guys hanging out. I know the stream was hopefully an interesting build, maybe. Oh, you think I'm going to bed, Doom? I just said I'm getting food, baby. Shoot me a message on Steam. Shoot me a message on Steam. Yeah, it is, Nape. It can be. Eat well, sleep better. Maddie, I'll try. I'll try. I haven't done either of those things recently, so we'll give it a shot. Nice talk, man. Thanks for the stream talk. Hey guys, yeah, Prince, thank you for this. Thank you for the subs, man. Thank you for the bits. It was very generous. Maddie, I hope we can. Well, hopefully we don't scare you away for next time. We will be doing Terraria building, not on Tuesday because I am not here, but we will be doing probably on Thursday, I think. I mean, I'll be up for it. Okay, cool. Doom, just shoot me a message. Can you shoot me a message on Steam, please? And then that way I have it, and I'll just message you. Okay. And we'll do it. All right, guys. Thank you. Everyone, please get some rest. Thank you for hanging out. Let's spend time with your girlfriend. Never. I have to do that on weekends, man. I got to. Plus, we spent time yesterday. It's all good. We watched some crazy shows. What was it? I can't remember the show. Some old home renovation show. Anyways, we're old. Hey, yeah, Maddie, thank you. Thanks for coming in. Great conversation, guys. We'll chat with you guys on Thursday, guys. I am not here Tuesday, like I said. We'll be doing some more building, hopefully. And hopefully we'll catch you guys then. Guys, peace. Bye.